relationship of what has been created between the father and the son. If you will always, as long as you respect your parents, you will always give glory to your father being, being
Yeah.
one step above you, so to say, when it comes to the line of authority. Like I don't know anyone who would make the claim of making himself be at the same height of his father, right? Just out of respect to the one who raised us, right? In our mortal body. Uh we always give, if we love our parents, if we respect our parents, we always give a high authority to them, right?
Nah. What if your father doesn't respect you though?
Like I said, in a healthy relationship where you have respect for your parents and the other way around. I mean, I'm not saying this is standard for every family, right? That's why I also said within the mortal boundaries of this of us earthly beings, we do not we were not we're not we I can't compare it to the relationship of the creator and his son. I'm just saying we see the natural law of it within a natural boundary of a father and a son relationship, that the son will always be below the father when it comes to the line of authority, even in an
No, I
unhealthy
don't. That's
relation.
not. No, that's not how it is.
Okay,
I don't know where you got this stencil model of how fathers and sons work, but that's not how it is.
well, for me it
What do
is
you
that
mean that's
case.
not how it is?
That's not
Elaborate.
how it is.
Elaborate.
I mean, just for me personally, there's probably thousands or millions of people like me who their father, they're not on the same. They're above. They've surpassed their father.
But that's not what he was talking about. He was talking about the intrinsic nature of, like, the fact that you with your father and me with my father, right? Intrinsically, we came after him. So he came before us. So
So what?
regardless of the interpersonal relationship, or whether we surpass them in stature, in ability, and morality, whatever, we only come from them. So in terms of, like, what we're getting and what we inherit it through because of them. So in terms of hierarchy, we're always going to be under. Now, yes, when they die, we take over that mantle, and that passes on and
No,
stuff. We're not
no,
talking
I'm
about
not
the
under. Not
interpersonal.
under my dad.
No, but you're not.
Whatever
You're
you think
taking.
is going on with this hierarchy thing, it's not happening with me and my dad. So,
But again, you're going from a point that we're not necessarily talking about. I'm not. I'm not.
what
I'm
are
not
you talking
denying. I'm not
about? Because
denying that these things
I don't
happen. Right.
even
I'm not. Let
I
me
don't
try and
even
explain.
know now.
Let me try and explain. I'm not denying that people have different relationships with different people, right? But just by virtue of the fact that you only came from him, so without him doing his physical job as a husband with his wife, right, or whatever the case may be, you didn't exist. We're talking about that
So
intrinsic,
what?
that one comes from the other. that
Well, you
that
couldn't
Yeah, and
have.
then what?
that hierarchy there. We're not talking about the relationship stuff, because I understand and I don't want to like negate people's experiences.
What
That's
what
not my
Well,
intention.
well,
what
maybe let
hierarchy?
me.
Maybe
Well,
that's what the
well,
problem is. The word
Okay,
hierarchy. I'm
okay.
having
Let,
an
let's
issue
let
with.
well,
me
Can you hear
maybe
me?
let,
let
let
one
I'm having a
second.
let me
problem
give you
with
an
the word
example.
hierarchy. When you say the word hierarchy, what exactly? Guys, relax. When you say the word hierarchy, what exactly does that mean?
Like, it's like order of preeminence, for example. So let's say you start a
Order
breed.
of preeminence? I still don't know what that
Yeah,
means.
let's go to a different. Let's say you start a breed, right? The one that's at the head of a breed that you've decided to make would be the first father of that. So the first wolf, for instance, you're making a dog breed. The father of all of that, right? The head of all of that structure is that first one that you started with. We're not talking about the interpersonal relationships. We're talking about the fundamental. So fundamentally, so for instance, just age alone, right? Your father is obviously going to be older than you. That can never ever be the other way around. You could be a better person than him. You could be slicker, you can be funnier, all this stuff
So
that we're
by
talking about.
hierarchy, you mean age? You mean
Well,
age?
that's one way to look at it, right? Like who
Can
Well, what's the
I?
other way you guys were talking about? Because age, if you put
Yes.
age in what you guys were just saying, it doesn't even make sense.
Can I
Why not?
clarify myself real quick, very
Yeah, go
simply, in
ahead, Clay.
simple
Sorry.
words? Okay. So if your dad would have not produced you with your mom, nothing that you are right now would have ever existed. Hence, therefore, the only reason you can do what you do or have the conclusions in your mind that you have is because of your father, who in the first place has produced you with your mom. Hence, therefore, you will always be in a different position when it comes to hierarchy than your dad. It's just as
What do you
simple as
mean by
that.
hierarchy? Because that's where we're having a communication error. When you say hierarchy, do you mean age? Like Elijah just said?
Okay,
No.
let me explain. Let me explain a little bit. Maybe he'll understand. So, like, basically, what we're saying is, right, until the age of accountability, which is could differ in the Torah, you're not an adult till you're 20 years old. So until you're 20 years old, right, you don't have to like your dad. Your dad could be a scumbag, could be an abusive father, but for the sake of peace, right, and you being a better man, you have to love him, as in you have to respect him. To love is more than this feeling stuff. It's to respect him. Even if he's a scumbag, you have to take the punches, you have to take the abuse until you're old enough to leave him, right? But you still have to respect him. You can't disrespect him. He's your father. Forever and ever, he will be your father. You forever and ever, you'll be subordinate to him. You know what I'm saying?
I,
No.
Even if he's
Why?
think I
emotionally
No.
can.
abusive,
I
Why
think
do
I
you
even
know
if
have
he's
what
a
to
might
hold
scumbag.
happen.
on, man? Hold on, man. Why do I have to respect someone that doesn't respect me? Why do I have to love someone
You don't repay
that's
evil with evil.
showing me hate?
Love those who hate you and persecute you. If your own family, if your own father persecutes you, you don't repay him with evil and disrespect them. You never know in the
Exactly.
long
Did the
in
Bible
the
say? Does the Bible say an eye? Does the Bible say an eye for an eye?
You're getting
I'm,
your corporeal father mixed up with the creator of everything. Like if
No, they
If
were just
you
talking
got
about
somebody
general
beating
father-son
your mom
relationships.
and your if you got somebody beating up
Yeah,
on
we
your
were
mom and
talking
your
about
brother and sister, dude, you're not going to respect that guy. Okay.
yeah,
if
we were
the
talking about
thing
the
is
Well,
this,
comparison
according to him, I'm
between
supposed to
the
the
because he's my dad.
the thing is this, if you want to be better than your father, and your father is, let's say, abusive, disrespectful to him, and you just repay him with the same thing, you will just become like your father. So in order for you to be like Lion of Yah already mentioned, in order for you to be actually better than your father, be an example of righteousness and love those who hate you and persecute you. So you don't repay with disrespect because someone disrespects you. No, you do the opposite in order to not become the same one that you are disrespected by. So if I'm being
Okay, so we're
disrespected by
not.
another person, I actually do the opposite, because if I wouldn't do that, if I would repay him with the same weapon he used against me, I make myself him, which in the end is just an endless circle, and changes nothing.
So we're not doing the eye. So we're not doing the eye for an eye thing that the Bible says to do. We're
yeah,
not doing that.
where do you
Hold
understand
on,
where
man.
that comes
Can I
from?
get an answer before you derail it? We're not doing
No,
the
I'm
eye
not
for an eye thing
derailing.
like the Bible. Hold on, Elijah. Can I get an answer from Clay? So we're not doing the eye for an eye thing like the Bible says to do. Then
What do you mean eye for an eye thing?
does the Bible not say an eye for an eye?
Do you know where
Somebody
you're
has an
pulling?
echo.
Do
Tooth
you know
for
where
Hold
you're
on.
tooth.
pulling it
Somebody
from?
has an echo right now. Before we can even go on, we got to fix that.
In context, Jeremy, of the rest of the scriptures, no, that is not the message of the Bible.
Well, the
So
First
they.
Testament, yes, it was actually.
It
No,
says,
that's being pulled out
listen,
of context,
First
dude.
Testament was very
it
violent.
says, ye have heard that it has been said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say unto you that ye resist not evil, but whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also. And if any man will sue thee at the law and take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also. And whosoever shall compel thee to go a mile, go with him twain. Give to him that ask thee, and from him that would borrow of thee, turn not thou away. So the Messiah
Right. So
specifically told us what.
that's what I was gonna address. The eye for an eye thing, as you colloquialize, Jeremy, is completely taken out of context. It doesn't apply to what you're suggesting. What we're talking about now, I'm gonna read what North suggested because I think it might be something that you can appreciate. He says, just tell Jeremy you will never be your father's father, and that's different from, and that he is different from his father. So
Hey, can
consider it
I
like that.
answer this
But my
question?
point, 1 second, please. My point was going to be, and this is maybe the distinction that I didn't make clear enough for your benefit, Jeremy, is I'm not talking about the individual necessarily, but the office, right? So if somebody steps out of the office of what it means to be a father, yeah, you're not supposed to respect that kind. Like, you're not supposed to respect evil. We're not talking about that. Like, if he's doing evil stuff, not that, but the office and the responsibility. That's what's to be respected, right? Because it, like, for instance, when, like, you have children, right? I'm pretty sure I've heard you say. So you're, regardless of whether you Jeremy act well or not, the office that you take as provider, protector, and all the other things, teacher, that are involved with a child, that office that you sit in, that chair, as it were, that's a chair that has to be respected by those who are being taken care of under that chair. In this case, your children, but also in the same case, you, Jeremy, with respect to your father's office, and so on up the line, which is different from whether those individuals uphold their position. Does that make more sense?
No, because you know what happens in an office when somebody doesn't do their job?
The office,
What
not
happens?
an office.
What
The
happens?
office. Yo, I'm
Yeah,
not
they get
talking
fired.
about an office. I'm talking about the office, like a position.
What?
A position
Listen,
of
Yeah, if people have a
responsibility.
position and they don't do what they're supposed to do, guess what happens?
they get
Yeah,
fired.
but
They
But
get
hold on,
fired.
Elijah. Hold on,
right.
please.
Yeah, but I'm not. But this is my point, Jeremy. We're not talking about the person and whether they act according to that office correctly or incorrectly. We're talking about that office. So you
Okay,
will
hold on,
always
Elijah.
you will
Can I
always
just
be
say
second.
something?
I think it's easier to. I'll finish it with this, please, and then please take over. Like, I think it's easier to this. You're always going to become, as a son, you're always second to the father in order of just order. So you can never be ahead of him because you
Go
came
ahead,
after.
Blaze.
Okay, so first of all, Jeremy, I'm very sorry that you had a dad that failed you, maybe your siblings. I didn't have a dad either, and the natural order was to respect your parents. They were supposed to move in with you and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, we're nowhere near that. So of course no one here is saying that you have to honor your father that was a crappy absent or whatever he was, right? No, nobody's saying that. The natural order has been, they've attacked the family. So I think we're saying a couple different things, and nobody's understanding that you had a crappy father, and
Yeah,
nobody's
I agree.
acknowledging that.
I agree. I
Yeah,
think they're
so
getting mixed. I think they're getting it mixed up between their corporeal dad and the creator, the father of all things, right?
Right,
no,
because
Of course,
well,
you're
that's
going
what
to,
Clay,
of
that's
course,
what
you're
Clay and
going
me
to
were talking about
respect.
earlier.
Hold on, now you're talking over me. Now, of
Sorry.
course, you're going to honor and respect the ideology and the basis of the origin, the foundation of the belief, right? But I'm not gonna, and I've been through some pretty crazy. I experienced 9 divorces growing up, and I'm not gonna sit here and respect a guy that is beating on my sister and beating on my mom just because he's a so-called quote father figure. No, no. I understand the difference, and that's why I kind of made the comment. Like it sounded like they were getting it mixed up. Of course, you're
well,
going to
I'm
Yeah,
just saying
they
a
were.
lot.
Wait, hold on.
position of the
I
father.
was saying
but-
that though. I wasn't getting it mixed up. I'm saying
No.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
What I'm
easy.
saying is, even if your father is a scumbag, emotionally abusive, physically abusive, while you're under his house, doesn't matter. You're supposed to respect him. You're supposed to respect him.
No,
Okay, well here, how
In-
about
way.
my
you can,
father
once
is
you're
the
old enough, you
creator?
can leave him
Listen,
behind
dude.
and never talk to him
The
again.
father, listen.
My father is the creator, okay, and I respect that father. Now, when I'm living in a hut or a shelter with another sentient being that is causing disease and suffering and abuse, that's a different figure.
Don't you
Yeah,
think
I
that?
don't know. I don't agree. Oh, go ahead, Blaze.
Yeah, no, really quickly. I just wanted to say, if a father breaks the way that he's supposed to be, then they back in that day, if a father totally abused the son and everything, I don't think that, and it was a drunkard and all that kind of thing. I don't think it's just a different time. There was a different way of life with the intentions. And it's I don't know if it's the fifth or sixth commandment: honor thy father and thy mother, so your life will be long. It was the first commandment with promise. It sounds like your father broke that covenant, broke that, and a lot of people, but yet that's what the adversary wanted. He attacked the family. So it's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate. So
Is
everybody's
that
saying
one
the
of the
same
first
thing.
commandments? Hold on,
Go
is that
ahead,
one
go
of
ahead.
the first commandments? Honor thy father and mother.
Yeah,
The
with
fifth.
promise, that had a promise with it. Well,
Well, there's more to it. That obey your parents. So children, obey your parents in the Lord. Now, what does
yeah,
that mean? Obey your parents in the Lord. What does that mean? Are they following the law?
yes,
Or are they law abiding? Are they provoking you to anger? Because there's also a commandment to the parents. Parents, provoke not your children to anger.
yep,
So
Right.
all of these
This is
things
what I
are
try to touch
addressed.
on with the office.
Yeah, all of these things are addressed in the text. It's just when you take out certain parts and try to analyze those things without taking in the entirety. So there's many places it comes into. But yeah, go ahead.
Right, and I think it's also how one understands respect, because when it says respect, it's like respecting according to like what North was saying. When they're doing the things that they're supposed to be doing, that's what you're supposed to respect. It never says to uphold wickedness and evil. And then another thing which is kind of lost unless one's familiar with the context is when it says honor your parents and your mother and your father. It it doesn't mean what some people jumped for it to mean. It's actually talking about in their old age, take care of them, right? That's actually what it's talking about. Because and the reason this makes a lot of sense is look what they did for you. They paid for you, right? They fed you. Now maybe I understand some of them are degenerates and it sucks. But within what you're able to do without forestalling your responsibility as a now probably husband and father as well, right? Take care of them in their old age is what that verse is talking about. If I'm not
Let me ask you
completely
something,
off
Elijah.
kilter.
So what
Yeah.
if your father was a deadbeat, right? Or he was around, but he was a scumbag,
I could see
right?
that. You'd
Emotionally
still
abusive.
take care of him.
Would you still
You'd
take
still
care of
take
him?
care of him. Yes. In
Amen.
that
All right,
if
then
if
we're
I
respect,
good.
if I
yes.
can
Then we're
if I
good.
can take care of them without going outside of my responsibility for my family and without sinning, then yeah, that's my full
Absolutely.
intention, because that's how I understand,
Even
and I
if
think
they're
I've
total
I think I've
douchebags,
correctly
you'd have
I think
to.
I've correctly
Amen.
exegeted this from the scriptures. And also we can compare this, for instance, with just general life, right? Just because the neighbor is an absolute degenerate and has treated you absolutely badly and whatever, right? Think of whatever example you want. If you see him drowning, or if you see his house on fire and you have the ability to help him, is it not the right thing to do to help him, regardless of how much evil he's done against you?
Well, this
That's
is
what
what
I'm
I would
saying.
do: is I'd put him in a chain link fence. If I witness this guy beating up on people, causing disease, suffering with his
But
hands, he
do
can't
you
keep his
understand?
hands safe.
Do you understand
Well,
my point?
I would still keep him safe. I'd just put him in a freaking fence, and I'd be like, "Look, dude, until you can start honoring other people and stop swinging at everybody and
Right.
punching people and abusing people, I will still take care of you. But this is where you're going to be."
Yeah, and I think I understand why this topic comes up, and I'm glad like we I mean, Jeremy, I'm kind of wanting you to respond, and hopefully that the things that we've expounded on have cleared up what we're trying to say, because it was you who brought up
So you're
modalism.
telling everyone to love thy anti-flat earther?
Yeah, that's why
Because
you don't just say wait exactly, Gio.
some of you guys, and when I say you guys in general, seem to have this vile hate for these quote unquote anti-flat earther. If you practice what you're preaching, it would be a
Right?
different
Yeah.
situation.
Hey, you know what, Gio? The
Next
fact that
time
Love
we
it.
don't the
Courtney or
fact that we
Danny
don't
comes
straight
in,
the fact that we don't straight execute them, or that the mods don't completely deafen and mute them for all eternity, that's love right there. But I understand your point. I understand your
Yeah.
point. I don't think I've ever actually had an issue with them specifically, unless they get an ad homie, right? It's more what they say. We spend most of the time attacking the words that come out of their mouth, not them. But no, you raise a good point, and if we've been found to be hypocritical, then it's good to be made aware of that. Yeah, love your enemies. It's hard. It's simple, but it's hard.
Well, that was a great point that Gio made. But I mean, honestly, like, okay, so personally, I draw the line when it's the same guy doing the same tactics that they know clearly. You've already let them know 15 times, hey, this doesn't make any sense. This is why, and this is why, and they just keep doing it. And those are provocateurs. And I, at the same time, love thy neighbor, even the scumbags, right? But that doesn't restrict
if Zanuck
me
was
from
on
putting.
fire, I would put him out.
Well,
I
yeah,
just
it
don't
doesn't
like his
restrict
argument.
me from honoring them as they are, how they are. They cause disruption. They're provocateurs or whatever. Okay, fine. That doesn't mean I can't put them in or at least provide a safe field for myself to maintain a perimeter where I don't want to deal with constant provocateering and poisoning of the cup and stirring in the pot and all that crap. I just want to chill, right?
Yeah,
So
I
I can
that's
do that.
because I
I'll
think
just
some
put them in
people,
a fence.
Yeah, I think that's important, especially within the biblical discussion, because some people would have taken. Some people would probably be in vast disagreement with the way I exegeted what that honoring your father and mother actually means and how it's applied, and they'll try and impose somehow that if you have parents who are behaving in a way that maybe other people have indicated that their parents have, that you have to spend time with them, that you have to have dinner with them. No. If their behavior is such that it's not actually healthy, then you're not obliged to spend time with people who are acting wickedly towards you. There's nowhere in scripture that forces
No, I
you.
would.
I'll be quick. There's nowhere in scripture that forces you to spend time with people who are being wicked to you. Nothing like that. But that is some of the.
But what if they're your father?
Conclusions.
What if you're their father or your mother? Right?
Well, while you're under their household, yeah, you're kind of limited for options if you're
corporeal.
A baby
Corporeal.
Yeah,
like
you're kind
creative
of limited for
father
options
and
if you're a
mother,
baby,
fire
right?
and water. That's different.
Yeah, I understand that. Like if you're a child, you have limited options. It's not like you can just walk out. But when you have the options,
Well,
you're not obliged, as some people might impose from the scripture incorrectly, that you're like obliged to give them your time of day, pick up the phone and stuff. It doesn't say that. But go ahead, Jeremy, please.
okay, so yeah, I agree with if your father's doing what he's supposed to be doing, then you should be doing what you're supposed to be doing. Yes, love, respect, honor, whatever. But if he ain't doing what he's supposed to be doing, just based on the merits that he's your father and there's some hierarchy involved, or I don't know what you guys were saying earlier, but I don't think there's any. You don't owe them anything. No respect, no love, no honor if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Why? Just because they're your dad?
I would ask you how you define respect exactly. How are you like thinking of it?
You could understand that the
I don't know.
Obey is different because obey is
North.
Yeah, I wanted to tell you the obey is different from the honor, and it's in the same verse. So, children, obey your parents in the Lord. That's very explicit. So, them being in the Lord, that's first priority. Now, you only have to obey them if they're in the Lord, and if the things you're obeying, and the things you're obeying them in. So now, when it comes to honoring someone, you could look that up in the Hebrew, and I think just from remembrance, I think it's some kind of it's preciousness, that maybe highly esteem or something like that. Now, context maybe it could go either way, and both of you could have okay arguments, but to I would just say that understand that all life is precious, and though he be a wicked man, a corrupt man, whatever he's done, can he come back from those things? once someone is depraved, which is hard to tell when someone is depraved if you're just a person looking at them and there's no coming back from it. If the very creator has handed them over to their depravity, and if he hasn't been handed over to depravity and these things that he's wronged you or wronged the family, those things can be forgiven and atoned for. So it's not, you should look at it as a precious life. You understand your life is precious, and you understand you were done wrong, so you understand how precious life is. So I would go, from that aspect of it and just look at it as, this is my precious family, and I hope all the best for them in the future. The past is the past. So
hold on, can I go after North real quick, please?
Go ahead.
So Jeremy, it seems like you have a lot of animosity built up in you, which that's a whole nother conversation of its own, right? The fact that you have any hate or any animosity in your heart, you need to get rid of that. Even if your father was the worst man on earth, you need to get rid of that before you die. It's very important that you have no hate in your heart when you die. Another thing is, I understand what North is saying, to obey your parents in the Lord. I would say to that is, within the boundaries of the scriptures, of the commandments of Yah. If your father tells you to do something that's against the commandments of Yah, then obviously don't do it. Same with an earthly politician, and president or whatever. Like, if laws are passed that are against the commandments of Yah, do not abide in those laws.
Too many gods.
For instance,
So
for instance, when they say don't fellowship, you can't
Sure.
take them seriously because that's against the scripture.
Am I wrong? Is there just way too many names for the same God? Are you guys?
Well,
Yah is the abbreviated name. It's universal. Even the Christians use Yah and they don't even realize it. But anyways,
okay.
Going real quick. So Matt,
it's the same in families, right? Your dad has an actual name that his friends call him by. Your mom has a name that she refers to him by, a little pet name. You call him daddy.
But those dads exist.
Well, pretty much everyone says hallelujah, right? So
Right.
Yeah. So real quick, and I'll end it right here.
Finish.
When Messiah speaks about loving your enemies, this is what he says. He says, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you, that ye may be children of your Father which is in heaven. For he makes the sun rise on evil and on the good, and sends rain on the just and on the unjust. For if ye love them which love you, what reward have ye? Do not even the publicans do the same? And if you salute your brothers only, what do ye more than others? Do not even the publicans do so? But ye therefore be perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect. So this is a perfect example that even if your father does not love you, your earthly father does not love you and persecutes you, you're still to love him back, regardless. This is what Messiah himself said. Because even his own Father in heaven shines the sun and lets it rain on those who don't even deserve rain or sunlight.
Right,
It's
like Monsanto.
pretty simple.
But core there, or pretty important there, is that the love that's being spoken about is not, Jeremy, the like touchy-feely, oh, I have these things inside me that make me feel all gooey. That's not the love that's being referred to there.
Mm-hmm.
Love that's being spoken about is what is good for that person. Love is not always what's comfortable or convenient for that person. It's what's good for them. So what would be good for your father, even in the face of his own hatred towards you or his own disrespect towards you, what is good for him is for you to still be a good person to him.
Right.
It doesn't mean you have to subordinate yourself to a terrible person. It doesn't mean that you have to do what he says just because he says it or anything like it. What it means is you're responsible to, even in the face of evil, continue to insist on being a good person, not an evil person.
Yeah, fulfill your responsibilities in the law to that individual, regardless of how they behave toward you.
Wait a second. You guys do know that morals and ethics exist regardless of if a God exists, right?
I don't see how that has any relevance to what we're talking about.
Sorry, I'm just trying to put a wrench in the gears. You guys talked about this too much.
Okay, well,
Yeah, no,
you don't have
that's
to
an absurd
listen.
claim.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to what North said. North, with the argument that I was making about the honoring in terms of like actually looking after them by supporting them in their old age, that stuff. Isn't that doesn't Messiah touch on that with regard to what the Pharisees were messing up by causing people to mess that up by taking their money? Basically, I'm paraphrasing, but you know what I'm talking about, right, North?
Yeah, you were right on with your point.
Okay,
Yeah,
I just
it's
wanted to
yeah.
make sure that is what he was talking about in that instance with the Koran. I can't remember that phrase, that Greek phrase, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
you know, even
That
when
was
it
it.
yeah, even when it comes to, you know, the subject of loving your enemies or love those that hate you, um, when we take the entirety text into consideration, you know, there's a time for everything. There's a time to kill. There's a time to heal. There's a time for everything. I might love you so much if I catch you stealing something, I would rather you enter the kingdom without your hand. So I may cut off your hand, you know. But
Yeah. Or at least
the,
clip you
the
around the
love
ear a couple of times.
the love can get really deep, and love can hurt, you know. And you know, the wounds of a friend are that's love, right? But when we consider all of the texts, we know that, you know, David hated those who hated God. He hated those who hated Yah. And if they hated the things of Yah, he hated that. So there's a lot to take into consideration,
Yeah,
and
you need
one
some
day,
context.
yeah, one day there'll be those who bind their enemies with iron iron chains and things of this nature, and they'll have a sword in their hand, and those will be Yah's people. So when that happens, is that considered love? You know, love could be used with a rod, right? So
Right. I think that's why what the real Bob was talking about is important, because it's not the feely love, it's the scriptural agape is the Greek word, but it's basically the commandment love, which is the behavior. So just because they're your enemy doesn't mean that you're not still to do the commandments with respect to them and how you interact with them.
Exactly.
I didn't mean to cut you off though, North. Please continue if you had something else.
no, you're good, man. And so, yeah, you don't have to obey any man, no matter who he is or what uniform he has on or who he is in your family, or if he's against Yah, you don't have to obey him. And those things. Now, do you have to show honor in the order that Yah created? Yeah, and that's the simplest terms I could put it. I could expound, but I think it's been, you know, gone over several times. So.
Yeah, and I know it's kind of went a different direction, but before I think it was me, Clay, and Lion of Yah, we're talking about the relationship and the comparison between the father and the son's relationship being the creator and Yeshua, um, and how that compares to us as the creation, like mankind, as it were, and
Yeah,
how that
everybody
responsibility. Go ahead.
Sorry. You know, that's a hot topic, and everyone goes over that, and some people argue about it and debate about it. But I've tried to go over it for years with people, and you know, the text says itself that you'll know him as he is when you see him face to face, and it speaks of when that day is. But we have so many people, you know, presumptuously, I know to the very detail of exactly how it was, you know. And there's just some things that have not been revealed
Hmm.
in their completeness yet. So
Mysteries. Yeah, I think the actual aim of the conversation earlier was to kind of just it was kind of just a back and forth between the three of us, who were talking about what that would actually mean, like in the likeness of, and I pointed out one thing that I thought was important is that relationship is there, and you see it throughout, because like the relationship between the Father, the Son, and mankind as a whole is exemplified in a very kind of condensed way in the relationship between an actual man, a wife, and the children. It's all there. That responsibility, that the headship, the hierarchical relationship, the unity. The husband and the wife are in unity, same as the. But there's somebody that has the most responsibility, has the ultimate like decision making, being the husband. You see that exemplified in what it says about Messiah, right? He's the head of the church, and all of these ideas, and that's what I thought. Not singularly, like, as if that was the only point, but I thought that was a very important aspect of what it meant when it says in the likeness of, because
Yeah,
because they're talking about themselves and their relationship that's already established prior to any of us.
yeah, that's
But
pretty
then
good.
also the other things, right? Like obviously hair, like there's a body. Like people like to like people seem to get a bit triggered when we go, well, the father has a body. It's like, well, he's described as having a body in scripture.
The sun's in the form, right? And what does the form
Right.
mean? The features. And so you could go over that. I got a good one for you though. I heard you guys. I think you were in the voice the other day. You and Whitson and a few other people. You were talking about bees, right? So you guys were
Yes,
talking about bees. So when you look in the Hebrew, the word for bee and the word for words, like Deuteronomy, the words, and Deborah.
Yeah, I looked at that
Look at
one.
look at
It's like
look at
ordered motion, I think was the
yeah.
gist of it.
When you look into all that, it's very interesting. Now take into consideration this. Um, the scripture in the Old Testament says is speaking of the last days, and it's not that there will be a famine of food or famine of water in a certain time, but it'll be a famine of the word. And that word has many different applications, but yeah, even the bees are going to be few, and we see the bees falling off, now anyway, and they have been for a decade or two. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, even that and the words, but yeah, there's so many things to go along with that. But
It makes a lot of sense if like the reason, one of the reasons at least, that the bees have trouble is because of all the noise, right? And I think it's the same reason we have issues as mankind, is that there's so much deception out there. There's so much lies that to actually even be able to just clear your cranium and hear the truth is an actual feat. Like it's a physical and mental, like a force of will feat to actually get through that. So I think there's kind of a parallel there. At least I see it.
Yeah, I wanted to add to what you were saying, Elijah, because I agree with you that, we're used to understand the Father, or well, most people understand the Father to be invisible. They take that one verse in Paul's letter talking about, Messiah being the image of the invisible Elohim. But that when you actually break down that word invisible, it doesn't actually mean invisible. It just
Yeah,
means unseen,
it'd be
right?
akin to the same way infrared stuff is invisible to us. We just don't have the capacity to see infrared,
Exactly.
like with
And
our physical vision, obviously with a camera. But yeah,
yeah,
those kind of things, it doesn't take that much cognition to go, oh, okay, somebody's just interpreting that to their own means to make an erroneous argument.
yeah, because there's plenty of verses, especially like Daniel chapter 7 and Revelation and Enoch, that describe the Father, that have
Right, the right
anthropomorphic
hand sat on
features,
the throne, his
has
face,
hands, has
can't look upon
legs,
his face, all these things.
has clothing, has a vestment, has hair, has a head, right? Has eyes. And for the most part, I mean, I think he's being described bipedal. Like he has human features,
Yeah.
like his
This
son.
is like a magnificent, like even just, where the people get a bit weird about it with the geometries and stuff. But I think aside from the hooiness, that it's
Mhm.
important to acknowledge. Like Da Vinci did a good one, right, with the ratios and all of that. That
Yeah.
stuff is beautiful. So the idea of the form being something like a negative, and associating that somehow, where that the argument that comes up that somehow it's wrong to compare us like that to the Father is actually silly, because he says it of himself, right, that he made us in his own image, And the only bit that the argument would really hold any water is the actual nature of the form. The nature of the form is dust. But when we get resurrected, we don't get resurrected into an amorphous shape with no form. It's the same form that we have now, but a glorified form, not of dust,
Amen.
but of spirit.
Hallelujah. So with that being said, the scriptures describe him having hair white like wool, etc., etc. I used to take those verses, made in his image, like figuratively or metaphorically, like, yeah, we have his emotions. We have jealousy, we have anger, we have sadness, happiness. These are things that the Father also has. So I thought of it that way. And then the more I researched, the more I studied the scriptures, I realized, wait, like, what if the Father does have a form and he actually has a physical throne that he actually sits on?
Yeah.
That's not all figurative, that he actually has hair.
The only reason that becomes difficult for certain Christians is because they think they're living on a spinning wheel. The moment you realize that when Genesis said he created the heavens and the earth, and that if the earth is physical, so therefore is the heavens, the firmament is a physical structure and he called it heaven, then it's really not that hard to contemplate. Hold on. The Most High sits on top of heaven, which is a physical structure, and we're in the physical, like, part of that, the bottom part of that physical structure. Hey, he's actually there. He's actually he's not in a different dimension.
So I don't know if this is the same thing, but Bob was making a hell of a case the other day for the kingdom not being physical.
It's not a good case though.
We can move on to that subject, but
because
it was
the heavens are physical.
It was an excellent case.
Yeah, he was very adamant that perished in 2 Peter does not mean destroyed. However, when you look it up, the first definition is fully destroyed. But he was very adamant, against what the text really says. So I don't think he was making a strong case for anything, Jeremy. Just look up the word. I think it's the Greek 622. That word for perished that he was so adamant about so many times. That does not mean destroyed. Yeah, Bob, you may want to, check that out.
Well, before we move on to that, I just want to say I do believe the kingdom to be physical. It's more physical than Earth today. It has trees, it has animals, it has grass, it has, everything that we have on Earth today except more magnified. Anyways,
spirit is physical as well. It's just more so.
But going back to what we were just talking about real quick before we move on to other things, I just want to say that I think problem with thinking that the Father is like this ethereal, thing is that it goes against Scripture. But the reason I think Christians believe that is because Judaism actually promotes that. And if you look at the Kabbalah, the Zohar, and in Jewish mystical literature, the Talmud and the Mishnah, they describe the Father and they break down the Father into that of like energy, right? Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but I know most of you probably do. I'm preaching to the choir, but Einstein read the Kabbalah. He read the Zohar. That's probably how he understood the theory of relativity, or he tried to prove the theory of relativity and came up with the whole idea of space-time and all that. It was because of Jewish literature. With that being said, when the Jews break down the Father to just mere energy and electrons with no singularity, no pun intended, you're basically describing the Father in a way that is theoretical, and they try to break it down to he's just energy. He's just this ethereal source.
You know what it is?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would summarize it by being metaphysical obfuscation.
Exactly. And the Christians piggyback on the Jewish understanding of who Elohim is. And Elohim is not just electrons. He's not just energy. He's not just this, invisible God. And the idea that he is that, and I used to believe this. I used to believe that the universe itself, that existence itself was God. And that we were all part of God.
Yeah, that's the part of the deception, right? They try to put it as if you yourself are God. Like it's the Babylonian, like I think the Buddhists kind of summarize it to like the simplicity of what they're actually proposing. It's like there is no God but the God within. It's the same delusion that the snake tried to propose to Eve, right? That you will be like the Most High, or however it was phrased. It's the whole
Yeah, but
thing.
what
It's
if
like,
this is all happening? Oh, my bad. I thought you were done.
well, I was just gonna say it's like this self-worship idea. That's the point of it, right? It's like arrogance and pride and whatever. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Let me finish my
Okay, what
train
if
of
this
thought
is
real quick,
all happening?
because I was on a train and I'm almost done. I promise. So the idea that the universe itself or nature itself, the earth itself is God, which is what I used to believe, because I used to believe that God was all encompassing, that he was the universe itself, and that we were in God, that we were all part of God, which is kind of like the new age
Yeah, I
idea,
want to.
right? So with that being said, I didn't know what that was called. I thought it was just part of my faith. Little did I know there's a name for that, and it's called pantheism. And when you look up pantheism on Google, it says a doctrine which identifies God with the universe or regards the universe as a manifestation of God himself.
Yeah, but how do you know this isn't all happening in God's mind? You weren't there when he created this all. This could be going on in his mind. Why is that not just as valid as where you think he created
All
it?
right, well, let me explain. So, like, pantheists believe that the universe and all things in nature are part of God. For existence itself is God. The problem with this philosophy is that scripture states that Yah is set apart, holy, and there's no sin in him. Psalms 92:15. And for Yah to be part of the universe, he would have to be part of the same blasphemies and abominations going on at 2 o'clock in the morning on Main Street in the city. You know, so basically the prostitutes that are selling themselves, that's God, right? All the blasphemies and abominations going on in the world, that's God. It's impossible. God is set apart. There is no evil. There's no sin in him, right? And then when you look at even Newtonian physics, and I think somebody the other day was talking about this, was kind of profound. The first law of motion, or Newton's first law of motion, is like inertia. And inertia states that an object that rests must remain at rest until an external force acts upon it. And theoretically, at the beginning of time, there had to have been something outside of space and time to have sprung existence into being. And that something exists outside of us. And that something has to be the divine architect, the creator of all things, Yod He Vav He, Yahweh. So he actually exists outside of this because he created it outside of this. You know what I'm saying? So he can't be everything. For him to have created it,
Well,
he
it
had
may
to
say
exist
that in
outside
your
of it.
it may say that in your book, and if you're taking that as you know, as the truth, then yeah, I mean, can't argue with that. But I mean, I don't see why it's not just as valid to to say this could all be happening in God's mind or some kind of vanilla sky shit.
I mean, I've entertained that idea. I'm good. I'm on mute. I'm all set.
But it's kind
I
of
mean,
like the globe, though,
I'm not going to
Jeremy.
try to debate you on it. You know, if that's what your thing says, then yeah, I mean, you could go with that. I think there's other options.
I understand the want to consider other options, but something like this, the simulation or in the mind thing, is it's the same as what we deal with when we're talking about the Earth. They bring up this notion that's unrefutable or undisprovable, however, whatever the phrase is. That
Is
what
it
you just
look? Is it impossible that this is all taking place in the mind of God?
But how would you disprove that?
I don't know. How can you prove any
But
other thing
that's my
about
point,
God?
right? That's my point. It's only ever a notion that's not it's unfalsifiable. That's what I was looking for. So there's no way to falsify that claim.
Okay, how's your claim falsifiable? This is all speculation, bro.
What do you mean? Because my fundamental thing that I was gonna go to is just the idea that what was he talking about? That like the whole universe is God and God is the universe. That notion that doesn't make any sense fundamentally when you think of a creator, because it would be like saying that the guy who made the Porsche, the Porsche is him, or the guy who made the cabinet is him. There's clearly a distinction between the creator whatever the creator may be, is it the creator of the universe or the creator of an object in the universe? There's obviously a distinction between the creator and the creation.
Unless it's happening in your mind, right?
Yeah,
If you
and I
create something in your mind,
that's
then
not
it's part.
Right, like a lucid dream. In a lucid dream, you can create the landscape, whatever it may be, and you're creating it and you're experiencing it simultaneously.
Yeah, but that's a dream, right? And again, the notion that that's what we're living in, that's an unfalsifiable notion. Whereas, like, so
As your
that's
thing is falsifiable, right? Your thing's falsifiable.
Yeah, but it's a distinct observation. Like it's clear that whatever we are, however we like, you want to do this, what's true, what's not true, like, can we know things, whatever, like definitively, that we can have that kind of at a different time, perhaps, that discussion. I think it's a waste of time, but whatever, right? But we can at least acknowledge that everything we're looking at, however we want to define the intricacies of it, is quite clearly designed by a creator. And
and you don't know where that happened at, outside of the creator, or did it happen in his mind? And then in that case, we're all part of the creator, right? Everything.
Yeah, but it's not the same.
If there's one creator, there's no other option. It's all within itself. It's all one.
No,
there's different
there
parts.
is another,
I think
because
these,
it's
I think these dudes have been reading.
There's different aspects.
I think. My God, I think these dudes have been reading this book in sort of like I think they're all living in a dream, man.
One of the things that I would like to point out is, I hear this a lot from people when they talk to believers or so-called believers, it's that, oh, you believe it because that's what's in the book, or that's what your pastor said. And that's not the case with all the believers, right? I mean, we all have different experiences through life that lead us to the understanding we have at our current time. Now, some of those experiences could be embellished upon, and some of those experiences could be stretched. But if you're truly honest with yourself and you understand that there is a spiritual realm, and I think a lot of you understand that, and I think you've experienced some aspect of it. If that's the case and you understand that, then there is a spiritual realm and there's a physical realm. And to say that you're, all of everyone's individual minds are inside the mind of the creator and these things, there's a lot of things to cover when you're speaking about things of that nature. Now, is my experience going to convince you? No. In fact, there's so many things about the creator that said, if we're all living inside his mind and he's experiencing what we're experiencing, that would go, of course, directly against his word, because he cannot, be tempted with evil or tempt with evil, and you can't attribute sin to him. You just can't do it. If so, you might as well get rid of him, right? So there's so many different aspects of this, and I know it's gone on for a while, so I'll shut up. If you guys want to, go into more detail about it, I could, but I know some people are getting kind of frustrated.
Real quick, Blaze is about to do an Enoch study thing and live stream too, if you guys wanted to check that out.
How far did you get last time, Blaze? What chapter you finish it?
She's down there. She's down there right now waiting.
Ah, okay.
Just say to those that don't believe in a creator is that you're given an innate ability, and it's built into you. It's a genetic. It's an ability that you have that no other species on this earth can do.
I mean, I think there's actual physical proof of a creator. Like that part isn't even a question in my mind.
Of it. Yeah, you're a prime example of
This
it.
ability that he gave you, this genetic ability that it was given to you, was to be able to write your language down. To write your language. Okay? Put it to pen and paper. So you have the ability to communicate with the man that comes along in the future. So the man that's looking at your words in the future doesn't make the same mistakes that you made 10,000, 2,000, 3,000 years ago. This is built into your genetic code, that you have the ability to write your language. And so when
we
people say,
always
"Oh,
make
you're just referring to a book," well, that book has withstood, I mean, thousands of years of people trying to destroy what was in that book. So yeah, I feel that there's a little evidence in that book, just the book itself, just the words in that book, that they've been trying to destroy that book for years, thousands of years. But yeah, I just
at
look
one point they were using it as a.
your ability to
Oh, my
write
bad.
your
I thought you were
language
done.
and communicate it with your fellow man in the future, so
How
that
does
he
that
doesn't
prove
make
a
the same mistake
creator?
you. What's that?
How does that prove a creator?
Okay, can a bird write down language?
Well, no, but presumably the creator created the
There's not a
bird too.
species on Earth that can write down language.
Well, no, but there's species that were also created by the creator who don't write. So therefore,
Yeah, well,
how does
they were given innate abilities, like a bird can see farther than you, a deer can hear better than you, a dog can smell better than you. But yet you were given the ability to write your language down on paper, to write it down on rocks, cave paintings, whatever. You have the ability to write. And no other species on the earth has the ability to do that.
And when we get some definitive flat Earth evidence, some definitive shit, everyone's getting a Dremel, and we're gonna go fucking carve that shit in every rock we can find.
We already proved that. I mean, just because you ballers come up with fantastic stories doesn't mean we have
we
proven
don't need
anything.
to do that, Jeremy. The rocks themselves already do that for us.
Right? They already tell us a story.
But I like the idea. It's good, bro.
That's how you preserve something through the ages, right? And just because you can write something down, that doesn't. I mean, my parents told me not to do shit. The same mistakes they made. Guess what I did? I still made those mistakes. We just keep making these same mistakes over and over again.
But I think what he might and
You
don't let me
have
speak
an
for you,
ability to
Explore.
discern other opinions. There's not just one woman and one man that writes history.
But I think what you might be suggesting, Explore, and I understand why they might nitpick it, is this proof per se, right? They might be using proof very specifically. But I think you might be talking about the intelligence, right? The fact that we have the intelligence and that we are passing the intelligence on, that's intrinsic to a creator, because you can't just, I can't remember how to phrase the argument, but basically intelligence comes from creation.
My proof would be.
Is that what you were thinking? I don't want to speak for you.
I believe you were made in his image, and I believe he has the right to record too. He has the ability to record, but we were given that special ability for a reason. Okay, we were given free will, but we were also given that ability to write our language down, so that we could communicate with our fellow man in the future, so we didn't make those same mistakes that they made back then.
We keep making the mistakes, though. We keep making the mistakes.
But you have to.
We don't have
I
an
mean, you
excuse,
pick
though, do
your
we?
own rulers. You pick your government. You know, you have the most evil people in the world running the world right now. So I mean,
I
they got
wouldn't argue with you on that.
because
I
they
think it's a
failed to
mistake
look
that is a
at,
chosen mistake one way or another.
but they failed to
You
look
keep
at
making one
the
mistake.
Jesuits have been kicked out of 82 countries, but we allowed them right into this country. They walked in freely. They're hiding as a mailman, a bricklayer. This is exactly what John Adams said when he was the president. He was communicating with Thomas Jefferson. They're talking about how the Jesuits came into this country, and that no other religion on this earth deserves eternal damnation more than the Jesuit order of the Roman Catholic Church. So yeah, they failed to look at history, the history of the Jesuits. And we got them in this country because of freedom of religion.
Sorry, I thought you kept finishing.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
But in terms of proof, though, I think I kind of get what you're going at, and I wouldn't disagree. I just wouldn't necessarily present it as proof per se. I think it's just evidence in favor of, perhaps. But to
I
me,
wasn't trying to prove
the
this proof.
to me, proof of creation is just look in the mirror. Like, do you need anything more? I think it takes a high degree of delusion to look in the mirror and go, yeah, that was just accidental. That came from nothing.
I'll say it proves special
Proof.
creation. It's a proof of special creation.
Well, I mean,
For
special
me,
or otherwise, it's created, right? It's a design. It didn't come from nothing. Like, just wake up and smell the cherries or whatever. Go ahead, Jeremy.
That's right, but that's what I tell the anyone who doesn't believe that there's a creator. I say you were specially created. You were given an ability that no other species on Earth can do. It's actual proof. It's like prima facie evidence that you were specially created.
Oh, I think I might be getting your point a bit more, because not only do you have not only is there the creation in general, but that there's a unique aspect of creation within the creation. It's
Correct.
like a double point to, yeah, this has to be created, because it's not as if it's just a homogeneous, this will just like a probability experiment. There's a unique aspect of it that can't be probabilistically contained within the rest. Is that maybe more what you mean? I don't want to
You
just
don't see
making
monkeys
stuff up.
writing dictionaries and writing poetry.
Yeah, I think if
listen,
if I have you right, then
if
I'd be
you
in
had
agreement then. Go ahead. Sorry.
enough monkeys,
You're roboting, Jeremy.
if you had enough monkeys at typewriters, okay, we could write all of Shakespeare's work.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Well,
I've heard stuff like that, but where's the evidence? It's just a suggestion.
I'll give you billions of years.
Happen.
I think
Wait,
it's
say
just
again?
infinite mathematical randomness. It would eventually get there, but
I don't think they would. Even with infinite mathematical randomness, they still would never actually write Shakespeare.
No.
Because to write Shakespeare, like, let's just forget about all the gravel behind that story, because Francis Bacon was the actual author. But to write Shakespeare, you'd have to be Shakespeare to write his works. So the suggestion is weird that a bunch of monkeys could then in and of themselves go and create this unique work. Makes no sense.
well, not
my-
consciously, just randomly. I think is the point. I mean, it's obviously stupid, but if there's infinite randomness, infinite monkeys typing infinite words, then yeah, I guess.
But even that example in itself proves that it would never happen, because you don't have infinite monkeys. They don't live infinitely. There are not infinite resources to feed those monkeys.
Right.
Those infinite monkeys wouldn't have typewriters. Those infinite monkeys wouldn't stay in a room. And so it just wouldn't happen. It's impossible to have what you just laid out.
Yeah, I don't know why people are obsessed with monkeys, dude.
So I have my friend, he has this little dog, and he speaks Punjab. He's from India. He's Punjabi. And his little dog, he understands Punjabi and English.
I think he
Because I speak to the dog in English, he understands. He speaks to him in Punjabi, and he understands. The little dog understands both languages.
I don't think the dog understands the language. He understands like the context.
You may know your voice and stuff. I get it. I get what you're saying, but I believe the dog actually understands.
They can understand. Communication is 80% body language, and they can pick up on that. Also, the tonality and things like that. Yeah, the sounds you're making, but they can't speak, so that's evidence that they're not really communicating with you in that language. And about the monkeys, I think it's only one monkey in one typewriter. Maybe it's 100 monkeys in an infinite amount of time, and this can be proven actually. There's a website.
Okay, show me.
There's a website called the Library of Babel, where
It
does exactly
can
that.
never be proven. It can never be proven.
It does.
Because monkeys don't live for forever, so it can never be proven.
Right. Well, there's a website called the Library of Babel, which does exactly what this thing is claiming to do, the analogy of it, which is it's given infinite time. So it's going to do every random occurrence that there is. You can type anything out, like any sentence or any thing that you know to be a secret, and it's on that website. Like every single bit of text you could ever come up with is on that website.
So a computer did
But
that, not monkeys.
This is designed to be stupid, right? This discussion.
No, it's admitted. Whoever said that, Jeremy said it. It's a true statement.
You don't believe you have a genetic ability to write your language down?
I know. I do
It can
think
be
that.
true is if the premise is true in the first place, but the premise clearly isn't true because you can't have those parameters ever executed.
The thing is, if you have this, so if there's an
Yeah,
if
but that's the
statement, it's
point,
not a
right?
premise.
Yeah, but the premise is hypothetical, so it can never be a true statement.
Give you one miracle, and you'll explain everything else, right?
That
Well,
is a
isn't that
premise.
every
That the whole
statement?
thing is a premise.
Yeah, but a
But
premise
anyhow,
can't be true.
well, so yeah, I can. It doesn't matter. We're not going to argue about logic, but yeah, premises can be true, premises can be false, premises can be invalid. But none of that's important. What is important is what somebody said about the monkey and the chimp and all that kind of stuff. You know, there's a hypothesis called the cognitive trade-off hypothesis, where they're studying chimpanzees' brains and ours, and they say we're related, we have the same ancestor, and we have almost the same brain. The only difference is
you
the
might be
parts,
related to
the
monkeys.
parts,
That might
the
explain
parts
a lot.
that's fine. The parts that they use for, or that we use for language and communication in that way, they use that same part of their brain for short-term memory, in which they immensely surpass us in short-term memory, like instant memory, basically of an entire scene. That same area of their brain we developed to use for language, and obviously it's beneficial for us to do that.
Well, why would they?
just
Why would
be
they use it? Why would they use it to develop? Hold on, guys. Why would they use that part of their brain? Hold on. Why would they use that part of their brain to speak when they don't possess the body parts to speak?
What do you mean? Like the Lorax or whatever it's called?
Why would they use their brain to do something they can't physically do? They can't.
Well,
They
no,
don't possess the
it's
body
not.
parts to speak.
Yeah, it's not about speaking. It's about the language. It's about being able to communicate concepts and language and this sort of thing. This is what that part of the brain is used for. It's not really the making sounds with your voice. Like it could be just as true if they only wrote everything down. But I think the argument was, or the argument I think was that we came out of the trees and we were in like the kind of swamp grass. That's why we're walking up on bipedals, and they're stayed in the trees, and they have to have this recall memory, whereas we have to have this alliance with each other because we're like going from islands of trees to islands of trees. We have to communicate to each other. So they say that that's where the necessity came from.
This is all based on presuppositions, though, and assumptions.
It's based on
I
scientific
mean, I don't know
study.
if you've ever. I don't know if you've ever seen the William von Hippel thing on Joe Rogan. That was pretty good if you buy all that evolution crap where we came from monkeys, but
Yeah, it's
Well,
all based on
chimps came
stuff
from
that
this.
you can't ever prove. Like, yeah, we came from we came down from the trees. They didn't. Well, where's the evidence?
They still live in the trees and we don't.
Yeah, but that's based on
That's
the assumption that we were ever
Exhibit
the
A.
same thing in the first place. That's not Exhibit A. That's that's just assertion, dude. That's just I believe it, so it must be true.
Well, no, biology is a pretty deep science, and they look at a lot of things, including the genetics, which I think
That's interesting.
we have
but
almost
we're not talking about
95%.
biology,
We have
are we, though?
95% of the genetics as a chimp.
That's
So
not accurate at all.
it's not.
That's not.
Okay, what's the percentage that we have that
Mate,
are
they
the same chimps?
when they did those calculations, they chucked away reams of data and they just classed it as junk DNA. These comparisons they're making between different, like between us, mankind, and different aspects of creation, as if we have those high percentages of correlations, they're not true. They're manipulating the data to suit their own ends. This has been exposed.
I mean, look at the amount. if you broke a Bentley apart and my Hyundai apart, it'd probably have a lot of the same materials. Probably like 95% would be the same material.
This is
You
an
know
excellent
what's
point.
now what?
What makes
My
it
my
Now
high,
you
you
can
know.
tell these are built by the original creator of the car. You can trace them back, both cars, to that initial car.
A creator, sure. I go with a creator.
Yeah, it has to be made. It can't. It doesn't evolve from itself like you suggested.
You said what? Say again?
I don't know. Maybe you are a monkey, man. I don't want to just assume who you are.
Could you say what you said
I'm with
before
the
that?
I'm with the microevolution adaptation thing. Like birds could change the size of their beaks. Giraffe's neck maybe could get longer, I guess. I don't know. There's things in your environment that could, mold you over a long period of time. But I don't know about you guys take it a bit too far when you say we came from a ground squirrel or whatever it is.
I never said that.
A single-celled amoeba.
Wait, Coach,
After
you're a
the
squirrel?
asteroid hit the dinosaurs, the biggest mammal on the ground was the size of a rat or some shit, right?
Supposedly.
Yeah. There was
Yeah,
other
so we
mammals.
all.
So.
No, the
There's so
biggest
many
mammal
suppositions.
was the size of a ground squirrel, right?
Yeah, but there were other mammals. Like, that doesn't mean that we came from the ground squirrel.
Well, whatever. I mean, the fact you think we came from some kind of little tiny mammal running around is weird.
65 million years ago.
I mean, if you
How
want to
much
believe
time?
that,
How
I'm
much
on it.
time is that? Well, I mean, that's when you're talking about. You're the one talking about it. I'm just asking if
65
that's when
million
you're
years.
talking about.
Yeah.
You've measured
In
this
65
time, yeah?
years, in 65 million years, you think something the size of a ground squirrel became us?
Well, they had kids, right? So I wouldn't say that they became us. They had kids, and they had kids, and they had kids, and
Yeah,
they
and
had kids that
eventually
looked
here we
like
are.
monkeys, and then they had kids that looked like monkeys, and then they had kids that looked like Greeks, and then they had kids that looked like African Americans and Italians and Jews.
Yeah, and here
that's
we are right now. I know, yes. So eventually, one day they were a little ground squirrel size thingy, and now here we are.
Things evolve.
I mean, not like that. I don't. But that's an unfalsifiable thing right there.
Is it?
It's an
Like, because
Yeah.
they're a lot because they're a lot smaller than us.
No, because you can't make something evolve into a different species.
You can.
They've been doing a 30-year. They've been doing a 30-year evolution study. This one guy. Guess what he started? He started with bacteria. Guess what he ended with?
E. coli. Yeah, different species. They speciated.
Bacteria, dude.
Yeah.
Bacteria, bro.
Yeah, that's what he
Can't
was
switch
studying.
kinds, dude. You can't make another kind become another kind. That makes
It's
no sense.
unfalsifiable.
Well, all the kinds, like every kind, was a different kind before that. So, like mammals.
That's your claim.
That's just an
Yeah.
assertion. It doesn't mean anything.
Well, not really.
That's
You
your
have a reptilian
unfalsifiable
part of
claim.
your
You have to
brain.
show it.
No, it's not.
If you're gonna make
You
a
can
claim,
look.
you have to then demonstrate it. Otherwise, all it ever will be is a claim.
You can look at the DNA of the different things that are closely related and see what they have in common that other things don't. Even to the point, I think there's a virus that is in the genetics of every single mammal on the planet. So that shows you that there was one point in time on this planet. Shows you that there was one point in time where we were all descendants from one single creature.
That doesn't mean that.
You're just
No,
asserting
that
it over and over
So
again, dude.
so basically, like,
Begging the
so I mean,
question.
the Fibonacci sequence is pretty much in all of nature, or a lot of it. So does that mean I'm a flower? I evolved from a flower, like it just because I have a lot of the same DNA as, which is, just if I have the same DNA as some of like a monkey or a squirrel or a rat, it doesn't mean that I came from goop. And it you know what I'm saying? Like, microevolution is one thing, but macroevolution seems like quite a reach.
Yeah, let
No
me just
matter
go
what.
logic.
Let me just please go back to the car thing real quick. We have a creator. They made a Hyundai and they made a Bentley, right? They have the same 95% of the same parts. My Hyundai didn't evolve into a Bentley. It was just created. It was just
We didn't-
created using some of the same parts.
Exactly. We didn't evolve from chimps. You're making the same argument.
Yeah, I mean,
Chimps and humans are ascendants. Chimps and humans are descendants from the same creature.
Your
That's the claim.
argument
It's
is
not the claim that we came from
Creature that you
chimps.
have no
Hold on,
evidence
Elijah,
for.
please. Can I have 5 minutes, Elijah? Your argument doesn't follow though, because you're saying your argument doesn't follow because you're saying since we know we evolved since we have a lot of the same parts as the other thing. That's not always the case though, as in the car example.
No, so the claim is
the
different.
the car example would be an example of, I guess, somewhat microevolution to a certain extent. But I mean, that's a car. You know, that's our creation.
I appreciate the criticism to that example, but I must remind you that was your example, Jeremy. So, in reality, though,
go ahead.
It's not analogous because in reality, for instance, if I have a company and it's 23andMe, for example, I don't have to know who you're related to, but if I have enough DNA from enough people, I can tell you who you're related to because I can see how many matches your genetic code is with other people, and I can tell you that you're this person's brother or sister, and that this person's your parent. Okay, so if you can tell that two people are related as far as being brother and sister, siblings, or cousins, so either they have the same parent or the same grandparent, right? That means that you can do that going. With even more distant, a distant relative. So you go back to that's why they have different haplogroups and stuff like that. You can tell
I already
like
addressed
all
that,
this
though.
group of people, all these groups of people come from the same person like 2,000 years ago, and they can do the same thing with humans and chimps. They can say
Yes,
that
they
we have the
people.
same genetic code.
Elijah, can I please? Elijah, can I get 5 minutes, please? With Kosho on
Go
this?
ahead. But you should touch on that.
I don't
He's
think you're going to
putting
let me,
numbers.
but okay, thanks.
Yeah, I will. But
I know what I'm doing,
those
bro.
numbers,
Trust me,
numbers, and the comparison,
I know what
dude.
I'm doing, bud. I know what I'm doing, please. This isn't my first day in conspiracy land.
I never said it was, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Jesus Christ. Okay, just like in my car example, the Hyundai didn't evolve into the Bentley. Just you can't use that as proof because they have some of the same materials that they evolved from one another. Secondly, what happened when you went to Ancestry.com or 23andMe? Who'd you find out you were the ancestors of?
Both of the things that you just brought up are fundamentally flawed. I guess I can point out how and why, but what you started with the car and all that thing again, I'm making the same point you're making in that regard. That I'm not saying that the Hyundai came from the Bentley just because they have the same parts. What I'm saying is that the Hyundai and the Bentley come from a same single source at some point in the past. Obviously, that's going to have to go back into when cars were invented, but that's another point. But that's the claim: is that these two things have a common ancestor. Now, the other thing you said. Oh, right. Did I go to Ancestry.com and find out who I'm an ancestor to?
Who's your direct descendants?
Yeah, I don't have any direct descendants yet, dude. At least I don't think so. And so yeah, dude. But I did find out because
your point was fully refuted about because we're made of the same material that proves evolution somehow.
No, I
You
said
agree?
no. I said I didn't say this proves evolution. I'm telling you that evolution has plenty of evidence in that being that you can take DNA from two individuals and be able to tell if they're brothers and they have a common mother. And you can do this going as far back. You can do this as going as far back as you need to, given that you have enough data. And so you can take a human and a chimp, and you can trace how far back into since they were a single ancestor. They say it's about 7 million years.
No, you can take the DNA of a human and trace it all the way back till it was a chimp. I don't believe that's true at all.
No, we weren't chimps. We were not chimps, dude.
Apes, monkeys, whatever.
We and chimps, at one point, were not distinct from each other. We branched to become two separate things 7 million years ago.
Okay, what was that thing?
Was it, they call it a bonobo, or I think it's bonobo-like creature or something, or maybe us and bonobos and chimps are all related, and maybe the other things.
Bonobos would actually make sense. The way we act, bonobos would actually make sense. But I don't believe that you can ever take a human's DNA and trace it back so far that they're going to come from not a human. I don't know where you even get that from.
There's a thing called the Kohanim, Kohens. They were like a priesthood that, according to myth, were passed down by Moses' brother Aaron. You had to be exclusively father to son, right? So this can actually be genetically shown to be the case if you're a Cohen or not. Because if you're direct descendant, father to son or mother to daughter, there's actually there's an exact code that's not really, it can't really be fooled. Like there's the Y chromosome in the case of the male,
Okay.
and the mitochondrial DNA
right.
in case of the woman.
I
Yeah, so
understand. You can trace back. Hold on. You can trace back to where a human came from another human. Okay.
Yeah, you can trace back from where you can trace.
No
Typically,
one's
you can
doubting
trace
that
back.
happened.
Say what?
We're not doubting humans come from humans. You need to show the other thing where we weren't human.
Yeah, but you can trace back mitochondrial DNA from separate species.
Bro,
they have mitochondrial DNA that molecular biologists have done. That when it shows up, they throw the studies out because it goes against the paradigm. Because if you look up mitochondrial
hold on, so
Eve, you're talking about 6,000 years, bro. And that's
hold on. You're saying
for
just
them,
because
that's
there's
go ahead.
my bad. Just I'll bow out in a second. You're saying because we have some of the same DNA as things from the past or other species that we came from that species. This is the car example.
That we and the species are related, and you can trace that back once you find the original source of that mitochondrial DNA, for example. Like there's a thing they call mitochondrial Eve, which they haven't found. But if they find that mitochondrial Eve, like some creature, some remnants of a creature, that literally would be the first female that all humans are related to.
Yeah, and it goes back
they haven't
6,000
found it.
years. It literally does. It goes back 6,000 years, which to them was extremely unnerving. They threw the study out, bro. They suppressed the study.
Okay.
You look it up, bro. You can look here. I'll find the link. But what I'm trying to say is that they're trying to tell us that our ancestors were some primitive Neanderthal, Homo erectus, whatever, like caveman creature, right? Incapable of thinking like modern humans, when the truth actually shows that our ancestors, our counterparts, our primal counterparts were better looking, right? Their teeth were perfectly straight, more bone density, better physiques, taller people, overall better human beings than we are today. We are a decrepit version of our previous counterparts. Not only us, but every animal on earth today, from chimpanzees to penguins to dolphins. Their primal
that actually
counterparts were
makes sense.
healthier, bigger, better, and more genetically pure than they are today. Every single creature on earth today is more genetically corrupted than their primal counterparts. Contrary to what the science will show you, they'll show you these images on National Geographic of these ape men like that look like mentally challenged, right? That's not the truth. The truth is that our primal counterparts were capable of language and art and music, and were better looking than we are today in every single way.
Well, I got two things real quick. That actually makes a lot of sense because that happens if you keep making copies of things. They don't get better; they get worse. The more copies you make.
Really? Have you ever seen the Miss Universe pageant?
Hold on. The second thing I
Universe.
wanted to say was Kosho's ancestors definitely came from the Homo species.
Yeah, that's right. If you've ever seen Miss Universe or let's just go with Miss Universe, you'll notice that almost every time it's like there are 5 contestants at the end, and usually 3 out of the 5, if not all 5 of them, are Latin American women, very beautiful people. And you'll find Filipinos are actually very skilled people as well. But both of the Latin American people, Filipino people, These are people that didn't even exist 500 years ago. So they didn't even exist, and
what?
today
What
they're
are you
some of the
Dude,
most beautiful
what?
people.
What
Yes,
Latin
is
people
you
didn't
didn't know that?
exist.
You didn't
Latin
know that?
people didn't exist 500 years ago. No,
Latin
that's new.
America. I said Latin American people is what I said. Latin American. So there was Native Americans here. That's true. There was Spanish people in Spain. That's also true. But there wasn't Latin American people, the kind of people that
Okay,
win
where
the Miss America
exactly in your mind
pageants.
is Latin? Okay, where exactly in your mind is Latin America?
All of South America, Central America, and Florida.
And Mayans are just
Dude,
Native Americans to you? Not they couldn't be Latin Americans because they lived in Latin America.
Bro, you
They
know
were
that
Native
all of
Americans.
it's
They didn't speak Latin.
Dude, what you're saying has been is factually untrue. The DNA proved that there was people there in South America before the Indians.
Yeah, of course. There was people in South
You just said
America.
it was legit before 500
Yeah,
years ago. What do you?
they weren't Spanish people. They weren't Latin Americans. They were other Native Americans. So what?
What?
What are you talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know.
In Latin
you
America, you're
saying-
saying there was other Latin speaking people before the Latin people speaking people got there 500
Bro, I
years
don't
ago?
know I don't know what they spoke. There was people there though.
Yeah, they were called Native Americans and Native South Americans. And if you're talking about the Vikings in the north, that was in Canada. That wasn't in South America. But
We're not counting Canada. Let's not get crazy here.
okay, well, let's not get crazy and let's acknowledge that it's not true that just because we keep mixing people, we get uglier and uglier. It's not the case.
And no one said uglier. No one said uglier. Please
Yeah,
don't
you said
straw man
he
me
said,
and
dude.
say
He
it's
said
weird now.
Neanderthals were hot as fuck, and like there was.
Listen,
By the way, there was people who banged Neanderthals back then because a lot of Europeans have like 4% Neanderthal DNA. So it's true that
I
some
actually
people
have a
bang them.
story. I actually have a story from I don't know if you guys have watched that Lloyd Pye Everything You Know Is Wrong thing, but they used to they captured a Bigfoot once, and they said they were like they had babies with it and stuff
Yeah, it's
in like
probably
Russia or
Neanderthal.
something.
They find these humanoid fossils or bones and they apply skin to them, right? And ligaments and this and that using computer imaging. Bro, at the end of the day, it's an artistic depiction of what they believe an ancient human might have looked like. And I believe, and I stand firm that Neanderthals were every way the same as modern humans, except
They
better.
just live longer.
They lived longer, and genetically, even they can prove this. A 40-year-old Neanderthal looked like a modern 16-year-old, right? Like their youth was retained well into their 40s. They had better teeth, bro. They'll find allegedly 100,000-year-old skulls, bro. Where they look at their teeth, bro. They had perfect straight teeth. Now, yes, there's a lot of variables at play here, and I'm not saying that it's concrete evidence, but the fact is that they were better, bro. They were bigger, stronger, and
Yeah,
they
and
even
there's a
had
lot of
bigger
evidence.
brains.
There's a lot of evidence that a lot of stuff was bigger in the past on Earth. We had bigger animals. Animals were just generally bigger. There was a lot of megafauna on all the continents. So yeah, stuff was bigger. Bears, there's a short-faced bear, I think it's called. Things were bigger. Like I have no reason to believe that humans weren't also bigger.
Well, we weren't bigger. They were smaller. They were
Well,
much
you-
shorter.
yeah.
You
The
can look at
mainstream-
the bones. You can look at the
Kosho,
bones.
the
The
mainstream-
same bones we're talking about. You can look at them directly. And you can actually look at the average height all throughout time, and we're getting taller.
Look at
The
the doors on the
mainstream has
building.
gone.
Dude, it's just
Go ahead.
cherry picking bones from graves to make.
I was saying, look at doors on buildings and stuff. If you don't think giants ever existed, then why is the Smithsonian burying them all and like hiding them all from us?
Well, there are things that could be very misleading when it comes to this because there's a story from ancient Greece where Alexander used to, after he would conquer a town, he would have like some giant weapons made and shit and like left behind to like scare people. So I mean, but yeah, as far as things being bigger, I mean, the animals are bigger, Kosho. Why wouldn't humans be bigger?
Some animals are bigger, sure. Some are smaller,
Yeah.
sure.
Literally
Some are the
every
same
single
size.
instance of, we have dragonflies that were like a foot long. We have penguins that were 6 foot tall. We have orangutans that were like 18 feet tall, bro. Same thing. They were literally the same exact thing as the modern version, except primal counterparts. Everything was the same. There's no evolutionary change except their size. We're talking about millions of years old. Like, we had orangutans. We had all these species that we have today, except bigger, with no evolutionary change except their size. And then all of a sudden, we have all these other animals evolving for whatever reason that nobody can explain, how certain animals stayed consistent and the same for over through millions of years, and other animals evolved into a completely different species altogether. How can that happen?
It makes no sense.
It makes a lot of sense, actually. There's a
No, it doesn't. Just because you
yeah,
say
it
it
does.
doesn't
There's
mean
a
it's
claim.
true, dude.
Well, I'm about to tell you why.
Where's the common answer?
Unlike you, I'm going to provide the reasoning for my statement. Okay, because
provide
my
evidence?
statement is that there's reason to reason that it happens, and if you're a dominant predator, for example, you actually upset the ecosystem, and actually it gets corrected, and you usually something that has a dominance like that gets weeded out. Something that has like a large mass, like a mammoth, for example. A mammoth, for example, is much bigger than an elephant, and all the other large, massive mammals that were in the North
Saying
American
apex
continent.
predators get. You're saying apex predators get weeded out.
If they're like basically at our level, then yeah. Like if they're surpassing everything else to the point that they're making it unbalanced, that you'll see that the fossil record shows that it gets corrected, and those things don't make. I think sharks.
How do you
Sharks
think the
are the
humans?
only example I can think of.
How does that have anything to do with what I'm talking about? Where's your evidence?
How do you think humans are doing it? How do you think humans are doing as far as balance goes right now, Kojo?
I think we're about to be the arbiters of our own extinction.
Anyways, go ahead.
Continued.
Well, anyway, everything you said does not add validity to any notion of one species, as you call it, or one kind changing into another kind. There's no evidence for it, and just because you say it makes sense and then speak a bunch of words after saying it makes sense doesn't actually make it make sense.
Okay, so that's the problem. Is I think you weren't listening to this conversation. You might have made one up in your head, because we weren't talking about speciation. Somebody was talking about large animals and how things were large in the past, and everything was
Just
larger.
moving the goalpost, dude.
This is what we were actually talking about.
No, I was paying attention. The guy that you responded to earlier, Lion of Yah, and when we said it doesn't make sense, you then said it does make sense, but it doesn't. He was talking about a very
Didn't make
specific
sense. He was
point.
talking about
You're
about the
saying
large
that these
animals.
kinds changed into other kinds.
No, we were talking about how
Like
they were
evolution
larger in
says
the
that
past.
happens.
Stop moving.
Yeah,
man.
that's still nonsense. And evolution does not say that happens. You can't show one instance of that happening. They may say it happens. That doesn't mean it actually happens. I can say unicorns happen. What is that? Now what?
Evolution just says that it claims that there's genetic mutations throughout every revolution of life. Every offspring from their parents, they're going to gain not just information from their parents, but some random errors or some errors that are brought in by the radiation or all sorts of errors. And usually those are going to be mundane. What do you call that? Benign, errors or mutations, but very rarely those can turn into something that's advantageous or sets it aside from other things in their species. And if it enables them to either survive longer or better or procreate more than others, and pass on that same gene, then that gene is going to become more present in that said species. And if that's allowed to go on long enough,
Yeah, that's
isolated from the
microevolution.
rest,
That's microevolution.
but it becomes
That's
evolution once it's
microevolution.
separated.
That's microevolution. That's perfectly feasible. Yeah, giraffes get a longer neck. Birds get different shaped beaks to get the seeds better or whatever. Yeah, fine. They're still birds. They're still giraffes.
You can't envision time compounding on that same mechanism. Just the more time you have,
Yeah,
the more
maybe a
different things
human.
are become.
I don't know, to turn from an amoeba into a human. No, there's not enough time I can envision that. I also can't envision inanimate matter becoming animate. That's also something I can't envision, and also something you guys can't explain.
Sure, you can't explain to me. Never mind, I'm not going to say that. But yeah, that's it. That's irrelevant. It's not what we're talking about. We're talking about evolution
Well,
and
it's the
life
evolution
evolution.
of the evolution of things. Yes. So one day on Earth, there's no DNA, no animate matter. It's all inanimate, and then the next day it's animate. That's things evolving, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I've seen some crazy shit just last week. So I'm not. It's not outside. It's
Wait,
not
your
outside
argument is you've
my.
seen weird shit? You might have been dreaming or tripping balls on mushrooms, dude. What does that mean? What the hell are you talking about, dude?
I've been modeling some of these AIs, and I was looking at some of the models that they have, and I don't know if you guys know this, but that AlphaGo, that beat that person at Go, Google's model. Well, we beat that again. We beat AlphaGo, and at Go, so we're now better again. And actually, the crazy thing
Humans?
about
Hold
it is,
on, hold on. What do you mean beat?
Yeah.
Are you saying
Is that what?
humans?
Yeah, humans. Yeah, a person who's not even a professional Go player can beat the AlphaGo every time.
So what? Like,
So
how
what?
does? I mean, that's a cool story, but how does that relate to what we were talking about?
How do you explain
because
irreducible complexity, bro? And how do you explain like inanimate life becoming life?
How does
And with all
anybody?
the
How does anybody
intricate,
explain irreducible
with
complexity?
all the intricate things, even in DNA and like, how do you explain all that, bro?
How do I explain something that, by definition, can't be explained? It's a good question.
I'm saying like you need all the parts
Can I
working
chime
in
in here?
harmony. How do you get all the working parts working in harmony overnight from one creature to the next, or from one single celled amoeba, capable of asexual reproduction, to one, capable of reproducing
It all
with
happened in
itself?
one night.
Not overnight.
Can I explain
Billion,
what
billion.
my thoughts on this are?
What do you got, Linda? Let's hear it.
Well, I posted it in live chat while I was listening to Ian's talk. I think evolution is metaphorical for us because we did start it with a big bang and we turned into a little amoeba. We were swimming around in our mother's water sac. Then we became amphibious. And then we were born and crawled and learned to walk. And we were a Neanderthal as a baby because we couldn't speak. It's all metaphorical. But that's how it happens overnight, in my opinion, that they're explaining us in a metaphorical way.
Ironically, my bad.
No, go ahead.
Ironically, the proof that evolution's not real is in the DNA because there's if you watch that Lloyd Pye Everything You Know Is Wrong video, he goes into it at the end. But there's things with us right now that should absolutely not be there. Like the thing kids get, like anything like kids get, like leukemia, or I forget what it is. There's something where like that should not have been able to progress throughout humanity because nobody with that should have been able to reproduce, right?
Okay, is that a dominant gene?
I'm just saying, eventually nobody would be born with that because everyone would have died off, right?
If it was a dominant gene, maybe. Yeah.
If it's if you have that thing in you, eventually you're gonna get it, and you're not gonna be able, and you're gonna die.
Anybody who has that gene will die. It will die at a young age. What you're saying?
Yeah, I forget what the name. I forget what the name of it is. I'll have to go back and. How about you do your homework and go watch that video? I've been telling you guys for 3 years to watch that video. It's mostly Bigfoot.
Last time I watched it, yeah. Well, I love how you added that in there, man. It took away any desire I had to watch it because the last video you told me to watch. You already know what happened with that video, man. That Carl Monk or whatever.
If it's not 5 hours, it don't count. I feel you.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, you got everything wrong. I know. You don't even bother. Don't bother doing anything because you get everything wrong.
okay. Who'd you
I
say
just want
why?
Kosho to answer one question. So, Kosho, I just gave you prima facie evidence that you were specially created. You have the ability to write your language. What other species on the earth can do that?
We can do that. We can do that. I came in to specifically address what you called to be special creation, and I that's actually why we're talking about what we're talking about currently. It's because I had described how there's a hypothesis. I don't know how much validity it has more so than I saw years ago, but the hypothesis is that there's a cognitive trade-off between us and our closest genetic relative, and our brains are almost identical in composition, except for the part that we use for language cognition and kind of
I'm not talking about that.
semantics,
I'm talking about
and
writing.
yeah, writing or speaking or sharing information is it's all part of the same process, which is being able to have a cognitive model for conceptual you know, descriptions, so we can share information with each other without actually without actually experiencing it ourselves. We can understand somebody else's experience, and we can record our own and share and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's definitely unique, especially to the we have it. Plus, we have the ability to use our hands and write. So we have the two things that set us aside from everything else. That we have both those two things. But like I said, the composition of our brain and a chimp's brain, being that is the only difference, and that trade-off is that they have a short-term memory that far surpasses ours, and in the small
Well, that
scale,
could have been the. Hold on, that could have been the
Right.
trade-off right there, though, because
is
if you don't have to remember things and you're writing them down, maybe your memory, maybe your memorization skills.
that's
don't believe
the
you.
hypothesis. Yeah, you're
Like,
saying
animals
you're
can
saying
create.
do I have is that
I
direct
agree.
evidence?
All animals can create, or communicate with each other. I believe. But why do we have ability to write?
Not
No other,
quite.
no other species on the earth can write, or kind can write.
Yeah,
Their language.
dogs have just as much ability to communicate with one another as we have to
What
communicate
I
with
just
them,
said.
and then with
I said
us.
all animals, I believe, can communicate. I'm
Yeah,
talking
it's
about
not the same thing as
writing your language down.
yeah, language in general, language, and being
That's a
able
trait.
to
That's a
express
trait that
language. Yeah,
no other kind or species has the ability to do that.
yeah, that's what I'm describing to you. And by the way, we don't know that for certain because, like whales, for
How did we
instance,
evolve out of a
what
tree if the tree didn't know how to write in the first place, or a bug,
whales,
or a
for instance, could have an ability like that, but they don't have the ability to, like write it down because they don't have hands. So it's not true that we're the only ones that have.
maybe
We're
they
just the only
were
ones that have.
created to be a whale.
So what?
Maybe they were
So you're saying, except for
designed to
this
be a
thing.
whale.
Oh, so you're saying, except for this thing that can't do this thing, they can do this thing.
No, I'm saying that there's two things that we have that
It's a
says that we have the
genetic
ability to.
ability that no other species or kind has on the earth. Not one. Only
There
human.
are plenty of species.
I wasn't
There's species.
crazy.
There's other species that have either one of these two things, but we happen to have both of them. Is what I'm saying. We have the ability to
Which other
communicate and
species can
understand the
write
world.
their language down? Which
We
other
have the
species can
ability.
write their language down?
We have the ability to communicate and understand the world around us, and share and express our thoughts. And we also have the ability to manipulate with great dexterity the world around us. So those two things allow
I
us
heard what you
to.
said.
Yeah, but you didn't, because I
You
didn't.
said
I
that
haven't even
there's
yet
some
finished
that have
saying it.
both. Some that have both. Well, who are the other ones that have
Said
both?
we happen to have both. You wouldn't have. Listen, dude. I'm done talking to you, dude. There's a reason why you didn't hear what I said. Is because you talked over me. I said we are the ones that have both. We're the only ones that have both. There's other animals that have either one of those two. We have both.
You're
Yeah,
double speaking. You said
how
we
can you
are
not
doing
say
one, and you said there's some that have both.
if
There's
that's the
others
case?
that
How
have
can
both.
you not? Why wouldn't you say that chimpanzees came from humans? Maybe they used to have 2,000, 5,000 years ago. They used to have Super Bowl, and all the Super Bowl inbreds they got together, and out came chimpanzees.
Because evidence suggests that we didn't come from them and they didn't come from us, but we came from a shared ancestor. That's what the evidence shows. That's why.
So you're just, you're not answering the question.
I've already said I'm not going to be speaking with you.
We have the ability to write. No other kind or species has that ability.
Because we're smarter. That's why.
No, that's not why. There's ravens that are really intelligent. You can actually put a slit in the tongue of a raven. He can talk just like you. He can't think and everything like you, but yeah, we're intelligent. That doesn't mean just because we're intelligent, we were given an ability to write our language. That didn't evolve. That's prima facie evidence you were specially created. That's my argument. Because other species and other, animals have the same design features that we have. If I was a creator and I had a good design and I would install that in other animals and, I'd use the same building blocks, the same design.
But you said that didn't evolve? How do you know that it didn't evolve?
Well, I've never seen a dog give birth to a cat. I've never seen any other kind of animal give birth to any other kind but their own.
I don't understand why people say that even.
Writing?
Have you seen it?
Yeah, evolution doesn't dictate that happens. I don't know why y'all say that.
So again, how did man evolve the ability to write when no other animal on the earth has the ability to write? Write their language down. Share it with fellow monkeys. And nobody has an answer?
Oh,
I
I've
already
just
answered
never
you.
heard that.
Spoke through it.
Yeah. Kosho, I mean, he's aware of this theory I've heard something about before, and it's pretty interesting.
It's not a theory.
But I don't understand why it would be contrary
Is there another
to evolution.
kind or species on the earth that can write their language down?
So what?
Yes or no?
What is your point? What's your point,
It proves special creation. You were given that ability.
No, that
No,
doesn't.
it doesn't.
A bird can see farther than me. I wasn't given eagle eyes. A dog can smell better than me. I didn't get the nose of a dog.
That's not evidence of anything.
Sure, it is. These are traits that were built in genetically. It shows design.
There's
special
one of
creation.
There's one of one kind of species, therefore creation. That's an interesting conclusion.
I can't argue this. I mean, I've already given you prima facie evidence, and I ain't heard an answer to the question. Not one. And I don't think you can answer it. That's why it's prima facie.
Dude, it's encompassed in the thing I've already said and posted already. And I already said, dude, there's other animals that have similar cognitive processes as we do, but they don't have hands. There's other animals that have hands, like raccoons and gorillas. They don't have the other thing.
Right.
We happen to have both, which set us aside from everything else. So
right.
it's not that God made us special by that description. It's that we happen to inhabit we happen to inhabit the lives of the things that are the apex, right? So your dog, your cat didn't happen to get those cards. We got those cards, and so that's just the way it is. It doesn't mean that it was specially made for us. It just means we just happened to got lucky. We're humans. I don't know what else to say.
Has an amoeba ever turned into anything other than an amoeba?
I've never even seen an amoeba. I don't know.
Well, this is a part of your argument. You say an amoeba turns into a tree.
I've never said that in my
Eventually
life.
turns into us. Turns into humans.
The biggest problem with evolution is going from a single celled amoeba, right? If you go back in the evolutionary lineage, all the way back, right? How do you get the diversity of life today without somehow along the line intermingling species, right? And you're saying, oh, evolution doesn't say that. Somebody said evolution doesn't say that. It doesn't teach that. How can it not teach that when it teaches that we all came from one single celled amoeba? So somewhere along the line, there has to have been cross species reproduction going on, which is impossible. It's never been proven, right? Even amongst hybrids,
That's not
like
a claim, though.
when you reproduce a tiger and a lion, you get ligers. Ligers cannot perpetuate their genetics. It ends right there at the hybrid. When you mix donkeys and horses, you get mules. Mules cannot propagate their genetics. So
That's correct.
even amongst the same species of felines, right? You can't continue to propagate your genetics.
That's
Felines
not
are a
evolution.
species.
Yeah.
Felines are a species. So that's not
Well,
what
I'm
happens.
just,
It's not evolution.
but you understand what I'm
Two
saying.
species.
Regardless,
It's not two species coming together to create a new species. It's not one species turning into another species. It's a species growing out from so a new species being created from an older ancestral species. So one species, they're gonna eventually have kids, and those kids are gonna have kids, and your cousins and your second cousins, and eventually there's gonna be so much separation between this one family, start out as a family, that they're now unrecognizable from the other. And that's all speciation is. It's just a long enough chain separate from
yeah, but there's a single
the
source, right? The amoeba. It's our single common ancestor amongst all living things, including plants, including
Let
fish
me
and
give it
amphibians
a
and reptiles and birds. We all have a single common ancestor, which is the amoeba.
let me give it a little analogy. It'll take me just a minute. You've got grasshoppers, a little population of grasshoppers, and they eat green flowers, and they're right next to a big patch of yellow flowers. But the yellow flowers are not good for them. They don't eat them. And then there's one grasshopper, just a genetic mutation allows him to produce an enzyme that allows him to eat the yellow flowers. Now all of a sudden he's got an advantage. He has zero competition. All the yellow flowers belong to him. And then he has offspring, and they have the ability to eat yellow flowers. Well, that ends up separating the group over time. And another 1,000 or 10,000 years goes by, and there's been so many changes between those two groups that they are no longer the same species. They can't interbreed and have babies anymore. And that's sort of, I mean, that's kind of the quickest way I can explain my idea of what speciation is.
It doesn't really explain it because so we still get reproduction between tigers and lions, right?
That's neither here nor there. Hybrids has nothing to do with. Yeah, but hybrids have nothing to do with
because hybrids
with
are still
evolution.
genetic. They still have genetic components that allow them to reproduce, and even then, they can't propagate their offspring. Their offspring can't continue. Never mind,
That's not evolution, though.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
that's the whole point. Is that
jumping
those
1,000
species,
years,
like
but you're jumping 1,000 years. I'm only talking about within a generation. You just by extending 1,000 years doesn't make your explanation any more probable.
Yeah,
but the
But the reason
grasshopper
why
grasshopper explanation is more adaptation than evolution.
No. What happens is the argument that Left Lane's making is that change the grasshopper from a grasshopper to a lion instead in the same story. There was some point in the past where lions and tigers had a similar ancestor. This is why they're able to have an offspring. The problem is that their offspring is going to be incapable of reproducing. So this is the problem: is that at some point they're going to grow so different that either they can't have offspring at all, or they can have offspring, but they're going to be infertile. There's no way their offspring can create offspring, and so for that reason, they are now speciated from one another. And this is what would happen to the grasshoppers in Left Lane's story.
I understand all this concept, but that doesn't explain how man came from monkeys. because even if you breed the monkey out of something or whatever, it's still a monkey. It's not ever going to be a human.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that argument's coming from, because the claim is that chimps and humans were at one point in the past. We've evolved in the time that we've been humans. They've evolved since they've been chimps. But at some point in the past, where we both came from the same ancestor, and we were less human than we are, and they were less chimp than they are, and we were more identical at that in that stage in the past. We were, before we branched apart, became two different things. So it's just we went two different paths. They went that path they went, and we look like we do. It's just I don't know. It doesn't mean that we came from them or they came from us, though.
Evolution also has to follow the law of monophylogeny, meaning you always will be what your parents were. Your children and children's children, everything will always be what your parents were. So if you had a dog turn into a cat, that would actually falsify evolution.
You guys got some great stories, I'll tell you what. But we can get back to the
Nature's a
ball if you
beautiful
like, where you actually got some written down scripts that you can follow. You can go to
I didn't have an
Ecclesiastes
argument.
17.
I'll
Anyone
back
want to
out
read
of
that
it.
one?
I'll back out of it. I understand most people don't want to talk evolution with a biologist. Sorry, my bad.
You're a biologist. Explain how we have the ability to write. No other kind or species can do that.
Sure. Can you define what a kind is?
Yeah, I believe a cow knows what another cow is. I believe that the bull, he goes out in the field and he looks around and says, yeah, that's a cow. And he goes over there and finds a cow and they mate. I don't think we need to, just because of you want a definition of the word kind. I think everybody knows, even the animals themselves know what their kind is. I don't think a dog goes out and says, hey, I want to go mate with that cat over there.
So if I have a Texas Longhorn steer and a Japanese Wagyu steer cow, and they are non-fertile with each other, is that the same kind or are they different kind now?
I believe there's speciation within the different kinds. Yeah.
I'm not, okay, so kind is
Is it
bigger
still
than
a
species.
cow? Is it still a cow?
I'm trying to find out what the definition of kind is.
I told you. I believe other animals that we don't have to define the word kind. But I
Okay.
think we all know what it means. I think I know what kind means. Yeah.
Well,
Do you need a definition for that?
I have no idea what you mean by kind.
Okay, even animals know what kind they are. You can ask a second grader. You can put a dog and a cow next to each other and
That's
ask,
true.
what kind of animal is that? What kind of animal is that?
You're my service dog. What kind of animal are you? Did you hear that? He doesn't
You're a
respond
dog, right?
because he doesn't speak English.
You're a dog, right?
No, we were both mammals. We were both vertebrates.
So one's a dog and you're a human.
Okay.
Go ask a first grader and put a dog there and a human and ask them what kind is that and what kind is that, and the first grader is going to say that's a dog and that's a human.
So by kind, do you mean species?
No, speciation. A species is like there's millions of types of fish. A fish would be a kind.
So you're talking a kind is what's known as a clade.
Look, you guys put all these different names and subcategories and all that. I don't think the animals care. I really don't think they care. They know what their kind is, and I've never seen a dolphin give birth to a non-dolphin.
Right, because of the law of monophylogeny. You can never outgrow your phylogeny. No matter how many species go by, my descendants will always be vertebrate mammals.
Yeah, that's fancy talk for hey, you know, I've never seen a dog give birth to a non-dog.
I've referenced that law twice. Do you know what it is when I say that, or would you like me to explain
Look,
what
I
the
don't
law?
want to learn that, man. I don't want to learn that kind of nonsense, man. I mean, you really don't have to be smarter than the third grade to understand where you're living.
That's true.
Yeah, can't disagree with
You can
that.
figure your whole life out without learning the law of whatever you called it. All I know is that the dog knows where the male dog sees a female dog and the dog wants to mate with it. The dog knows what kind of animal it is because that's the only the dog knows. The dog doesn't go around trying to mate with parrots and stuff, and birds. No, they don't do that. They don't go. They don't even go after. They won't even go after a fox. I don't think. And that's part of the canine family. They did an experiment in Russia where they had these foxes. They took two foxes and they let them mate and their offspring mate, and they came up with all different kinds of foxes. That's speciation within the kind. All different colors, all different kinds of foxes, different foxes. But I've never seen a fox give birth to anything other than a fox. And if by chance that happened, the chances of that offspring going and having that same type of offspring, we've never seen it other than the tiger and the liger, I guess.
So if you ever did see that fox give birth to anything other than a fox, you have disproved the law of monophylogeny, and you have disproved evolution.
I didn't have to disprove evolution. I don't believe in it in the first place.
That's fine.
Okay, so
don't
you
have
agree that. So you
Sorry, go.
agree humans always gonna give. So you agree humans always gonna give birth to a human.
A human, right?
Hold on, let him answer that, please.
Now, give me the question again. What'd you say?
Not the other guy, Kool-Aid. A human's always, by what you just said, the reasoning would be a human would always give birth to a human, and otherwise all kinds of stuff would be disproved, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So so a monkey's always going to give birth to a monkey. A dog, like, how do you get evolution out of that?
By slow and subtle changes, such as the one Left Lane mentioned with his grasshoppers eating a different color flower. That is a perfect example of exterior pressure being applied to species causing a speciation event.
Yeah, but his grasshoppers are always going to give birth to other grasshoppers. There's never going to be a point where they're not grasshoppers. Otherwise,
Correct.
you disprove a whole list of shit. Yeah, so
Right.
how do you get things turning into other things like that?
Speciation happens within a population over time. It doesn't just happen between a mom and a dad and they give birth to a different species. It happens
I know, but if
within
a
a
monkey always
population
gives,
over time.
I know, but if a monkey always gives birth to a monkey, then you're never going to get anything that's not a monkey from a group of monkeys, right?
Yeah, if you look at our classification,
Left lane.
If you look at our classification, like he was talking about kinds, species, all this kind of stuff. You look at the tree of life, the genetically, you see that they branch out, and once you're a part of a branch, you don't change to a different branch. Okay, so if you look at the big family that we all come from, all the apes and great apes, I forget what it's called, but it's like something or other. I forget what it's called, but it means that we're always will be that. That will always be in our genetics, and that's always going to be, out of the greater branch that we're a part of.
Humans always give birth to humans. Monkeys always give birth to monkeys. Dogs always give birth to dogs. We know. We just went through that. Now, how do you come up with? Now, how do you come up with those things turning into other things given enough time? If they always breed their own kind.
Let me see what the kingdom thing is called. Hold on. I gotta
Yeah, you
go
better
look the
Google
whole
this.
the
You're
name
gonna need
of it
to
come
Google
from.
this one. We'll see in 5
Yeah,
minutes.
I just told you I forget what it's called.
The
They
answer
just we just got done going through the thing where Kool-Aid said if it didn't give birth to its own kind, it'd be in violation of all kinds of stuff.
So Kool-Aid, do you believe you have a common ancestor with a strawberry?
or a straw man.
No, there would have been a common ancestor.
Whoever said
There
straw
would
man, that was good.
there would have been a common ancestor. The division would have happened way
So you
long
believe
ago.
you came from a strawberry?
No. No. A strawberry is a plant that is alive now. The strawberry plant was not alive when the split occurred. That original ancestral organism is a monocellular organism.
So you believe you're related to a strawberry?
So what you're saying is you think an elephant came from a leaf.
No. A leaf and an elephant are both multicellular organisms which came from a parent that looked very much like them. They share an ancestor if you go far deep enough back into time.
Do you think you're a complicated rock?
You know, Kool-Aid, you destroyed the theory by single-handedly tonight, right? I'm not sure if these guys are going to agree with you, but what you
Everyone
just said,
caught it.
no
Everyone
species
caught it.
let me finish. Let
My
me
bad.
finish. By no species turning into another species, you just killed evolution, bro.
No, he was just
Single-handedly.
all he said was that he's speaking towards you guys saying one critter giving birth to another critter and it being a different species. Your offspring is always going to be your offspring. They're going to be the same thing as its mother and father. So that doesn't. So evolution isn't one kind giving birth to another, or one
Yeah, he blew.
species giving birth to a different species.
You don't
That's what
understand
he's
at all,
saying.
do you?
Yeah, I do. If we
He
go,
caught
if we
it.
go
He
back,
caught it. I didn't know if anyone else caught it though. A monkey is always going to give birth to a monkey. Human's always going to give birth to a human. So how do you have this
That's
evolution
right.
thing if it's all? Yeah, I know. I knew somebody caught it.
If
well,
you
if you go back,
Just
I
address
caught it. I
this.
was driving. I almost had an accident. I had to go in and stop.
I
Like I'm in
literally
the house now.
I just addressed this, dude.
I heard it spoke about. Are you going to interrupt me every time I talk? So let me know. Thank
Go
you.
ahead,
Me too,
Etsy.
but
So I heard it when I was driving, and Left Lane was talking about a certain bird feeding on a certain plant, and then getting an enzyme change and going to the yellow plant, and that somehow. I mean, are you guys serious?
well, let's go back to that.
well,
And I said something about another 10,000 years. There's going to be more divisions amongst that group, and then more divisions amongst those groups, and eventually you wind up with a critter that can't go back to the original group and interbreed.
But it's
And
always
that
going
is
to be a bird.
speciation.
But it's always going to
Huh?
be a bird
He
though,
just
because
said,
birds always give birth to birds.
Well, it could be. It could
yeah.
be. It might have been that little bitty green grasshopper that you find in your yard, and it eventually turned into the big brown grasshopper that you find out in the field that's actually able to
Still a
fly and
grasshopper.
eat flowers off the tops of the plants, and they can't breed with that little green grasshopper anymore. That's speciation.
So when are the
Bro,
It's
grasshoppers going to give
you
adaptation
guys think
too.
that you can?
a beetle?
Well, there is adaptation, but it's I don't know. I guess I have to kind of see it as a mix adaptation to environmental pressures. But you have this
Yeah, but
mutation that
basically what
enables
you
you to
are
do something.
describing, sorry, but basically what you are describing is that we all came from one thing.
So if I
that's
can
it. That's the
adapt,
But
ideas.
you're trying to say that we evolutioned into what we are
Different
today
things.
instead
so
of just being created into the things.
adaptation happens to a individual, evolution happens to a population group.
Yeah.
How you said nothing changes into anything else. So how, if every species gives birth to the same species, how could there be evolution,
Why don't you repeat
my
what you
friend?
said? Repeat what you said, Kool-Aid, because they are all representing it incorrectly. Say what that law that you said was like
The
the
law,
what it was
the
called.
law of monophylogeny. You will always be of the same phylogeny as your parents. Never outgrow it.
Same phylogeny, right? So it's
Do
true
you
then that
understand the implications of that? Do you
yes, I
understand,
do.
Kosher, the implications?
Yeah, the implications are exactly what I described when I told you that if you look at a tree of evolution, tree of life, it shows you that at any stage the tree is never going to intertwine with some other part of the tree or whatever. It's always going to stem back together. So if like us and chimps and whatever else, we all we all retain the the genetic code that we had from whatever we were previously. Like
Right. And what
we're
does
the
that
same.
mean? What does that mean?
That means that we didn't become something. We didn't become something else. We became something new. We just
What
have different.
became something else?
We have different.
What
We have different from the
became
other. We have different from.
something
We have
else?
different genetics. We have different genetics from the other things that are alive today, like the chimps. But us and chimps have the genetics of of our ancestor, the ancestors that we came from. So we retain that.
Listen, don't get away with this. Name me one thing that changed. Go.
And
Yeah, see,
human.
you just keep begging for answer to your straw man, and we try to keep
It's not a straw
explaining why
man.
that is. Nobody says that one thing turns
Well,
into another thing. Nobody says that.
Well,
it's
listen up,
retarded.
left lane. If you say that doesn't happen, that means, left lane, there is no evolution. Do you comprehend that?
But do you comprehend that you're wrong about that? Go back to
No,
my
you're.
grasshopper case.
Show me I'm
Go
wrong.
back to my
Show me
grasshopper.
I'm
Surely
wrong.
you can understand what I was talking about there.
Yeah, you were
Not that
talking
one
about
thing.
a grasshopper eating a yellow flower instead of a green flower. And the one that eats, and all of them eat the yellow flower. Now, one of them is going to get an enzyme. I listen very carefully. He's going to get an enzyme that's going to let it eat the yellow flower. And that yellow flower, you said word for word, is going to be all theirs. Correct, Left Lane?
That's the initiation of a speciation where one group gets separated from another group, and then now they're branched off. Each group is independent to develop new traits as time goes on, and before over
they
a period of
grasshoppers?
time, they can still be grasshoppers, but there'll be two different species of grasshopper.
I don't care if there's 25 million species of grasshopper. Listen carefully to the question. One species turning into another species. I want you to show me one instance of this in the 5 billion years that we're here. Go.
Fucking hell, man.
There's a lot.
I mean,
Kool-Aid said it.
Man, you're not gonna get away with these games, bro. No
There's
more.
no
Kool-Aid,
game. Not
Kool-Aid
playing no
said
game.
it very eloquently earlier. The dog always has a dog. The monkey always has a monkey. Birds always have birds. Otherwise, you'd be in violation of all kinds of evolutionary whatever laws, right, Kool-Aid?
Right.
Yeah, it's going to retain
Right,
its
okay.
ancestry. It's going to retain its ancestry. It's also
Okay.
capable of creating a new species.
Hold on, I
meaning
had
it's
a
not
follow-up.
able. It's not capable of producing the same species.
I have a question.
Okay.
Why do subway mosquitoes no longer breed with regular mosquitoes in a sort of a time frame that it's been? Is that the beginning of a new speciation?
Who
I don't
cares?
know. We
Does a
got
mosquito turn
pinned
into
to
a
the
fly
wall with
ever?
this.
Does a
Yes, the
mosquito ever become a fly?
The underground mosquito has
That's
been classified
ridiculous.
as a new species.
But when
Who
you ask questions
cares?
like that,
It could
SE,
be
that's
25
fundamental.
species of mosquitoes.
It's literally an answer to your question. That's why. Who cares?
No, it's not. No, it's not. A
Okay.
mosquito turning into another mosquito is not evolution. A grasshopper turning into another grasshopper is not evolution.
I think it might be beneficial to just learn what evolution is first, and then we can discuss evolution. Because when you just ask
No, it's
questions like
beneficial
a
for you to
mosquito,
learn
when you
that you're
ask
not
questions
going to
like
bullshit.
mosquito, when you ask questions, are you going to interrupt me all night, SC? Because it seems like you are, even though you had the same criticism towards me. All right, but anyways,
one at a time.
yeah, and I'll go this time, and you go next time, SC. Because I'm saying that when you ask questions like when will a mosquito turn into a fly, That's a fundamental. That goes back to what I said and what Kool-Aid is saying. The way I described it was about the branches. If you look at the tree of life in the past, you can say they all came from the same thing. But as those branches go and they separate, those branches aren't going to re-intertwine. They're not going to go and connect with a branch somewhere else or turn into another branch. They're going to branch off into new branches.
And most of those branches are. Most of those
Hold on,
branches
man,
are going to stop. They're not going to.
What the hell, man? Can I speak?
Go ahead,
Is it okay,
we hear
Kool-Aid?
you. Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
We hear you. Go ahead.
All
SE.
you guys could tap dance all night. You can bring water from 100 different wells. It ain't gonna work. You have to show one instance of one animal in 5 billion years turning into another animal. You don't have that, you have nothing. Nothing. Sorry.
You got us, bro. Evolution
Yeah, I had a
speak.
follow up.
Yeah, SE wins.
We know.
I had a follow up
Yeah,
with
He beat the
yeah.
redheaded.
Kool-Aid though. Yeah, I got a follow up with Kool-Aid though.
Send it, Jeremy. I got to go real soon.
So if monkeys always have monkeys as their kids, and that's like the law or whatever, and grasshoppers always have grasshoppers, and birds always have birds, then birds are never going to become anything other than birds, right? Because they always only have birds.
Exactly.
Right. Now,
And let them tap dance around that.
They moved the goalposts to start naming it different types of evolution.
the clade of birds will continue, and it might the
What?
What's up? Go ahead.
I think you broke up.
We lost it.
Kool-Aid, you broke up.
This is just like
I don't think
arguing.
I mean, I don't know how you think this helps. If a bird always has a bird and a grasshopper always has a grasshopper, you guys need to have those things turning into other things eventually.
I think the closest
It's
thing
never
that
going to
I can
happen if
think
they
of.
always have. My bad. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, Jeremy. I think the closest
go ahead.
situation that I can think of that's actually happening today is like the lungfish. And I bet if they trace that back, they would probably find at some point that wasn't a lungfish. It was actually a fish. And maybe that lungfish is in the process of turning into an amphibious lizard, more like.
Yeah, that
you know,
sounds neat. So the thing Kool-Aid said was completely wrong, and eventually you are going to have the fish. The fish's babies are going to have non-fish babies someday.
Well, they develop, traits over time, and adapting to their environment will lend to them becoming a land-based amphibious type critter.
So there should be some fossil record of that, right?
Sure should be, but that's what I was said
never found.
today or yesterday.
Ever.
It would be wonderful if all fossils were always preserved so that we could have a consistent record of everything that's ever lived.
Right. So let's get this straight now, what they said. No animal can turn into another animal. In other words, a dog will always give birth to a dog. A cat will always give birth to a cat. But now, their theory says that we came from a single cell organism in the water. So I hope everybody's listening that these people are just either they're lying through their teeth or they're completely lost. One of those two things.
Oh, but I went to the college and they taught me all this stuff and I regurgitate all their nonsense. I got a $250,000 education. Now they call me a biologist. Now I can make up a bunch of stories and use big words.
Well, some people can understand the
don't
processes
understand what
and
the word time
everything
means.
that goes on. And as I'm answering you, as I'm rebutting you, you're going to overtime me.
Yeah, don't overtalk.
They understand these processes and how these things could be possible. So it gives them a little bit different mindset on the topic against. I mean, I'm not criticizing, but if you really haven't studied these things and how these processes work and the process of evolution, which is it's very complicated from my perspective, what little bit that I know of it, I can understand how it could happen over a period of millions of years.
How, Left Lane, if a dog always gives birth to a dog and every other species gives birth to another species, how in the hell can that happen, Left Lane? Do you think you're talking with kindergarten people? Like, do you think you're talking with idiots? Who do you think you're talking with?
It all happened with a grasshopper being able to eat a yellow flower.
I have a question, Left Lane. How am I
Now,
supposed
you're
to get
trolling
past?
at this point, man. You're trolling.
How am I supposed to get
No, I'm
past
not.
my confirmation bias that won't allow me to think of other possibilities?
That can be a problem for sure.
Hey,
You have to
Left
be
Lane.
careful.
He's a biologist. Why was he asking me to define the word kind? He doesn't
Well,
understand a four-letter word.
Well, I hear creationists use that word a lot.
What's your
I think it's
definition of the word kind?
Well, I mean, I see a dog that I don't recognize its breed, and I'll say, "What kind of dog is that?" You know, that's just a colloquial term. It's not recognized like in the world of evolution or biology or whatever.
No, you can point at an animal and say that's a different kind of animal.
Sure, it's colloquial, completely. Yeah, that cat is a different kind of animal than that dog. You can say that.
Okay, but there are different
Like, bro,
different kinds of animals, and they speciate. Okay, like a dog will speciate. It'll make a German Shepherd. It'll make a Great Dane. But do you
Well,
think
that's
there
not
are limits?
speciation. Yeah,
Are there
that's not
limits?
speciation. But see, speciation happens over great, vast distance of time and many adaptations and genetic change
Okay,
that
so they can
happens. It's not something that just happens overnight. It takes a lot of time and a lot of change has to happen for a group to be separated, and then other adaptations happen, other genetic change happens, and all this, and at some point, if you follow their lineages, they get so separated that you can't bring them back together and be the same
How,
species.
Left Lane? A dog always becomes a dog, Left Lane. How
I
are they
didn't
going to
say
get
it didn't.
separated, Left Lane?
I didn't say it didn't. I didn't say it didn't.
So you don't agree with Kool-Aid then?
Yeah, I do agree with Kool-Aid. That's complete. What he was saying
And you're
was
double speaking,
in response. What he was saying is
Left Lane.
what he was saying was in response to you saying, "Show me one species turning into another," and it does not happen that way. That is a straw man, SE. Evolution does not say that. So you're asking that
No,
question.
you're doing
It can't
a
be
strong
answered.
man.
Your question can't be answered.
I have a better question for you,
No,
Left
you're
Lane.
being dishonest, Left Lane. You're being
No, I'm
dishonest.
not.
He said,
No, I am not.
yes, you are. Either you're being dishonest or you're agreeing and disagreeing with him. Which one is it? Because he said that a dog will always be a dog, Left Lane. That means, Left Lane, no speciation, and none of the stuff that you're talking about is possible, Left Lane.
Question.
Do
So
you understand that?
You understood that he said that a dog will always be a dog. Is that what you understood him to say?
Yes. That's exactly what he said. Yes.
What he said
A
was
dog
your
always will
offspring
be a
will
fucking
always
dog.
be your offspring. That
So
two
what does
dogs
that mean?
mate, they will have a dog, right? Two dogs
Just
mate,
like
they'll
an
have a
ape
dog.
will always be an ape.
Yeah, is that
What does that mean?
that's not evolution. It has nothing to do with evolution.
That's what I'm trying. Oh my God.
And
I don't
So
know.
your argument,
why is it
so
that
your
people are
argument
so
is
fucking hell bent on individuals? It's not
I hear
You are
somebody
individuals,
one
it's
talking.
shit.
populations. And
Somebody else is
Wait, hold
talking.
on.
once there's some
This out
other
with Left Lane,
population
please.
divide,
Because
then
this is
you can get
burning
a
my goat,
speciation.
man. Hold on. Can I have 5 minutes with Left Lane, please?
Oh, fuck, everything's boring.
Left Lane, do you agree with Kool-Aid that a dog always becomes a dog? Yes or no?
I did. That isn't what he said.
That's exactly what he said, word for word. Left lane.
No, that
There's
isn't.
people
No,
here that come back.
he talked about that your child, your offspring, will always be your offspring. Like a dog mating will always have dogs. Yes, that's what he said.
So what did I just say, left lane? What did I just fucking
You
say,
just
left
said
lane?
you said a dog will always be a dog. That's not what he said. He's talking about breeding and having children.
Yeah, reading. Yeah, you just said it too, left lane. You said two
that
dogs.
that has nothing to
What?
do with evolution. That has nothing to do with evolution.
Left lane. Let me try again, bro. Because you're not gonna get away with this. We can do this all night. You're not gonna get away with this.
I'm
If
not going to do it.
and a dog always give birth to a dog, right? You're with me now. A dog and a dog give birth to a dog always, right?
Yep.
Right or wrong? Yep. So how can there be evolution then? How can a dog ever, or any other species on this planet, ever become another species? Left lane?
Because that's not speciation, Essie.
Oh my
Let me try to
God.
steel man.
I hope everybody's
Left lane
listening to this. I hope everybody's listening to you double talk, left lane.
I see.
I'm
I
not
see.
double
Maybe
talking
they
at all.
I have
a
respect
dog
with
will
you, but
always
I
give
don't
birth
think
to a
I'm gonna
dog.
respect with you
But
after this.
maybe they mean that a dog will always give birth to a dog, but what we know as dogs slowly changes over time.
He says no.
Like
they say
with
no.
the traits adaptation.
Exactly.
What we define as a dog slowly changes, but like the dog's always giving birth to a dog.
Over a million generations, you're not
So
going to
what
end
does
up
the
with the
dog
same
become then?
starting dog.
Percentage? What does the dog become?
Well, that depends on whatever they're trying to claim and prove, right? But they're claiming that even though it always gives birth to a dog, over these like generations with the adaptation, that it'll become, if we just like took, a before and after, photo, that it'll become a different thing. But we still define that second thing as a dog. It's just like the definition slowly changes to fit the adaptation.
What are you talking about, bro? Do you listen to yourself talk? How can a dog that always becomes a dog slowly adapt and become a giraffe? How?
Would an environment have anything to do with it?
No. You have to show, in order for evolution to work, and excuse me for getting upset, because I hate people that lie and double talk. It really burns my goat. So I apologize to the audience. But you have to show one animal turning into another animal in order for evolution to work. And I repeat, never in the history of evolution of human beings have they ever showed that in the fossil record or anything. It's all talk and diagrams. That's it.
They like making plastic models of bones, so
They like finding
And I think
intermediary
Kool-Aid
species.
actually said that it would disprove evolution if it happened.
That's what he said. Correct. And now they're walking it back. That's why I got a little upset because I hate that, man. I mean,
Is he? You're saying I'm double speaking and basically calling me dishonest. I've been consistent in everything I've said. Nothing I've said is double speak, and I'm not being dishonest.
Are you a biologist?
No, but I'm educated.
Hold on. Let me rebut that. You said that a dog and a dog always give birth to a dog, and then you said that dog. Then you said that dog eventually could turn into something else, right?
Nope. Hell fucking no, I didn't.
Okay. Perfect. Now let's get that straight. So a dog will always be a dog, right? And every other species will always turn into another species of the same kind, correct?
You didn't follow my analogy of my grasshoppers, did you?
Here we go. Here's the double speaking now. I'm gonna expose you tonight.
No double
if you
speak.
continue
No double
with playing.
speak. No double
Yep.
speak, SE. Stop calling me dishonest. That pisses me off, man.
Well, it's pissing me off what you're doing, man.
I'm describing
if
evolution. You're describing nothing. You're describing something that doesn't have anything to do with evolution. It's absurd that you're even saying it after you've been told it 1,000 times that what you're describing has nothing to do with evolution.
So you don't understand evolution then, Left Lane?
No, you
either
don't
you're being
understand
dishonest
evolution.
or you understand. Okay, tell me what evolution is. Go. What is evolution? Let's start from there.
Change in allelic frequency within a population over great distance of time.
Now in English, what does that mean in English?
That means that some environmental or genetic pressures separates a population, and then the populations remain separated. Then changes happen in each population and results in the same thing. And over 10,000 or even 50,000 years, they eventually are so diverse and different from one another, from the originals that got separated, that they can't interbreed anymore. They're so genetically different that they are now identified as two separate species.
That's double speaking and so many freaking ways, right? Because you just agreed nothing can change, everything changes into the same thing, and then you went on in the same sentence and you said, well, over a period of time they change. So that's double speaking, my friend. Now another question: in your model, did everything start in a pond in a single organism? Yes or no, Left Lane?
I don't go that far back in it.
You don't go that far back, because you know I'm going to expose you, right? Left Lane?
No, you're not
you
going
know
to
your
expose
game
me.
is up, right?
Because no, my
Yes,
game is
I
not
am.
up, SE. SE, goddammit, quit over talking me. Let me defend myself when you're calling me fucking dishonest. I
Go
think
for it. I'm going to
everybody
shut up
hears.
until you finish. Go.
Everybody heard what I said. It was consistent, and it's not what you say I said. You're the one being dishonest because you don't understand what I'm saying, so you're calling me dishonest. I was consistent
Yes,
in everything
I
I
am.
said.
Because you said both in the same freaking sentence, you said things don't change into other things, and then in the same sentence you said, but over time they change into other things. So that's double speaking, my friend.
You're leaving out all the interim that I talked about, the populations having different environmental pressures and genetic change through mutation over time, great vast distance, many generations. They will be so diverse that if you brought them back together, the end products won't be able to interbreed. They're so genetically different and that means they're two different
So
species.
they changed, right? Left Lane?
Yes,
They
they changed over time.
Correct.
One trait at a time, many changes over a great distance of time, speciation.
No, negative. It started with one cell. Let me educate you, okay? Let me educate you.
You educate me.
It started with one cell in a pond, and that cell became many other cells, and those cells became an amoeba, and an amoeba became a bigger one, and then became a fish, and then the fish crawled out of the water. Now, if you don't know your story, don't say it, don't argue it, and certainly don't try to make other people look bad.
Don't try to make other people look bad, like the way that you're trying to make me look bad when I'm being completely honest and consistent in what I'm saying.
No, I'm exposing you for not being honest.
Yep,
That's what
see,
I'm doing.
There you go again.
For double
There you go
speaking.
again. There you go
Yeah,
again.
and I proved it. I proved it.
I see. Okay,
I'm disengaging.
Boys, let's
Going
just
on
dial
mute.
back for a second.
Yeah.
I see. It's possible that he's double speaking, and is like mistaken. That he's not doing it on purpose. It's not like that's not willful. For it to be dishonest, will be like it would require him doing it willfully, maliciously, right? So keep that in mind. And number two, it's possible that he's not double speaking at all. Maybe you're just not understanding what he's saying. It seems to me like he's saying basically, if you have a dog, right? Let's say it'll take a dog, and it always gives birth to a dog, but over time, let's say this kind of like a set of dogs, it's getting different traits. Whereas you have another set of, they were the same dogs to begin with. Maybe they're in a different environment. They're not getting those different traits. They're staying the same, or they have a different set of traits. Over time, he's saying that even though each of these groups of dogs are giving birth to dogs, that over time they're going to turn into even though we would still be defining them as dogs, like in the moment, contemporaneously. Even so, if you look at like a snapshot from before and after, they would be different animals basically, and they wouldn't have offspring with each other, and that would be speciation. Does that make sense?
No, left
But
lane.
how
I
does
mean,
this
no
apply
percentage. It does
to
not
man?
make sense. And I'll explain you.
I was just going to say, SE, how does this explain us coming from monkeys, humans?
Basically,
It
by
doesn't.
their
That's my whole point.
by their argument, we are monkeys, because monkeys
Yes, and
always
we're
give birth to
still
monkeys, but
in.
monkeys change over time, and we're always calling them monkeys. So they're basically saying
But-
that humans are monkeys.
No, correction. If these evolutionists want to be monkeys, they can be monkeys, but we're not. Okay? So get
I
that
agree with
clarified.
you. That's basically what they're saying. That even though
My
they
point
always
is
give
this,
birth to
guys.
monkeys, these monkeys change over time, and the monkeys of before, even though we call them monkeys now, are different from the monkeys of now, and we are the monkeys of now. That's basically what they're saying. I disagree
So
with it. That's what I'm
basically,
why are they
humans
monkeys?
are a
Why are they
species, a
monkeys?
speciation of monkeys.
Basically, yes.
That's what you're saying. We're the same kind.
If Left Lane wants to be a monkey, he can be a monkey. Okay?
Yep.
We're not.
He
Left
can
lane, would
go
that
for
be
Okay,
an
that.
let's say
honest
I
kind of
give you
like
that.
kind of rendition of what you guys are saying, you and Kool-Aid?
No, this has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, percentage. I don't know if you think that you made like a point here or not, but you made absolutely no point. You said a dog will turn into something that looks like not a dog, but that's not what they're saying.
No, we would
First
call
of
it
all,
a dog, but
Kool-Aid,
it would be like the dog of then versus the dog of now would be different. Would not be able to
but
have
it's still a
offspring
dog,
together,
right?
and therefore would not be the same species. We would
Is
call them
it
dogs,
still a
but they wouldn't
dog
be actually
percentage?
It's still a
biologically
dog.
the same.
And humans have always been humans. I don't care what they
Yeah.
say. We were never monkeys. We were always humans.
Exactly.
We're not
And there's no
we're
proof
not a
of otherwise.
species of monkey.
No, there's different species of monkeys, apes, gorillas. We are not any one of them. We are humans, right?
What's
And like I said, there is no record of any animal on this earth changing into another animal. And I
Our te-
challenge anybody to find me a record in the fossils of
I have
it.
a quick question.
Our
What's
our taxonomy disagrees with you, SC, because
What-
we are simians or whatever.
what's an F1?
Just a group of monkeys.
What's an F1 in a population?
Is it a monkey turning into a zebra? If not, doesn't matter. If you don't show a monkey turning or a fish turning into a dog, you have absolutely nothing. You can talk about enzymes all day long, DNA, mitochondria, blah, blah, blah. I heard it all. There's nothing. Trust me, I've looked. There is no record.
What is back crossing in animal or plant breeding?
Are you talking about someone breeding plants?
I'm trying to highlight the genetic diversity that's normal within populations and
You're saying
abnormal
they're
when
doing
you
an
interbreed.
experiment? Someone's doing an experiment?
I thought
Diversity
left
is
lane
not
was
changing species. It's just diversity.
No, it literally is. That's the whole point. An F1 is the highest variation of a differing parental offspring. That's how you get speciation. It's because of the mixing.
Was that done in a lab?
If the bedroom is a lab, then yeah.
But someone was
We get
doing.
mixing. We get all this complications in humanity. And you get all that with nature itself. That doesn't change species.
That's how you get changes in species, because you have new
Yeah,
combinations
but you're
of
talking about
genetics
changes in
to
species.
overcome the environment.
Okay,
That's
it's
how nature
adaptation,
survives.
a speciation, but that doesn't change the species to a dog.
Over time, it does.
No, it doesn't. Not according
are
to the biologist who spent $250,000 for his education.
These are the same biologists that told us that GMOs were going to be good for us.
Exactly.
Yeah. Don't you guys
But
find it
I'm just
funny? In
saying.
4 billion years that they say we're here, there's not one fossil record of one species turning into another. Not one.
What's an
In 4 billion years.
What's an intermediary species then?
Well, we'll know if we see it, right? Like a fish with legs, starting to form legs.
There's evidence of that.
I don't know. Yeah. In the fossil record, and don't
Yeah.
show me a lungfish that's been around forever or fish with legs. I'm talking about an actual record in the fossil of one animal turning into another animal.
Can you show us in the fossil record where the lungfish didn't have legs?
Oh, good point. Yeah. Yeah, I like that one. That's a freaking good one, bro. I'm going to use that one.
Anybody?
Yeah, show us back in the record where the lungfish didn't have legs.
I mean, you could just Google fish with legs.
Yeah, just Google it, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, show us where that lungfish didn't have
Google
legs.
the authoritative content. Yes, Google.
I want to point something out to USC. I don't mind you thinking different. I don't mind you having a different opinion than I. But don't call me dishonest, man. That makes me lose my fucking mind because I go out of my way to make sure that I'm not dishonest about things. And I appreciate it if you
I'll
wouldn't do that to me again.
apologize for that, but I lost respect in you tonight, Left Lane. I'm telling you right now, bro. I lost respect in you.
Well, that's on
But
you,
Left
SD. That's
Lane's
not
not
on me.
being dishonest. He believes what he believes. He's
He
not
has a
being
right.
dishonest.
No. No one can believe in the same sentence in two things, right? That's dialetheism. You can't convince me that you can tell me with one breath, a monkey always turns into a monkey, and then in the same freaking sentence, tell me that it changes. No way.
That's
Sorry.
cognitive dissonance, and a lot of people, 90% of the population have it. So you can't fault people for doing that.
Well, my
It is the way
apologies
it is.
then. If he has
He
caught
chooses
this,
to
I
believe that.
apologize. He has caught this.
Yeah, he believes that. So I mean, I don't fault him for believing it. I just think it's absolute crazy. But I have a right to
Bro,
think
how
he's
can
crazy.
you believe that, bro? How can you say the light is both open and closed at the same time, bro? I can't
Okay.
accept that, man.
So if
I'm sorry.
can both things be true at once, like over 1 million generations of dogs breeding? If you start out with a dog and you fast forward 1 million generations, are you going to end up with a dog, and will his statement still be true?
Yeah, but you're talking
I
about
don't know. You
ifs,
got
and
it.
there's no proofs. So
Kind of like the globe model.
Look, all this knowledge, as Kool-Aid said. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it's like the globe model. Like it's unfalsifiable. And you guys get these
No,
big
but this is
astronomy, biology, all kinds of stuff, and you're just not willing to accept, nature, natural law. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Let me ask you something. If everything was in constant state of evolution, right? Don't you think of the thousands of years that humans were around, there would have been some recording of this? Something? Like, seriously, man.
Besides the recordings we have?
What do you got? You got
What is he talking
recordings?
about?
Sorry?
Like, we have a record of it already.
You got nothing, bro.
Where?
You got nothing. Show me fossil record of this.
You don't have exactly what is he's asking for, so that means you don't have anything.
Look, the fossils doesn't mean anything. Doesn't prove anything. It
The
doesn't prove that
evidence
that
doesn't
fossil
show
had
anything.
babies. All you got is a dead pile of bones. That's it. You got a pile of bones. You don't even know if it was, you don't know if that pile of bones ever gave birth to anything.
We can't draw any information from that at all.
You can't prove it. All you have is bones. So you're saying that there's different fossil layers, right? and that there's layers in the earth and they're different ages, right?
I think what it would require would be sort of the desire to look at these things and try to figure something out about them and see what we could learn from examining these bones, and then we start recognizing, boy, look at that thing, that looked a lot like this other thing that we looked at, and bring them together and examine them and see how closely they might be possibly related and stuff like that. I mean, there's a lot to it. You don't just dig bones up and not give them any thought, not do any analysis or anything like that. It's just, I don't know. It seems odd to me that you wouldn't
What kind
be
of statement
curious.
is that, bro? What kind of
I
statement is
don't.
that?
It's just odd that
You
you
think
wouldn't
that
be
the biologist,
curious to look at these things and recognize some characteristics that they shared,
Well,
and
there's
see how they might be closely related.
I can to look at the bones and I can determine that there was an animal that had those bones, but I can't prove that it had babies
he
that were.
just said, bro. Bro, he just said that we should look at the bones and examine the bones as if paleontologists for hundreds of years have never thought of that. It's
That
like
they have, SE.
astonishing.
That's my
Okay,
point,
I'm
SE.
gonna
They
get out of
have
this
thought
stuff.
of this.
Left lane, you're really pissing me off, man. I'm out.
Wanted to use
Yeah.
fossils as proof of evolution.
Hey,
So how
Left
did you
Lane, do
determine
you
that these
believe
fossils
dinosaurs
were?
are real?
Of course they are.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they sure are. All right, there's an old buddy of mine that lives at Montana, and his neighbor has quit farming and quit raising cattle, and he's digging dinosaur bones. That's what he's doing for a living
Okay, you mean he's pulling
on his
fossils out of
property.
the ground or dinosaurs?
Dinosaur bones.
How old are they?
Obviously.
You sure he's not importing them from China and laying them in the field?
That's what my pastor told me.
How ridiculous. God
How did
damn.
you determine that those dinosaur bones were 65 million years old?
Left lane, my pastor poisoned the well, and I've cut off my brain to any other possibilities.
Yep.
I'm asking a question. You guys don't want to answer? How do you determine the age of those fossils?
Right,
By
and pulling
the
bones out of the ground doesn't mean they
dating
came from
column, right?
dinosaurs. Just because bones are pulled out of the ground doesn't mean it necessarily came from this concept or model of this idea of these dinosaurs that they claim. Could be all kinds of other creatures that those bones could be.
Let's all
I have a
agree
perfectly
that
formed
wait, hold up. Let's all
fossil.
agree real quick that there's bones in the ground and sometimes they fossilize.
Yeah.
I have a perfectly formed fossil. If I could send it to somebody and they could determine how old it is, because I know how old it is, and I would prove they were lying.
There's a grand fossil planting conspiracy afoot.
Anyways,
Well, I have
have you heard
suspicion with
about
carbon dating, so
Bone Wars?
Yeah, look into the Bone Wars.
yep.
I don't understand why you would want to deny the existence of fossils and dinosaurs. I don't get why that would be a thing.
They actually had to recall a whole bunch of dinosaurs. I don't know how recent it was, but yeah, they were just wrong. They're like, oh, you know what? This wasn't actually another dinosaur species. This was just a baby one or something.
Go ask your museum the
I don't know how
dinosaurs
you
that they
do
have
fossils
displayed
and come to the
ask.
conclusion that
I don't know. That Explore Flat Earth, you're interrupting a lot, man. Go ahead, Linda. Please try not to do that, man. I don't know if you can't hear other people or what, but please try.
I
not to
think he
interrupt.
might be cutting out or something or
Could
whatever.
be, but he's been doing it chronically for days. But yeah, go ahead, Linda.
But ask any museum, where their dinosaurs come from, and they'll tell you they're not. They're replications. They're not
Yeah,
the
a lot
real
of them
thing because
are. They do. A lot of them have incomplete skeletons, and they would actually do like plaster or plastic molds to build the complete dinosaur for display.
So in dinosaur bones, we believe, but fossil record of evolution, nah, that can't happen, right?
They're the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, you have evidence of things 600 million years ago, and you class them Tyrannosaurus rex, this, that, and the other thing, right? But there's no evolutionary fossil record at all. Don't you find that a little bit odd?
What are you saying? I mean, there is a fossil record. Why are you saying like there's not a fossil record?
It's not what I said, and this is why you're getting me upset. I said a record of evolution, left lane.
I would say
Evolution,
the
a
fossil
fossil
record
record of
is.
evolution, any evolution, anything.
Yeah, yeah. I would say that the fossil record is in support of evolution.
Show me one example.
You're wanting to see something that doesn't exist.
That does not logically follow. Because you dug bones out of the ground and some of the bones had chemically reacted with the ground does not automatically equal species becoming new species. That does not logically follow. Illogical, irrational statement. Please try to restate it.
That what you're saying there is illogical. That's not really what it
No, what
is.
I said
It's a lot
was
more
that.
to it than that.
Well, if it's a lot more to it, then yeah, you left things out and you made an irrational statement. You just
Well, I
admitted.
mean, I'm sorry that I can't go into. I don't have the knowledge to go into the depth of being ultra detailed about it. I know
So
that
you
the
have
fossil
faith,
record
not
exists.
knowledge.
We studied it in biology. We studied evolution in biology. We studied some things in the zoology and the evolution of life and how things change from one to another and this and that. But I don't have all the details that I can really talk that deeply about it.
So you have faith, not actual knowledge of the subject.
Yeah, there's a lot of it. Yes, sir. There's a lot of it because I haven't done it, I have to rely on information that I've obtained by the experts and that have been documented and all that stuff. I have to trust that's factual. And personally, I just don't think it's impossible, and you do, and that's the difference.
Yeah, but you know that the scientists, since you follow them, left lane, they don't agree with Kool-Aid, right? Because the whole thing of evolution is that everything started in a pond, left lane, a single cell organism, and then it evolved, and then voila, we have us. Now, if you don't understand that, left lane, maybe, I mean, there's something wrong there because I'm sure you must have heard of that, left lane, before. That's not the first time you heard that, right? Like you were playing before that. You never heard of this. Life started in a pond. You're a chemist, and you're telling me you don't know this? You haven't heard this, left lane?
I never said I'd never heard that, SE. I just said I don't go into that depth because I don't know anything about all that.
So you're a chemist, and you didn't learn about the first stages of life. Me, I didn't high school, and I know about it. And you don't know about it, left?
I'm not a chemist. What do you say? I'm a chemist.
And not a chemist, a biologist. You said you studied.
No.
My mistake.
I
Isn't that
study
what you said?
biology. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I study biology, but I'm in no way, shape, form, or fashion a biologist.
Okay, so they never taught you in biology that life started as a single cell organism? They never taught you that in biology?
Yeah. It's very rudimentary. The classes that I took, I went to a 400 level biology, but it didn't have to do with evolution or anything. That was probably at like the 200 bio 201 or something that was covered in zoology, I think it was.
Got you. I took the basics myself in high school. Okay, fine. So we all learned that life started in a pond, single cell organism, electricity, whatever, however it sparked it, right? Now, isn't it logical, left lane, if that's how life started, then a cell would have to evolve into another cell and then to another cell and then to a germ, whatever, and then a fish, and then the fish have to come on the land. Isn't that logical to assume that, left lane?
Not in rapid sequence like that. That's kind of the point of me talking about the grasshoppers and thousands of years of genetic change over time. before it would actually be considered speciation.
Yeah, but one species would have to change into another one, is my whole point I've been trying to make all this time, and you're skirting around the issue.
Yeah, like I said, really, it sort of gets gray in my head also to think about the process and what that was like, that they two things that came from one thing would become completely diverse from one another, that they would be recognized as a different kind of animal. We use the word kind in that. That's a gray area. It's kind of like talking about infinity and things like that. It's a little bit too deep for me.
No,
What
now
if,
this
what
is
if
where
I
I could
told you
accuse
that
you of
we came
either.
from a single cell? Sorry.
Huh?
What if I told you that we all came from a single cell and we was formed
Well,
in water?
yeah, I know. You talk about the process of develop fertilization to development and all that.
Well, that's the way everything evolves here. It's evolution.
Yeah,
That's the way
those
everything
are.
evolves here.
I think that's development, and I can relate that to the way that you're saying it. That each step of development is another layer that's been added over time, if you could think about it that way. And we've gotten millions of layers that have been added on top of layers that have developed from a single cell to what we are.
Yeah, but
You
I'm
don't see.
disagreeing with that because I think we were all created to be what we are, but we all was formed in water because everything in this world has one thing in common when it's formed or conceived or whatever, is water.
Yeah, I see your analogy and how you're relating that to what they call evolution. I do recognize that, and it's a pretty neat idea, but I see it and I appreciate it.
So left lane, back to the pond, right? Now this is why I got pissed off, left lane, because you are not a dumb guy by any stretch of the imagination, right? So either you're playing a game here now, or you're being deceptive. It's one of the, because I know you're not dumb, and I know you don't have cog this, right? And I know you understand if we all started from a pond, from a single cell organism, there is no way around that. One thing has to turn into another thing. There's no way around that. Do you
Not the blink
understand
of
that?
an eye. It's not something
I
that's
didn't say
not
a blink
the.
of an eye. I didn't say
It
a blink of an
takes
eye.
many changes over time, and I use the grasshopper analogy. That's how I understand that the speciation might be initiated, but then there's so much more beyond that I don't feel comfortable talking about, because I feel like it gets out of my realm of understanding. How, like you say, a grasshopper might be the ancestor of any kind of mammal or anything like that. It's yeah. I don't know how to drag that lineage out of that, but I can sure describe how a group of grasshoppers could be separated and speciation to occur within that population.
Well,
Yeah,
we're
but left
separated
lane, you
from our
went from.
population, so therefore that analogy works, right? So
I'm sorry, Linda.
I just said that we are separated from our population for how we think. So we
We're
are
diverse in thought, yes, but we still both have brains, and that's the fascinating thing for me is the diversity and how people interpret things.
right, but I mean I think humanity is that way. That this is the separation of humanity. We're all the same, but yet our minds are the ones that make us diverse.
Yeah.
Nature is different.
Yeah, and see that's where we have to separate the true characteristics of nature from just humans being different individuals. Makes it I mean, it's cool to sort of bring analogies like you're talking about the one cell and evolving through the process of development. And I see what you're saying there, and that's pretty cool analogy.
It has
But
to be like that. It's not an analogy, bro. In order for your evolution to work, that's the way it has to be, Left Lane. And I know you know that, bro. That's why I'm a little bit ticked off at you tonight, because I know you
Yeah,
know
but
that, Left Lane.
yeah, but he just believes the evolution as literal, and I think it's metaphorical for the creation of everything, because everything is created the same way as a little cell, and it forms into another cell, and it becomes something else. It becomes what it is supposed to be, and I mean, this is just the
that
way
not
I've
is
studied it.
and is that in itself not mind blowing? Forget evolution. I mean, studying. I mean, if studying how the body works and DNA replication and and how protein synthesis and the mechanisms and how all that shit works, it's mind blowing that
Of
every
course,
cell
it's
in our
amazing,
body
bro.
is processed. Well, I mean, if you really think about that, it's so mind blowing and amazing. We could almost deny that, because
Yeah, but
it's hard
that's
to
not the
understand.
point, bro. Left
Well, I
Lane, we
mean,
can
but why is
talk
it?
all night about the
Why can't
wonderment
we?
of life and yeah.
I mean,
Sorry, did I
but think
cut
about
somebody
that
off there?
too. Maybe I'm cutting out too. I don't know. I don't mean to talk over you.
Left Lane, we could sit down, have a couple of brewskis, and talk about the wonderment of life, right? But when there's a solid theory, bro, when evolution is like laid out and like bang, 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 I mean, you can't go against that, bro. I mean, there's no other way to say it. One life form has to have changed into another and another and another. There's no other way. It started with one life form, Left Lane. There's no way around that, bro.
Yeah, but you have to
Like,
add
I
on
hope
the
you're
time
tracking here.
and the thousands of changes within a population over time that would lead to two groups becoming so different that they just can't interbreed because they're so genetically different. That being called a speciation, that
Yeah,
I mean, I feel
they're
like
still the
the way you're
same
talking, you can
species.
almost get it.
And this is
Well, no, once they become so diverse and separated from one another that they can no longer produce offspring, that means they're two different species. That's what speciation is.
No, you're still not getting it, Left Lane. I mean, I'm astonished, bro. You're still not understanding it, bro. Why? Why is it so
Okay,
difficult for you to
we just
understand? It started with one.
well, yeah, I do. See, I get what you're saying, and we definitely got a brick wall on it, and I don't know. I see that we've come to an impasse on it, and we have to agree to disagree, and that's
All right, bro.
fine.
Let's
I don't
leave
mind disagreeing.
it at that.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Let's leave it at that. I mean, I can't say any more than that.
Yes, sir.
I just hope people listening understood what I said. That's all that matters to me, really. And if I got a little heavy-handed, I'm sorry, but you truly got me pissed off, Left Lane. Truly.
I didn't mean to.
yeah, you should all get along because I mean everybody believes something different. And
You know what? makes
Okay,
me mad.
I'll say something. But these
Is
this
this proof of evolution right now,
is
guys?
not
You
our
guys just have
belief.
Take the time.
This evolution's a delusion. It's a creation of man. That's why it's so false. I don't understand why you'd believe in something that is so disingenuous and rubbish.
You know what I'm angry at? I'm angry at like going to church and being taught that evolution was completely false and then arguing for the majority of my adult life that it was false without exploring it for myself.
Well, yeah, you can't say something is false without looking into it. I've seriously looked into this, like seriously, over years and years. It's not. I'm not just saying something out of my rear. Yeah.
But you were talking about, you were asking what alleles were earlier, correct?
Alleles?
Yeah.
No, I never mentioned alleles.
No, I did. He asked what evolution was, and I mentioned the change in allele frequencies.
Yeah, but you said you were studying for years and years, right?
Are you talking to me or Left Lane?
You were saying you had studied it for what?
I said I looked into this for years and years and years, yeah, and I never found any evidence in the fossil record of any, and I repeat, any species turning into another one. There's never, ever been anything on that, ever.
I think
And
his question might.
You, sir.
Yeah, Montreal. I mean, I haven't
find
looked too deep down that line, but you're absolutely right. Like nobody's ever found a common link in like evolutionary change for any species ever. It's all
But I
just
think,
based off of theory.
Ever.
I think what the gentleman's question was, you've looked for that, but have you looked in the definition of what evolution actually is? And if you had, you would understand what alleles are.
No.
Precisely.
That's one of those. When it comes to that, what evolution is, that's not clearly defined. So, like you're looking for an actual change, like in a speciation. Like it needs like just having a very slow progress. Like, see, like I said, this isn't my field, but I've looked into it, like a little bit, and I've heard a lot of things. But essentially, like all that is possible is already programmed within your DNA. Just like your DNA has, you have recessive and dominant traits, and you have genes that are either like turned on or turned off, essentially. So like the possibilities are already there. They're already programmed. They're just either inactive or they're active. And just because you see species changing slightly from here to there doesn't mean that you have evolution. This is adaptation. And so I think what you're talking about for evolution is actually the word adaptation, and adaptation doesn't explain how we became this out of monkeys or rocks.
Well, what about the grasshopper that a mutation happened that caused him to produce an enzyme that allowed him to digest the yellow flowers all of a sudden? Would that be adaptation, or would that be
That would be
a
adaptation.
positive?
Yes.
I don't think you're going to convince
I would
anybody
have to look further into it, but I would have to look further into it. But most likely, that's adaptation. Yeah.
No, that it resulted from a mutation that caused his protein synthesis to produce an enzyme that allowed him to digest the yellow flowers, and that came from genetics. That didn't come from a pressure. It resulted in a positive.
Are you sure about that? Because usually when the genetic sequence is changed, it's because of through radiation or things like that cause mutation.
Yeah.
Most mutations, in fact, I mean, other than this grasshopper, every mutation I can think of, and I haven't looked into your grasshopper, every mutation I can think of causes like death. It's like it's a bad thing.
That
It's
mostly it is.
negative 99.99999% of the time, right?
No, that's too big of a number. But usually I mean, I say usually it could be a negative mutation that could be lethal, or it could be a mutation that's benign. It really doesn't affect your ability to survive, but it might lead to something that gives you an advantage over the rest of your population, like the grasshopper being able to digest those yellow flowers. All of a
See, now
sudden,
you
he
would,
had all the yellow flowers all to himself, and
I think
nobody else was eating them.
Left lane,
the burden of
it
proof
sounds
here
like
is
you're
on the
scratching at the surface all the time. You're just scratching the surface and then giving that what you've read and also heard on TV or some David Attenborough documentary. It's not
No,
holding weight.
it's not documentary. It's classroom and laboratory. That's where that came from.
No, but it's
Yeah,
not
see,
laboratory because they're
the
not going to
burden
teach
here
you
would
stuff.
the burden here would be then on you, and well, not necessarily you, but people in the field. But if you're going to claim it as true, then it is on you. Now, you would have to show that this was not something just like a gene that was turned on or off like a switch, or that this wasn't an adaptation. You would have to show that this is like an actual mutation that benefited a species and worked its way through all of the grasshoppers to make them all adapt in such a way. That would be evolution.
No. That wouldn't be. What happened was he was able to eat the yellow flowers, and he had babies that could eat the yellow flowers, and they all had babies that could eat the yellow flowers, and they became separated from the group because all the green grasshoppers that ate the green stuff stayed over here, and all the yellow grasshoppers went over there to the yellow flowers, and they became further separated. And you add thousands of years, and there were additional changes that happened over time in both populations.
Wait. See, you just you said something. I have to stop you there. You said this took thousands of years. I told you I haven't looked into this case myself. So how do you know, dude? Thousands of years. Was there scientists experimenting? Do you have a control study for this? How do you fucking know?
I don't. It's an analogy that I came up to, a simple analogy that I could kind of give the idea of how this might happen. It's not something
you
that
made it up.
I.
You dug yourself a big hole by saying those words.
Oh
He made
man,
it up.
whatever.
Yeah, left lane analogies are illegal here.
Yeah, you can have an analogy, and
You can't claim an
try to provide.
analogy is a truth. You can't say that this is what happened and then later on say, "Oh, it was just an analogy I made up."
I didn't. I never said that this happened. I just, like I said, it's an analogy.
Okay, well, fine. It didn't happen. So what Montreal was saying is what Montreal was saying was that there is no evidence, no proof anywhere showing evolution, like showing like actual change. You gave us an analogy and tried to present it as though it was proof.
No, I didn't. I didn't just tried. I didn't say anything.
I didn't hear you preface it.
I did preface it. I said, let me try this analogy to try to convey the idea of what speciation is.
Maybe I missed that part, but I definitely didn't hear it.
Yeah, it's just an analogy. But did you? Let me ask you this: did you follow my analogy? And did you get an idea?
Now can you
how
show
this
that
might happen?
happening? Can you show that happening in real life?
No, I don't have it. We don't have enough time in our life to show that.
Would there be a way to show it? Like if you were to, I mean, we have a lot of understanding of genetics, and we were able to.
Well, I mean, what level of understanding in genetics?
I mean, so do you want us to just accept this based off of theory, idea alone?
I would think, like the ground level understanding, you would have to know what dominant and recessive means, what allele pairs are, what a Punnett square is, what genotypic versus phenotypic expression is,
Yeah.
Those are really just the elementaries
Dude,
of
that stuff is
understanding
covered.
how
That stuff is covered
genetics
in
works.
like sophomore year biology in high school. I think all of us have learned that, passed the test, and forgot most of it. But yeah, that none of what you just said like expresses this idea that you know what you're talking about.
Okay. I don't know what else to say.
Why do genes get mixed up so much in the next generation of offspring? Like, what's the purpose?
Diversity.
Diversity, maybe to overcome different environments.
Possibly. Diversity would give you a better chance of adapting to environmental pressures. For
What
sure.
I found is that breeders tend to be more evolutionists.
Yeah, I studied cattle quite a bit. I went all the way through the genetics and studied baldies mainly in discovering recessive and dominant traits and what you should and shouldn't do in breeding Hereford with Angus and stuff like that. But that's about the extent of my endeavor in genetics. Studied a lot about flies.
You ever see a fly turn into a bee or a wasp?
They're not so drastically apart that I don't know how difficult that would be to trace backward. I don't know.
Trace
That
backward.
would be an
I mean, like
interesting.
before a few generations back. Like, how many generations back do we go before the common sense person starts going, I don't know if we can believe that.
Like, why is there pygmies that are like 4 feet tall in Africa, and then the people in Iceland are the tallest people in the world?
Are they really?
Yeah.
Well, they're Norse, they're Vikings. That's why they were huge to begin with. So
And again, no, he's leading into this whole dominant versus recessive. All of that, whether being tall or small, is already programmed in your code, your DNA. All right.
yeah, and
Like,
it's all human.
whether or not you grow small or grow tall has to do with which traits are turned on and turned off, dominant or recessive, so on and so forth. Just because something grows tall or something grows small doesn't mean that it's evolution.
That would
No,
be
you
more
know
of
what
an
I just thought of?
adaptation.
You know what I just thought of for you, genetic? If anybody's like smart enough for this, right? Check this out, right? In order for the evolution thing to be true, right? That means that the code has to be in the DNA for that change to occur, right? That code has to be in there.
Correct.
So the
And
fish that turns into a dog.
that's why when there are when cancers and things like that, that's what we consider like genetic mutation is cancer. Cancer is death. Like genetic mutation destroys us. It's
Not always.
dude, only in theory do you have an example otherwise.
You know what
Yeah,
cancer
it's
is
detrimental
exactly?
to the organism.
Blue
right?
eyes, freckles, red hair, melanin content.
What the fuck are you saying? Just a bunch of random words to try to win?
Genetic mutations that didn't kill us.
Those aren't mutations.
Okay.
Of course they are.
You think blue eyes or brown eyes are mutations? Or red hair or yellow or blonde hair or brown hair? You think that's a mutation? Come on, dude. You're kidding me, right?
Yeah, totally. Can you? I just thought it would be a good long kidding trip to. No, I'm not kidding.
So you don't think that the maker put the code in for red hair, blue hair, red hair, blonde hair, blue eyes, green eyes? You don't think that's in the human code? You think that's a mutation?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
think that
Actually,
happened
if he
by
thinks he knows
accident, by
that,
a random
I
what?
want to jump the gun on this. Look, if he thinks he knows that, then what is the original human supposed to look like? What color are his eyes?
I don't know.
What color is his skin?
I don't know.
How do you know it's a mutation?
They do.
You're an idiot.
I mean, you guys are bringing a lot to the table today, I must say.
Did you have any rebuttal, or just calling him an idiot?
This is how you come in. Your first
I'm the
word
one
ever.
who needs the rebuttal. What, him saying yes? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I need to rebut that.
Your silly line of questions doesn't mean anything.
He's giving examples of phenotypic change that were the direct result of mutation.
Your silly line of questions
most
is not the
mutations
point you're supposed to address.
You didn't ask a question. I did.
Exactly, you didn't address it. You just went on to silly questions.
His answer was, I don't know. I don't know. I don't
Again,
know.
your
But
silly questions are not the topic.
He also made the claim that it was a mutation. How do you know it's a mutation if you don't know what it's supposed to be or where it started?
Is that your rebuttal? Is that it?
That was the point of my fucking line of questioning.
I see.
Make a coherent sentence or I'm going to mute you, Ed. You're not going to do this. I guarantee you. You're not going to play your game.
You're not going to do what? Get an actual sentence out of him instead of this nonsense and calling him an idiot, which you didn't address, by the way, SE. Good moderation.
Dude, you are, dude, I know we're not supposed to call people names, but you are seriously more of an idiot than he is.
Well, let's just see if we can discuss it further. That would
Ed
probably
is out
result.
of the conversation. We'll go back to civil discourse. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, let's talk about it. So he was talking about, blue eyes, blonde hair, freckles, red hair that resulted from mutation. So could you elaborate more on that?
Were you talking to me or the other gentleman, Leslie?
You're addressing because I didn't bring up the blonde hair or blue eyes being a mutation. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, the gentleman that brought it up. I was just wondering if he could clarify.
What?
We're talking
Clarify
about talking about blue hair, blue eyes, and blue hair, and blue eyes and blonde hair and red hair, freckles.
Okay, blue hair. That would be a mutation.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
new.
Yeah, so like the hair,
hair.
so your hair, like there's different types of hairs that humans have, right? There's like a hair chart. It's been a while since I looked at it because I was curious what my hair type was, and I was curious about my genetic background. Like I have thin hair, right? So I have thin hair and I have light hair. So I was wondering where that came from because I don't have thinning hair. I'm not balding, but I have thin hair. So why do people have thick hair? Why do people have thin hair? Why do people have curly hair? Why do people have straight hair? So you can look at the chart and determine what type of hair you have. Well, it's based on your environment. If you have thin hair, you're mostly from a colder environment because thin hair is an adaptation, a gene adaptation, mutation to suit.
Like bad skin. Like bad skin's an adaptation, right?
Wouldn't thick hair benefit you in a cold environment?
You'd
How does
think
that make sense?
You'd think that, right? That's what I thought initially, but apparently it's not. Apparently thinner hair is better in colder environments.
Apparently, how?
I don't know. It's been a while since I looked it up.
Well, you think about like just on a goose, the big thick feathers aren't what that insulates the goose. It's the very fine downy feather that insulates the goose. I don't know if that's analogous or not.
It is. Undercoat.
You guys are great wizards, man. You're fucking. You think you're on top of the game, man, but there's some of us here who are not gonna fucking buy it.
I'm not really trying to sell anything personally, but
Not
I mean
you so much,
these are.
Left Lane. No. These last guys tried to do their wizardry. You're in on it too, but you know we're onto you, so you're like cautious about it.
But the good question is where did all these differences in people come from, and how did they occur? Why did they happen?
You know, the nose size and your turbinate size and your nasal volume is directly related to the temperature and humidity of the air in the environment that your generations came from.
Trying to say it's a law. That's what we're trying to say. Natural law. That's what we're trying to say.
No, not a natural. I'm just.
Sounds like it. Well, it couldn't be any different than how you said it, right?
I think one of the most interesting adaptations are the Sharpas and the Mount Everest that those people.
Have you ever? Let me ask you this. Let me finish. I'll let you finish, but then I have a question.
No, it was just that they're able to tolerate the low oxygen environment better than the people they visit.
And there's Mexican strongmen too.
Do you have any case where the actual genome of a species has changed and spread out throughout the rest of its species?
Well, a genetic change is not contagious. It would be.
No, it would be genetic. Yeah, it'd take through breeding. So you would have to have one species mutate and then spread its more dominant gene throughout the rest of its species. Correct?
Well, it's offspring.
Or
then its offspring.
Or create a subspecies.
There you go. Yes,
like
sir. Absolutely. Yeah.
Like if a cow had two sets of balls,
give me,
right?
Give me
that. Okay.
So you get a subspecies that's different, and then they're separated, and then that happens again amongst the two groups that are already separated. That happens again, and you give it enough time and enough separations, enough change over time, you wind up with two animals that can't interbreed anymore, and they're two different species.
So you realized what you just said there, right? Left Lane?
Yeah.
But it could always be that a
So
genetic
why
change
did I
could
have to
happen that
pull
could make these
teeth
two
and get
species able to
upset
breed
and-
again, right?
Right.
You could always have a genetic change happen that would allow these two species to breed again then.
Breeding is not evolution, right? Like, because this is the only way that we've ever done anything like this.
Yeah, that was
man-made intervention is the only way anything like that's ever happened.
Yeah, that is a strong point to make, that breeding is not evolution. You're never, two ducks are never going to give birth to anything but a duck.
Yeah.
Right? That's
But
not
breeding is
evolution.
adaptation, though, right?
No,
Like
breeding is not
we created
evolution.
Breeding is
mules,
not
but
adaptation.
mules become infertile. Like they can't breed. God won't
Yeah,
allow it.
breeding is passing on your genotype to your offspring, and then those offspring having more offspring.
Yeah. So like we can mix a donkey with a horse and get a mule. But
that's a good.
But the mule is infertile and cannot breed.
That's a good point. And to me, what that represents is that at some point the donkey and the horse were at some point a lot closer together than they are now. but now they're so far apart they can still breed, but they can't produce viable offspring. But
Therefore, they didn't
so
populate.
they're not how much more change has to happen between those two species that they can't have babies at all?
Do you think that proves it though, that they can't have babies?
It's just an example, and it's something for me to think about. I think about that.
I mean, there are people that sometimes they can't have babies neither, and then they go to the doctor. The doctor gives them a bunch of drugs and stuff, and then we got quintuplets now.
Well, that's not genetic problems necessarily.
It's a fertility issue. You think there's genetic incompatibility?
No, it's not. It's not a species issue.
Do you think that donkeys and horses had sex like naturally, or that humankind had something to do with their, creating the
Oh,
mule?
definitely. Yeah, definitely. Humans produced the mule.
That's
There
right.
might have been some in the wild, but
you think?
But they weren't able to procreate. So either
So
way,
why have all the fun if you're not going to be able to do the procreation, right? That's what they're interested
yeah,
in. Responsibility.
that's
That's
it.
what animals want.
It's procreate and eat. But isn't that interesting though that there are two species like the donkey and the horse that can actually have a baby?
Yeah, they're genetically
It's the same
similar.
thing.
They're genetically
It's the same
similar, but it
species,
clearly
bro.
doesn't work in the long run, does it?
A
So
camel
if you
llama
look
can
at
do it, but it's stable.
But if you look at a donkey and a mule, or a horse and a mule, or a horse and a donkey, are those three different kinds of animals?
There's still a horse. There's still the same thing, like a wolf,
No.
a dog. You can have a Chihuahua. You can have a Mastiff. You can have a million breeds, bro. They're still all dogs. They'll
Well, but
never be
dogs.
cats. They'll
Yeah,
never
that.
be giraffes.
What
Well,
if a
see, you're
dog grew
taking it
hooves?
to the extreme there now. It's kind of getting off track.
No, it's not. It's to the
No,
point.
he's not off track. It's exactly the same as like how you can have so many different dog breeds. They're all dogs. You're not changing that. They all have the
Yeah.
same genetics. You're just turning
And
on
don't
and off.
forget who changed the
No,
dogs.
they don't.
The dogs
Now,
were changed by humans.
Yeah,
Hello, the
wolves.
dogs were changed by humans, not on their own.
I had a buddy of mine that bred wolves and Siberian Huskies, and they make gorgeous fucking. Some of them crazy. Wolf dogs. But I mean, but they were, and you could breed the half breeds. You didn't know what expression they were going to have because their genes were all mixed
Even
up.
the even the half breed has the same genetics. You're just turning on and off fucking genes, like gene expression. So like you're changing the color of their hair, you're changing their size, you're changing the length of their nose, you're changing the length of their tail. They're still dogs with the same genetics.
Yeah, are they all called dogs? Is a Chihuahua a dog and is a Bull Mastiff a dog?
Sure.
Ooh, here's something that's probably pretty important. Do you guys know that the vast majority of all the species that have ever lived are extinct? Like 99% of everything that's ever lived is dead.
That's what they say. I don't know if the number is that high, but yeah, that's what they say. Yeah, the vast majority. Yeah.
And so, like, the answer to a question like, where's all these intermediary species, right? Well, the idea goes that there is, multiple extinction events that killed off the ones that were incapable of surviving those conditions.
Is it crazy that you could also think of it from the other direction, where like there's only one successful hybridization that occurs, and then you don't need another one because it just carries on? So you don't see a big fossil record shift. It happens spontaneously. It's not evolution, not magical. It's just crossbreeding. It works.
I don't understand.
You know
what
what?
you're saying.
One
Talk about
example.
magic evolution.
I don't like magic evolution. I just believe in the power of love, and it will cross species.
I have a semi-magic evolution. It has to be said. This is the most amazing thing I think in nature, besides, right, seeing a child born, right? A caterpillar turning into a butterfly.
That's an interesting critter there, isn't it?
Well, that's a very known process called metamorphosis. Has nothing to do with evolution.
But like a nudibranch doesn't
I know, but
metamorphosize.
isn't it amazing
changes.
though? Yeah.
Nudibranchs are supposed to be evolutionarily connected to snails, yet they do not have shells. But in their process when they're developing out of embryos, they do all the snail things, and it shows that at some point they basically ditch the shell. I don't know. Doesn't that suggest that there's something getting its way? It's working its way out. It's like an imperfect species if you look at it. Okay, it's like asymmetric too. It's a weird.
I mean, it's a neat thing. It's definitely a neat thing. It sounds neat. I'll have to look into it more. But look, it's not what this conversation is about. This conversation is how did we turn from monkey into man? Or even better yet, how did silicon rock come from your Big Bang and turn into fucking coded life that has a speciation the way that it does?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I wouldn't use the Big Bang, but yeah, I don't know. Life's got to come from some fucking where. It's got to follow some rules. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, or not as good as mine. Maybe my guess is better than yours, but my guess doesn't come.
Better?
It could be, but I don't know that.
Yours is borrowed from fucking Discovery Channel.
Oh, you fucking think so? Do you? You think Discovery Channel talks Dr. Moreau bullshit like I do? I don't think so, motherfucker. Stop fucking trying to pigeonhole me. You don't know me or my evolutionary model.
Yeah, no,
which I wouldn't call
you know what?
evolution.
You want to?
It's all good. It's all good, bro. I don't care.
Yeah, I get that disdain. You might not follow the extreme, like the total mainstream narrative, but this is what Globers in general. This
Okay.
is like what they have to believe. Like you guys don't get to choose. Like
I don't know that you guys tag means that I'm a Glober to you. Is that what that means too?
Well, I didn't look at your tag either. I'm on the phone.
All right, I
Like,
don't
I'm
even
just
have it
saying.
on my tag. Does it mean I didn't even bring that shit up, dude. Fucking talking about fucking.
I'm just saying, if
nudibranchs.
you're gonna fight for evolution and you're gonna fight for all this other stuff, I already know where you
I'm
stand.
fighting not for evolution. I'm fighting for hybridization. That's my flag. I'm flying right fucking now. Yep. Here you go.
So all Globers are evolution, and
No, look, no, I can't pigeonhole every single one. But this is the problem that Globers do have. Is like if you want to fight for your ball, then you have to buy into all of the other shit that comes along with it.
No, you do know the majority of people on Earth are religious, right? They don't accept evolution. So what are you even saying?
I'm saying that either the experts are right or they're wrong. And if you think they're right, well, then you got to buy all that other shit. It might be
No,
fallacious.
you don't. There's billions of people who don't quote unquote buy it. They're heavily religious and they don't accept science.
All right, so you guys are middle of the road nowadays. You're no longer like fighting for the heliocentric model and the whole globe paradigm and NASA and all that stuff. You just want to like pick and choose your battles. Is that it?
Some people do, yeah.
How does NASA and evolution relate?
Yeah, that's broad stroke.
You don't think that they're somehow related? What about abiogenesis, like how life was coded in the first place? This is totally relevant to the conversation that we're having.
Well, I think this is points out something that mainstream model science, all that science says, and things that I have to be on that side of it. But anything that is science, that you're against everything that's science. Is that fair?
I agree. I'm maybe being a little unfair to each person as an individual, but as a conglomerate, no, I am fucking being extremely fair to all of you.
Are you really? Then how do you solve the problem with what you're saying, which is that the majority of people on Earth are religious and do not accept science?
Well, the United States is increasingly or decreasingly, however you want to say it, the percentage of religious people in the United States is dropping.
Right, but he's talking about today, how it is now, and that's not how it is now.
But I understand where he's coming from. It's just a little extreme.
It comes from misconceptions, misinformation.
Oh, it's because I'm misinformed. I'm the one who fucking been here, like, pretty much informing you about your mistakes. You came in here just a moment ago, like, talking some stupid ass shit.
Yeah, that's not a rebuttal.
Oh no, it is. You haven't said anything smart yourself, dickhead.
I just corrected you on your assertion that the majority of people accept science, which is just not true.
Yeah, I want to just apologize for using MF to talk to somebody. I shouldn't be doing that here. I don't think anybody else should. There's no need to do it. This is about some kind of evolved discussion. We don't need to call them big dickheads or anything.
Yeah, let's keep it civil. We don't need to swear at each other.
We have dickheads. We are not them. Right. Okay.
Tell
like
me,
this more.
give me your, like the guy whoever that was. Like I said, I'm not watching the chat to see who's talking, but whoever that was that keeps coming in, just wanting to criticize me without ever having anything of value to actually add to the conversation.
That's
Like,
me.
tell me what it is that you actually gave value.
I've pretty much never applied anything useful to any conversation here. So
That wasn't
yeah,
you, but if you're gonna speak up, I'm thinking you feel like maybe you are that person.
I'm just feeling like you're attacking me. I guess that's the way I feel.
I'm not attacking you. I'm talking about the dude, the European
The other
accent.
guy?
the
Oh, he's an
Scandinavian-
asshole. Fuck him. No, I don't like that guy. I'm cool. That's all I know.
Yeah, you've been cool. You have been cool. No, I don't know what he was, Scandinavian or something. Like that dude. Fuck him.
Scandinavia.
I'll back out. Like I think I did a good job here so far, but
You're
you guys
crushing them.
they're
You're like
starting
clobbering.
to.
They have nothing. They didn't have anything to start with, and it's just a theory, and they're just whatever. I don't know, man. What can they give you? They're not going to
Yeah,
give
they're
you
getting
fossils. They're not
butthurt and
going
they're trying to attack me and pigeonhole me into a place where I have to attack them because they're just being that dumb. Where there's nothing left to say but you're dumb.
But isn't the draw of this whole thing? Is it like what? What do we get out of this? Like, do we believe in genes, genetics, genetic expression? Does any of that shit matter to you? Does it is that real? Is that real science? Is it
It's
junk?
not evolution. Yeah, no, that's
not
real
evolution.
science.
No,
It's real
no, it's
stuff.
not.
It's real stuff. It's real. Like genetics is a real thing.
Cool.
Like,
Cool. I'm good with that, right? Like material
Yeah.
science is real shit. Like I can make plastics and fucking glass or whatnot. You know what I mean? Do I know about Big Bang? You know, that's some extended nonsense, right? But we're talking evolution is the extended nonsense. But we know is it for real that we have like that we know genes and shit that works and we're all good with that science?
Yeah, we don't know it all, but we have a fairly good understanding about how it works. And the fact is that no new code has ever been created. Every time new code, like the only thing they have is mutating code. So like breaking down code, destroying code that already existed. Every time that happens, it's a negative trait. It's something that destroys a species. It's something that causes cancer. So every time a mutation happens, we have a disorder instead of order. We start from order, and this brings disorder.
Okay. So I think maybe some of the terminology here kind of just makes it broke. But we know that life like can fuck up and it can fuck up triumphantly as well, I think.
Sure. Yeah, I
So,
agree.
like the platypus is like a pretty big fail, but also kind of a win. But you know what I'm saying? Like, there's certain critters. You're like, wow,
How,
how do you
how
even
is it a
hear?
fail? How is it a fail? The platypus is an amazing species. Just because
It's a,
it's got a duck-like beak doesn't mean it's part duck. You know, like that thing is and was. Like, how do you know where it fucking came from?
Lays eggs, doesn't it? Isn't that weird?
Yeah, mammal that lays eggs. That's freaked out. You gotta admit.
Yeah, it's a weird fucking species. You don't like. I understand how you can make connections and come up with theories and say that this must have happened. Prove it.
the
Prove
bitch
it.
Oh,
has
I'm
got
with you, bro. I'm
poison
with you
glands,
100%.
lays
Yeah,
eggs. It's got fur and it's got a duck bill. Like
But could
eh,
could it be an example of an intermediate right before our eyes, like the lungfish?
Could it be the creator was in a good, funny mood? Just saying.
what I mean,
Yeah.
I can see that the lungfish solves some kind of problem, but what problems is platypus solving for you echidnas or whatever? No, what are they called? Allotheriat? No, fucking anyway. There's some kind of goddamn mammal. Are they? Yeah, they are, right? Jeez, they can't. They got no shot at flying. Got a duck bill. Isn't that so?
Do you remember Lou, who originally put out that argument? The no new information argument? Was that Kent Hovind?
I think I don't know if he's the original one about it, but I know he does talk about it. Yeah.
I used to say that argument as well, but I think it has been refuted.
Okay. How?
I don't know. I just thought I'd point that out.
Okay. So you win because it's been refuted.
No, I'm not saying I win. I'm saying I used to say the same thing that you're saying.
I think they're good questions. I think they're good questions. We can't just say it's been debunked. It's been fucking debunked. By who? It doesn't matter. It's been debunked.
I'm just recognizing the argument source. I used to use the same argument. I used to say the same thing, but it's like one person. I think it's Kent Hovind that originated it. Because he also put forward. It might not be Kent Hovind.
Is it debunked because Kent Hovind said it?
Well, the guy that Kent Hovind is like
Hey, but even a broken clock, right? Come on.
You got to give us more than that. You can't just come in here and say like, well, wasn't it at Kent Hovind? Because I know the next step. Like, oh, all of a sudden you're a bunch of religtards, like fucking.
No, I'm just saying. I used to say the same thing. I heard that it was incorrect.
Okay. Thanks.
I'm just happy I'm the only one that believes what I believe. That's super. Had a good time with that. One day I might meet another person. They're like, yeah. They're like, oh yeah, things just crossbreed. That's crazy. I thought that thing too. I'll meet that person one day, and we'll argue. We'll never talk again.
Nah, we got him earlier. A dog's always gonna give birth to a dog. So how the fuck does your evolution thing happen then if that happens?
Oh, bro, I almost lost my shit, bro. I think I did a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Put him in a doghouse.
Snoopy shit.
Like a dog will always be a dog. Every other species will always be another species. I mean, the same species, right? But yet, they're going to evolve into something else. Like take head, bang on wall repeatedly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's like no attempt from you to steel man their argument.
No attempt for me to steal man. I told them their whole argument. I told them from beginning to end, from the pond. I even threw in the electrical charge that they say
your
started
argument.
the life.
That's your argument. You're not steel manning their argument.
I don't think you want the steel man because the steel man literally starts with the other thing that I mentioned, where you guys said it didn't relate. Like the steel man starts with abiogenesis.
So there's a gradual shift through generation.
That is correct.
Right? That would be the steel man to the argument of a dog always makes another dog.
Dogs will make other dogs. Yeah.
No, we have two arguments here, right? One guy said that a dog will always turn into a dog. A cat will always turn into a cat, right?
Maybe.
And then the question of, okay, if that happens, how can you have evolution then? You get the point?
Yeah, I can see what you're saying there.
So what's the
Yeah,
answer?
so-
You think you have an answer to that?
Well, both are true. Like, because in one generation, you're not going to have a massive shift. So you're going to say, yeah, this is still a cat. Clearly, there might be some subtle changes which you cannot observe. Over 1 million generations, you're probably not going to end up with the same thing that you started with. But over one generation, you're going to be like, yeah, clearly this is the same thing. But you can't say now, for 1 trillion generations, you're always going to have the same thing start to finish. Intergenerationally, they'll appear to be the same thing from the previous generation. But from
Perhaps you didn't hear. Let me interrupt you just for a second. I'll let you go. Perhaps you didn't hear what he said. The statement was a cat will always, always give birth to a cat, and another species will always give birth to another species. That's the original statement. So you see what I mean? you can't really go anywhere from there, can you?
You can't have things turning into other things, but then things always have the same thing when they have birth or whatever.
Exactly.
Like that doesn't work for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
You have a dog, it gives birth to a dog, and that gives birth to a dog, and then 1 trillion years later, you got dogs giving birth to dogs. I don't know what you think happened there.
Yeah, this is why I was kind of getting a little, emotional there with Left Lane because he was going around in circles. Was
This
somebody
is the one
talking there?
argument I think.
This,
Snacks got an echo or something.
Sorry.
What's up, Jeremy?
I mean, you can say they can't have it both ways, but we didn't know damn well they're going to try to have it both ways. So,
Well, as long as there's no genetic mutation happens, no change in the genetic code of that species over 1 million generations, it'll be the same thing.
There's mutation. Well, like there's copy errors. That happens every fucking time.
Yeah. Yeah,
Every
you
time
have
every time that there's
Copy
even
errors.
like
Copy errors.
preparation.
You're talking about computer code. Are you
You've got a
saying
random.
Are you
There's
saying you
apparently
can prove that in genetics too?
hold up. And then there's apparently like 4 genes that are just like a fucking random dice roll when you get born. No fucking reason for that.
You can't compare genetics to computer code.
DNA has been compared to computer code. That's
Well,
they
I mean, it
refer
can be
to it as
compared,
that.
but not in that way. It can't be a 1-to-1 fucking comparison.
It's
Well,
its own like number system. It's its own like shit that it does. Man, I don't know.
You can't make that your proof. You can't say because it happens with computer code that it also happens with genetics. You have to show how it happens with genetics.
Well, that's like if I have a CD and I'm making a copy of Windows, I'm going to get a copy of Windows, right? All the way until there's a copy error, and then it's not going to function for me, and I get blistered and death.
Right.
Right.
And then
It's
it
not going to
dies.
change in
And
the
then
Windows
it fucking dies,
2.0.
dude.
Right.
Yeah, can you envision a code like Windows getting zapped by radiate, whatever?
It's like some short circuits.
And changing. Let me finish, please, bro. It's gonna take me 2 seconds. And changing the code, right? So Windows becomes a game, like that's what they're talking about. Windows becomes Doom, let's say, after a while, after years of evolution. That's what they're saying.
I used to have the same arguments until I got into plant breeding.
You get into what?
Can Donkey Kong ever become, I don't know, World of Warcraft?
Have you ever seen where they take Sonic the Hedgehog and they put him in Mario Brothers world, into the Mario Brothers world?
They mix them up, yeah.
Yeah. Well, where's the donkey?
But he's
Right?
still Mario Brother, no? Sorry?
There are donkeys.
Yeah, they are.
No, I'm saying that like aren't like donkeys like are not really a natural species.
Yeah, man-made, mixed. I think. Well, I know the mule. I'm not sure how they did the donkey. Does anybody know?
No,
Yeah, but I'm sure it started off
the
with a
horse
wild
and the
horse.
donkey. The
Yeah.
horse and the donkey made the mule, and it was through human intervention. I don't know the whole story about it, but yeah, that's just like how they're obviously genetically similar enough where they can breed, but they're not able. Then their offspring are not able to breed. So, it's like one of those checks and balances that I'm not even a big God person, but the creator must have put that in. Like, it's like, don't fuck with my code, man.
Yeah, but how do you know it was a creator that did it?
It would have to be, bro. If the more you look at science, the more you look how biology is and how stuff is irreducible complexity, how systems work with each other. There's no way that we could have evolved from something. It would have to be a creature made whole. Like you can't have something that doesn't have eyes or doesn't have ears or doesn't have a heart. All that has to be made together for that organism to function.
It has to continually be that way. Like even like a computer that has, crystals in the microchips and certain metals and wires and everything that makes a computer work. But in order to like, let's say design a Mario Brothers video game, you have to actually design the game. You can't just take some dirt that has some minerals in it and some metals in it and throw it on a table and just assume that it's going to create Mario Brothers. Like you need more than just the base materials. You need an actual organization and orchestration of a creative process to actually manifest things.
But Gio, like let's say we just switch the tile sets. If we just switch the tile sets, we keep the game logic of Super Mario Brothers and we switch out and we make it Mega Man. That'll work. It doesn't incorporate all of the things that Mega Man can do, but it will look like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can cross over some certain things. It doesn't generate new logic. So
yeah, you can mix and match.
I don't think we should be trying to prove how genetics work by how we can program games or computers or anything like that. Like, it might be similar in the way that it is code, but it's a code that we do not know how to control or manipulate or how it works. It's far more advanced than our code. Okay,
well, we can see how some of it is manipulated, right? Because certain environments turn on and off different genes.
Do you know that they say that a significant
disagree with that. Like, completely. Like, yeah, we can learn about it. Through true experimentation. The problem is that you guys keep on talking about something that you have not experimented on, at least not enough to understand it.
Like, what do you mean understand it?
You think you can play God, but you can't. How about that? I'll break it down very simply.
Well,
I
it's like
do.
you think you might be able to engineer a Formula One race car. Either you do or you don't. None of us are just going off and being gene hackers, or I don't know what. You know, it's not something that we can just empower ourselves with and just like be good at, like knowing about that thing. I think it's something we have to kind of speculate from. Sorry. Mm.
The so-called expert gene DNA hackers, right? They have the chutzpah to call some of it junk DNA. If you can believe that. Of course, most people know this,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, well, because they don't
Well,
understand it. Because they don't understand what that DNA, what that code is there for. They think it has no purpose, and that it can be just replaced. They can just put their own code in there instead. They can change it. CRISPR technology, shit like that. They want to fucking play with what makes us us, and knowing that they could legitimately destroy all of humanity by doing so, but they're willing to take the risk.
Huh? What?
You
But
don't think that gene editing and all that stuff in human beings could possibly destroy humans?
isn't the junk DNA sections that don't apparently produce proteins? Isn't that what junk DNA
No,
is?
no. Junk DNA is stuff that you don't know what the fuck it's for.
Or they do. Well,
there's
I
our
mean,
ancestor. Gio just posted our ancestor. You guys crack me up, man. If you believe this stuff, bro, man, come on.
What do you guys think about God of the Gaps? Anyone have any take on it? I think it's an interesting subject. Like God of the Gaps basically just says, God is the result of everything we can't explain. And then when
Yeah,
we
I was
can
gonna say
explain it,
I've heard the term before. I was waiting for some kind of a refresher on it.
yeah,
Like, yeah, that's an excuse that atheists use. What they like to say, like, we just use God as an excuse for the unknown. But I mean, I'm willing to consider type of stuff because sometimes it does seem to be true, right? Like, there's things that are unknown that we do learn later on, get a better understanding of. But it doesn't mean that everything can be known.
What is interesting though, because if there's something that we don't know now that we'll know in the future, then what intelligence knows it now when we don't know it now? You know what I mean? Like we don't know it now, but it exists now, and then we figure it out later, but it existed the whole time. So then what intelligence is like holding or storing that until we're meant to know it?
Huh?
That didn't make sense?
Made sense to me.
Well, someone went, oh, it was left lane, maybe went, huh?
Well, I do. You mean like exploring the fringes of what we do know to discover what's going on, or what do you mean?
No, what I said is this. If there's some knowledge, information, functioning of something in the world that we currently don't know what it is, but it's happening right now. And then if in the future we come to the awareness of what it is, what intelligence or what consciousness was holding that somewhere in creation when we didn't even know what it was yet? Like it's not even held in a human mind yet. So what is holding that unknown information that is currently in play, but we're just not aware of it yet?
That's just the
Yeah, I
discovering
mean,
of figuring it out, of figuring out what's going on,
well, no.
digging into it.
What Gio's getting at is where does the code come from? Like how did it get here in the first place? Like there must be a creator to create that code, and we're just trying to decipher what that code writer. If you don't like the idea of a creator or a god or whatever, let's just say, like, I mean, can we agree that code requires like a writer?
even more abstracted in code, it's just like any invention in the future. There's the we will invent has already been like invented already. Like all that will just draw from all of this.
Anything that
We'll
we've
figure it out.
observed on the Earth, any code that we've created has been created by a human. And you could naturally think then, anything else that we could see as a code would then need to be created by something else, because the only thing that you've seen that's been created has been created by humans.
Yeah, but wouldn't this fit into the laws of entropy, like chaos to disorder? Like, I mean, there must have been, kind of like in your guys' words, like a singularity, like where everything was pure, everything was one, everything was in order, and through time it becomes chaotic, it becomes disordered, and we are here just trying to figure it all out.
Yeah, like people like the Fibonacci sequence, for example. Like, was there a time that there wasn't a human on Earth that actually knew what that was, but it existed though? Like, it's in nature, it's everywhere. So even though no human knew what it was, so if the Fibonacci sequence already existed, but no human even knew what it was, then what is the intelligence that is like holding that information or storing it or creating it of the Fibonacci sequence when there's not even a human that's even aware of it yet?
But what do you mean, like stored?
Well, it's like it exists. It's somewhere in
perhaps when he says stored, I don't know if that's I don't mean to speak for you, but like
stores it
not that it's stored, but that it is. That it is. It's already there. It's already there. And like in order for us to exist, it's there.
It keeps it in life forms that recreate that thing, the pattern of a snail shell or the phyllotaxis of sunflower seeds.
Yeah, and like the way the Fibonacci sequence is connected to like the body in a bunch of ways, like the distance from your shoulder to your elbow, then your elbow to your wrist to the end of your finger. Like these are all like the Fibonacci ratios. So I mean, if there was a time that humans didn't quite understand that full ratio, but the ratio is there, it's right there in their body. Yeah, when I mean stored, I just mean it's like, I guess I'm using that as like a broad sense of like just like in consciousness or in
yeah, I had to cut that off because he was gonna say that, like, stored. What do you mean by stored? Like it's in a cloud somewhere, or or he was like how does it stored? What is this machine made of? I don't know what he was gonna say necessarily, but that's why that question was asked. It was to strawman your argument.
Like, but like nature holds on to that, it uses it, builds itself out of it, applies that to itself, applies those rules to it. Certain qualities that nature just has. I don't know. It's like that. It's like a dog is a dog. Or the nature just has everything. It just can eventually become anything. Go ahead.
Just the unknown part of the nature of our reality that has yet to be discovered.
Yeah, but what designed that? Like what, for example, let's just say like mushrooms, like psilocybin mushrooms, the psychedelic mushrooms. Conceivably there was a time that no human had ever consumed them. That no human had ever consumed them before. And there conceivably was a first time that the humans ate it and started tripping. Now, before any human ate the mushroom was already there. It already existed. It already had psilocybin in it. It had DMT in it. It has all these compounds in it that have this, experiential quality when humans eat them. So what intelligence created that mushroom before a human had even consumed it? Because you could argue after a human consumed it, all right, then they shared the information. Hey, this mushroom does this, and they started spreading it to everybody. But before the first person ate it, there was an intelligence that already created that mushroom. It already had the psilocybin compound in it, and the DMT, 4-ACO-DMT is one of the DMT compounds it contains. So it already had all that stuff in it, and it already had all the receptors and all the ways that it functions with the human body, and even they affect animals as well and whatnot. So like that already was built in even before any human even knew about it.
And like that, I know you'll resonate with this, Gio, because with your shamans and stuff like that in the jungle and ayahuasca and all that. Like I was watching a Lex Friedman podcast with this dude that freaking just like goes and wrestles anacondas in the fucking jungle and shit. But he was talking about, I mean, and you've heard of the phrase before, like the jungle provides everything. Like you might get bit by a spider that within the next 24 hours you will die, and there's no hospitals to go to, no or whatever. Like, but there's also like a toad in the jungle that it secretes what it secretes. If you like, I don't know exactly how it works, but if you make something out of its secretions, or let's just call it licking a toad, you go and lick this toad, and it will neutralize the effects of that spider that was about to kill you. Now you might trip balls, but you're gonna live. Like
Yeah, no,
there's a
that's
natural remedy. Like,
but yeah,
natural
exactly.
remedy.
Yeah, no, that's it's often combo, like KAMBO is often what it's although the species name is Philomedusa bicolor. But yeah, it's actually there is a toad. There's a toad in like the Sonoran Desert, which contains 5-MeO DMT. That one's different. This is an actual tree frog in the Amazon, and it secretes like a wax over its skin. And if you can catch the frog, and then you gently remove the wax from the skin, and then there's a whole process at which it's applied to the skin and it enters the bloodstream and so on. But yeah, that's exactly right. Like if you get bit by a snake, if you apply that tree frog wax correctly, it will literally save your life.
Now the question becomes, based off of what you said, like, who the fuck figured that out? And
Well, let's go back to the mushroom. Gio was talking about the psilocybin mushroom. I would imagine someone
Some of
was
us were
just
here when it all happened.
collecting food or just eating some mushrooms. These mushrooms are good. I wonder if those mushrooms are good. And they ate some, and they tripped on it, and that's how they discovered psilocybin mushroom.
No, I know that. I'm not the question. The inquiry on that was not about how someone discovered it. It was more about if the mushroom already contained psilocybin and all these compounds that activate the human brain in very particular ways. I'm just saying, like, what intelligence created that mushroom that already knew that it would have that effect on humans before a human had ever consumed it? That was more the point.
Oh, well, that's a big in the question thing.
Yeah, that's
there.
What do you mean by intelligence?
Yeah, where did who invented psilocybin? Psilocybin's a very particular compound that has very particular effects, or even like the tree frog we were just talking about. Like that tree frog will save your life from a snake bite. So, like, what are the biochemical compounds that created
What is a tree frog?
these things?
Wait, Gio, I have an answer. Actually, I don't even have to say it, but I said it the last 3 nights in a row. Maybe you can predict what I'm going to say, Gio, but I have said it last 3 nights. But I think it's come to our collective attention as human beings that there seems to be laws that dictate the universe, and we don't know all of them yet, explicitly 100%. But the ones we do know sort of lend to the idea that these laws alone bring about everything. So the psilocybin mushroom doesn't need to be thought of beforehand as of how it's going to erect to a human. It's just a conclusion, just a natural conclusion of those natural laws, and what eventually came about. It's just like happenstance that thing exists, and we react to it based on those laws, right? Makes sense.
Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but that still doesn't really explain. I mean, yeah, I understand that there's certain, you could call them laws like biochemical, etc. But I mean, it's also, I mean, people have had spiritual experiences on mushrooms too, of like connecting with the creator and understanding their own nature and who they are. So not only is it, I mean, to come from like an evolution perspective, like, okay, in the cacophony of gravity and random whirling space balls or whatever, somehow all this stuff evolved and happened chance. And somehow psilocybin, a very, very particular compound, and the other alkaloids, these other DMT alkaloids that are contained within it, that then happen to have a very profound effects on humans to the point to where it seems to, for a lot of people, connect them with their own, with the creator and having spiritual insights about who they are. And so it's like a plant that also makes them, in some cases, like realize or get insights into their own divine nature. How could that not all be programmed by an intelligence? It's far beyond random evolution. It's just not even, I don't know if we're still on that topic, but I'm just saying if that's what you're
that's all fine and good, Gio. But what you said about like who was, like what made a human go and eat that mushroom or whatever, like there's some things that are just disgusting. You know what I mean? Like nobody would ever think to consume that thing.
Well,
and how do you learn from it? So like that's why I brought up this idea, how this tree frog or this toad or whatever the way that I put it, like you were on the brink of death and you were like, I'll try anything, and you fucking started freaking making some special fucking recipe out of fucking the secretions of a frog. Like how did we figure that out? Where did that come from? Who thought of that? That took some genius. That wasn't some just like native tribe happenstance that just like, oh, I got bit and then and then I licked a frog, and it worked. It wasn't like that. There's way more to it than that.
Well, as the legend has it, with that particular situation, now this is obviously really just only a legend. I doubt there's any physical validation of this, but it has been like combo, that frog you're mentioning, it seems to have a very powerful synergy with ayahuasca. It's usually not taken, like if someone's on like a peak ayahuasca, that's not necessarily the time that they do combo. Usually either do the combo before the ceremony or after, but like the synergy between the two, like the ayahuasca being in the system and then doing the combo seems to have an incredibly potent synergy, that has like it just multiplies the healing effects in terms of different, like healing really deep physical ailments and things. So so there is like a synergy between them. And of course, the shamans, in South America that work with, they don't all work with the combo frog, but some do, depending on what region they're in and so on. But the ones that do, they work with ayahuasca and combo and so on. And as the kind of legend has it, is that the ayahuasca plant spirit actually instructed the first kind of shaman, as it were, to how to use the frog, basically. So it's like the ayahuasca sort of informed them how to, yeah.
It's all fine and dandy, but that doesn't satisfy the guys we're talking to. Like you're telling us that a drug made a person just come up with this. Like it's like, how can this stuff happen? This balance. Like how can there be a venom and an anti-venom? How can there be a a complicated recipe, a cure that these primitive natives in the freaking jungle that run around with no clothes and freaking like that they came up with? They're so much smarter than you and I are here. Like dude, whoever thought of that was way more advanced than us. Whoever it was.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I see
hear
what
you
you're
on
getting
that.
at.
Well, I mean, another possibility with it, like that tree frog is pretty rare. It actually has no like known predators. So it's a unique species, like especially in the Amazon, like it has no predators that like regularly, eat it or anything. So it's kind of like a free agent in that way. However, if a snake comes upon the frog in the tree or whatever, it will try to eat it because like, oh, here's a frog, I'm going to eat it. So even though the frog doesn't have any known predators, it still can get eaten. And if a snake eats the frog will secrete the wax, and then it kind of like it doesn't kill the snake, but it kind of stuns the snake, and then the frog can just crawl out of the snake's mouth or whatever. So it could be possible that somebody had seen like, oh, they see the snake eat the frog, and then this all of a sudden the snake sort of just gets kind of sedated or stunned or whatever, as it were, and then the frog gets free from the snake. So it's possible that they saw that and we're like, oh, I wonder if the thing about that frog, though, it has to be applied, that frog medicine has to be applied in a very particular way to enter the bloodstream. Like you can't just eat it, you can't lick it, you can't smoke it. It's try not to be too long-winded. I mean, I could go into it all, but it has to be done. It's a specific way that it's applied to the skin. With the first layer of skin has to be Well, anyways, I could go into the
They,
whole
they,
thing.
they,
It
they give you
eventually
like a
I
little
think like
bone and stuff.
the guy on the live streaming, he said you can't stress the
Uh,
frog out because if you do, he secretes something else. So like you have to like become buddies with the frog and then like gently like remove this stuff from its fucking back and like, dude, like who the fuck, you know what I mean? Who figured that out?
Well, I mean,
trial and error.
Yeah,
I think
they've got similar traditions like this, different shamanistic sorts of tribal cultures, man. Like they kind of do sort of the same things. There's only so many different ways you can, try and get material into the body, you know?
yeah, people like alchemy brought about a lot of crazy shit, trying to turn, make gold out of random shit. A lot of discoveries were made that way. And like if you look not long ago, like when I
Strawmanning
think it was
alchemy a little bit.
Ben Franklin, I was debating with a person on abortion, and they were telling me about the founding fathers' positions, yada yada. Anyway, apparently Ben Franklin wrote a recipe.
Leather Apron Society. You ever heard about that?
Ben Franklin made a recipe on abortions, and he published it under a pseudonym or on a different pen name, like 300 years ago or 400 years ago. And you should see the recipes that are in that medical textbook. It's ridiculous. It's like take the urine of a 2-year-old horse and rub it together with, like they were trying everything. Like it was nuts.
Pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, some of that can get into the kind of crazy category. I mean, what they're doing today with mainstream medicine is absolutely psychotic on multiple levels. The chemical concoctions and what they're doing nowadays, that's a whole nother story in terms of mainstream medicine. But yeah, there's a lot of wonky things you could do, or almost like, witches that are brewing together, the testicles of a horse blended with the, insects of whatever, some crazy kind of witches brew. But yeah, I mean, what the shamans are doing is very, very advanced level of understanding the plants and the different creatures in the jungle that have these, incredibly potent healing effects, and only using those that have that quality. Like they're not really concocting funky stuff. They know what they're doing in terms of the admixtures and the application of them and so on.
But as far as like what you said, Gio, about it, how it like randomly coming together, I think that's a common argument against evolution, that it's a randomness and that things are randomly occurring. But I think it's more along the lines of what Kosho said, is kind of it can only take place in one specific way, and it's kind of in vogue to call it a random occurrence when it might not be a random occurrence.
If it's not random, that would hint towards creation.
Well, would it? Would it?
Well, I mean,
absolutely.
Okay, to go on that a little bit, like explain to me your idea then. Like, let's say, I don't know if you're atheist or agnostic or evolution, what your viewpoints are, but if it's in your mind like a globe and there's gravity and there's space dust and there's, whatever, how does all that turn into, things like, psilocybin or the combo frog? I mean, that frog medicine has profound, like women that are unable to have to get pregnant because they have like infertility. Like this combo frog, often if they do like 1 or 2 sessions with it, they'll be able to get pregnant. Like just unbelievable, like stuff that in medicine, they just say it's not possible. Like if you can't get pregnant, that's it. You can't get pregnant. That's, when we all probably know someone or a friend of a family or someone who the woman just can't get pregnant, So, and mainstream medicine doesn't really have a solution for that. It's just like, well, sorry, adopt is really all they say. But this combo medicine seems to have these powerful cleansing ability, capacities, and seems to give women the ability to become pregnant. I mean, there's people that like have had lifelong allergies, and the combo has completely resolved their allergies, meaning they don't have allergies to dog or cats or anymore. I mean, stuff that mainstream medicine couldn't even fathom of being able to resolve, and that's just some of them. So, I mean, how does like the random, as it were, or just the kind of space dust and gravity somehow create all of these very, very specific compounds that have very specific actions on, humans and other animals too?
I think a lot of it is defense mechanisms. So defense mechanisms that happen to be selected because the ones that had the defense mechanisms were the ones that were able to survive and then pass upon their genes and reproduce. and then they had those defense mechanisms in that environment where those mechanisms worked in. And
That
also,
makes sense.
one of the books that I read a couple of years ago, it's like a for public book, right? It's not like a super sciencey type of fucking, you can't even understand it. It's like very easy to. Anyway, I got it. It describes how plants and animals work together to like essentially survive. Or how like seeds are spreads by animals, how the avocado almost went extinct, but they theorized that the leopard was able to save the avocado because it was the only animal that met the requirements to be able to swallow the seed whole after the dinosaur extinct. And then it goes on to talk about the different animals that help that help different plants who aren't able to spread their seeds all on their own. They require like piggyback. So I think like some of those animals, plants and animals, had to work together within those compounds, some of those defensive compounds. Like you had to have like, an animal that was able to eat the seed that contained that defensive compound and then be able to.
Symbiosis, right? Symbiosis, like between species, like two species working together for gain. Like it's funny how the evolutionists will love to try to pretend as though that isn't somehow like just the most amazing happenstance, or that it would have to be programmed or coded in some way for it to happen. Like the balance of life and all that, it can't be random. It can't be by mistake. It doesn't just happen. Order doesn't happen out of disorder. We have no reason to think that it can. There's no evidence to support it. And this is why you guys keep on wanting to talk about the minutia
But
of this stuff later on down the road.
Is there any evidence to say that it can't?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because every single fucking case shows order to disorder, not the other way around.
Doesn't seem like there would be anything here at all if that were the case.
You know that the thorn bush is a carnivorous plant. It kills sheep, gets their wool stuck in the thorns. They can't move, starve to death, and then rot at the roots.
Yeah, you talking about the plants that eat like whole sheep?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like these vines grow, like they specifically grow like when there's like a path. You know how like deer have like a specific path that they always travel? Like they have those little like runs in the woods, where they're like they take the same paths. Like these like certain vines will like grow over that path, and then they'll like snag an animal like that, and then the animal ends up dying because it can't get out of the spiky vines, and then it ends up dying, and then the plant consumes all of its rotting body as it goes into the soil.
Yeah, or the what is it? There's a specific tree that when I think it's a deer starts to eat its leaves, it sends off a chemical in the air that's intercepted by the same species of the tree, and then those trees start to produce a toxic compound that kills the deer. So when they go to eat the other plants, they just die.
I mean, if you were viewing this whole realm from the outside, like some kind of ultimate, like, view like that, I mean, how could you not be like, wow, that is an absolutely created place? There's so much intricacy and design on so many levels. It just seems implicit. It's like if you saw a video game that was really, I'm not saying it is a video game, but just to link it to that for a second, like a really complex video game, it's like there's no other thought than, wow, somebody created this. Like somebody took immense amount of creative energy.
GTA 17. You look at that and go, yeah, that happened by mistake.
No, I don't disagree with that.
However, it also could be said if the creator created everything, then it also created evolution and the people who believe it, and atheism and agnosticism. Like there's that statement that like that concept where an atheist is it's like God playing hide and seek with itself. So like if someone's atheist, it's like they're playing hide and seek with their own nature, basically. Like they think there is no God, they're hiding from themselves or from the higher levels of it. So even from that level, if the creator created everything, then it also created these false theories of heliocentrism, as well as the people who believe it. So it's all part of the creation, even at that level.
I like and to think of that. I hear people say, something good happens. All glory be to God. Well, why is all the bad stuff not attributed to God?
Well, that's a total is that a red herring when you want to change the subject? But I can't disagree with that. Like I do think like if all creation comes from God, that means all good and evil. I'm not one of those who would say that the evil isn't attributed to him to the creator also. I don't believe in a God who only wants the best for you all the time. No, God just made all of this shit. Like good and bad. And that's up to you how you fucking work your way through it. Yep, I agree.
But there's also the flip side to that, right? It's like the people that say that there is no free will and you don't really have a choice.
I mean, I don't know how you would really even know if there was free will. Like, would it feel different than it does now? I feel like I'm making my own decisions. I could choose to do something crazy right now, but was that like already? I don't know. I think we do have free will because it feels like it, but I don't know what not having free will would feel like.
Yeah, like could you have the feeling of free will even though it's actually in a larger system of like that a higher part of creation, as it were, like knows what you're going to do. Like if I decided right now, like I'm going to go get a glass of water and I'm like, that's my free will. I'm going to go right now. Oh, should I get one out of the fridge? It's already cold. Or should I get one that's, water that's, not in the fridge, stuff like that. But what if on like a higher level it was already kind of predestined that I was going to get the cold water out of the fridge or whatever, but it felt like free will.
I'm personally undecided on whether or not free will is a real thing. But yeah, because like what you're saying, Gio, like you can have the illusion of choice. Like, but the truth is that like usually when you have a choice to make, there's a right and a wrong decision, right? And it you as a person, like you're guaranteed to take what's best for you, like unless you're self-destructive. Um, you don't really have much of a choice when you really think about it. And on top of that, like um even when you make the wrong choices, it's funny how things just kind of work themselves out. Eventually, perhaps that's a life lesson that you were supposed to learn. Like it's either he makes the right choice or he makes the wrong choice and now has to play an extra level.
Well, what if they're just like not necessarily right or wrong choices? They all might lead to the same place, but you just have easier or hard ways that you could accomplish them.
That's kind of what I'm saying. Yeah, playing it on hard mode, playing it on easy mode. How fast do you want to get through this?
Well, like the only way to really test to see if you have free will is to like take every obvious thing that's like right in front of you and be like, nah, I'm gonna do it the hard way because that's me wanting to do it. I can't just have it given to me. How is that will?
It's not supposed
Yeah,
to be
but even
good.
if you're
It's not supposed to be easy. Doing the right thing is often the hardest choice. Especially if you want to ditch your ego, which is if you want to shed the ego, which that's huge when it comes to all the religions. Like if you want to ascend or whatever else, like making the right choice is a very tough decision.
But the thing with free will is like the idea of heaven and hell. if you have no free will, then and heaven and hell do exist, then God, made you to go to heaven or hell, and you had no ability to decide. That'd be pretty screwed up.
That's false dichotomy. Who even believes in that stuff anyway? I mean, but decisions that you make and things that you want to do you want to do them, or are you just predisposed to even having desires and things like that? Things that you would take for granted, like, oh, I chose to have this for dinner, but you were just predisposed. You're just slave to your hunger. I don't know, like, how much free will do we actually exercise? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, when Gio goes to grab a glass of water, he's like, I have free will, and he rips his faucet off his sink. But who knows if that was actually his own free will or not? You know what I mean? Like, it'd be hard to, like, check for that if that was, like, a thing.
Yeah, well, what if what we're experiencing is the result of the creator's free will? Like it has that consciousness has the ability to free will create, a human, a life, a house, a car, food, all this stuff that we're doing. That it already had that free will to then create everything that we're then experiencing.
I wonder about the creator, and if we were created. Why is it that we can't physically know this creator? And why is it said that we won't know him until we die? That's the only way you're going to know the creator or see or meet or whatever. You're going to have to die before you can see this guy.
Because we don't have the eyes to see or the ears to hear. I think the answer is probably much more so simple that nobody can fucking ever see it. Like, this is I shouldn't really like hang my hat on this, but like perhaps it has to do with when people say like we're all like the whole idea. There's so many religions that put this together, like we're all one, or like or you are God. Like even atheism can fit into this. Like not where like maybe not atheism. I don't know, not true atheism, but most people call themselves atheists. We're like maybe you are God. Maybe you are, and so am I, and so is Gio, and so is everybody else. Like when I was talking the other night about how perhaps we're all a part of his imagination, meaning his image, like we were created in his image. Maybe we're all a part of God in that way. We're all a figment of God, like just another expression of God. And that's like, I don't know. It's very hard to describe, but I think I'm getting there. I think Gio gets it. It's very difficult for see here in this realm, like we just want to find our differences, and we want to boost our egos, and we want to gain our wealth, and we want to have a successful life and a big family and whatever else, or whatever drives you. But really, like almost all of the religious texts will tell you that you need to shed that stuff in order to like find either heaven or to ascend or to whatever else. Like they're all very similar in that way. Like you need to ditch the worldly things.
Yeah, earlier you said free will or whatever. That's what I've said this before, but that's what I believe that there's like the internal dialogue in your head. There's like an influence that comes from, let's say God's the creator, and he's the universe, creator of the universe, and every experience in it he has access to, and all that kind of stuff. So he's attempting to influence a bird and the tree and the star and a human, but that tiger and the star and all that stuff, they are also dictated by their physical the same physical laws that dictate everything else. And so biological life has urges and necessities to, live. So we get hungry and thirsty and want to have sex. So we have two influences. One is this universal spirit, which is attempting to enact its will upon us. And we have another influence that's our physical, natural urges. And I think people attribute that to sin when you succumb to that versus the other one. But regardless, when people ask, do you have free will? I think yes, if you listen to your urges. But if you listen to the universal spirit, then you align yourself with that that will. If that makes sense.
Yeah, you were given the opportunity to make the poor choice. Not wrong. I shouldn't say right or wrong. I think poor would be better. Like you were given an opportunity to make a poor choice. But there is a better choice. Like, and that's usually the tougher choice, the harder choice.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm necessarily saying that. I'm just saying that because it could be the better choice could be your physical urges, but there's just a physical urge influence, which is usually going to be egotistical and selfish, um, or just might be necessary. But either way, if you only listen to that, you're going to end up being pretty bad in the morality in the eyes of other people's morals. but yeah. There's another influence.
But aren't people just kind of scared? Or it's just like a bunch of lily-livered cowards out there, a bunch of polecats. You know what I mean? Fucking just trying to do what we think is going to keep us safe, right? So we just stay in habits. We don't necessarily try to do every damn thing. We're not 20.
Yeah, but right, that's what I mean though. Like living in that habitual like safety comfort way. That's like it's like the urge. That's like the physical urge thing. That's like the succumbing to your physical urges. If that makes sense.
Well,
Like, what causes people to have integrity?
I'm more into Maslow's pyramid here. Okay.
What's that?
I mean, like shelter, food. You know what I mean? The basics. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah,
safety.
That's what I mean. If you think about it, the physical urges, the physical natural urges in order are breathing, and then water, and then food, and then sex, and then lesser.
I know how it goes for you. Eventually, it gets to sex, but all I'm saying is just like.
Well, sex is important too. It doesn't need to be like a major part. A major part of like our existence has to do with procreation. Like that's and again, which was being talked about earlier. I think it was in here. But like,
let's
there's a lot of people who don't really. I don't. I'm a parent, so maybe this is just me on my pedestal, but like seriously, like my life took a new meaning, a more important meaning when I had a child.
Yeah, and I was just trying to say how the coach show is going to almost sidetrack the conversation by dropping that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's good.
No, I wasn't trying to sidetrack. I mean,
Congrats
it's really the order of
possibly.
So it's really the order of urges. Like the first year for the need for your physical body to continue surviving, and the fourth one in order is the sexual one, which is for your species to even exist and to continue surviving. But,
in a way, that's a free will thing, but in a way, it's not a free will thing. The whole sex procreation thing. That's sort of like a co-decision, I guess. That's a dual free will thing there. How do we do that? That's complicated.
I think it's a natural component to survival is being able to procreate and continue.
Is that because we fear like we're gonna die, and then we fear like we're gonna leave nothing behind us? Is that why we have kids?
Sexless men are dangerous, and in history they've sent them to wars. And in religion, you've always, well, I don't mean to say always, but in some religions, it's mandated that you marry the firstborn prior to marrying the secondborn.
But we also have like some kind of fear of like not having kids at a certain time. Like we'll never have them. I know we'll fail somehow, right? Or get sent
Yeah,
off
it's
the
a
world, like you
natural.
said. But
It's a. You guys don't believe in evolution, maybe you do or whatever.
I'm
But
just trying to say, people are so driven by fear. How are we able to make free will choices? I'll stop with that.
I'm not driven by fear.
You need to check your head, sir.
Fear is
I don't.
definitely a major component. A major component. I wouldn't necessarily say it's the only one.
How would you say I'm driven by fear? I mean, what do you mean by that?
Well, you're literally driving for a living, and it's a fearful
Yeah.
thing to do. I'm just joking. No, I'm joking. You're driving away from your problems. No,
Well,
no. I mean none of that. I mean that you literally have to. We all have fear of like losing what we might have, or maintaining, the lifestyle of others that are around us. I mean, there are
anxiety.
fears of that, anxieties,
Well, let me break it down.
fear of
When
failure.
you have
I'll stop.
with you don't have to stop. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I mean, I did. I guess I kind of did, but I shouldn't have. Uh, but like what I was saying, like when making the right or the wrong choice, right? Like you don't really have that much of a choice. It's the fear of making the wrong choice that everybody is driven by.
What?
Like, I don't think it's necessarily our natural state, but I do think that it's exacerbated on by a lot of the things we might hear about and see on television and whatnot. But anyway, yeah, I think a lot of people do make their decisions out of fear, thinking that it's the right thing to do because it stops other people from thinking something bad about them, which is actually even worse, right? We want to fit in with others around us. That's why a lot of people kind of try to fit in. It makes us feel better, like we got like some kind of security, like there's other people got our backs. You know what I mean? Like people don't always even try to exercise free will. You know what I'm saying? Like it's. I like the topic. I'm not sure if I have it. I'm not sure if anybody else is doing it either. But I don't think we live in a society that like is like, yo, go for your free will, dude. Do it all. I don't think. I don't know.
I've kind of lived by like this idea, and I'm not going to be a rich man using this mentality, but I'm doing okay, and I go through hard times and good times, but like I sort of just try not to let things bother me, and I don't like force any issue, and shit just tends to work itself out. Maybe that's white privilege and all of that. If you're a freaking leftist, I don't know, but like eventually shit comes around. Shit comes and it goes. And, oftentimes things that appear to be bad, are a blessing in disguise. Shit just works itself out if you don't like stress over it too much. Like,
Well, it's like you were talking about chaos earlier, and even earlier than that, Gio touched on the Fibonacci series. That shit looks like chaos. You know what I mean? If you don't know what it's supposed to be, if you start looking at high orders of this stuff, it's like, what is, and it is completely a linear thing that if you step away from it, you're like, oh, okay, now I can appreciate that there was never chaos at all. It was just an order that you didn't understand. I think I
that's
just
right.
take that as
Yeah, I
that's
like
my
that.
core philosophy, I guess, about it. Because I don't know, chaos makes me fucking fearful, and then I can't exercise my free will of hitting the mute button right now.
There's nothing wrong with that, though. I mean, that's for everybody. Everybody to some extent. I mean, if you have control, then you have comfort. Lack of control equals lack of comfort. Some people. Oh, my head hurts so bad right now. I'm sorry, guys. I have a horrible migraine.
Yeah, that's right. I've gone and clogged my bowl up real good now. I'm gonna have to do some operation, guys. Be back in a while.
You don't blow through your bowl when you clear it, do you?
This is like a bunch of keef, and it's like glue basically inside there now, so it's not happening.
Did anyone ever get into street epistemology?
Street?
Street epistemology.
Not
I've seen
exactly.
that channel. Seen that channel. Or the guy who does that at least.
Yeah, Anthony Magnabosco. Really makes you think. I just curious if anyone had ever seen it. It just makes you think. It's a guy. It's an atheist guy. And he didn't invent it. Someone else did. I think Peter Boghossian wrote a book on it. And anyway, there's this guy, Anthony Magnabosco. He has a YouTube channel where he goes up to people in public spaces and he asks them, he challenges them on a deeply held belief. And, he essentially tries to ask them, how did you arrive at that belief? How do you know that that belief is true? What methods are you using to believe, to determine that that's true? So you ask people like, do you believe in God? Do you believe in ghosts? Do you believe in karma? And then you just breaks it down like how they arrive to know that that is true.
Challenging your beliefs.
Was my mic on? It was. I'm sorry for that. There was no echo. Why is everybody quiet? What the fuck?
Thinking about this challenge of thinking about what leads you to believe what you believe.
How do you know it's true? How do you know the Earth is flat? How do you know it's a globe?
Not so much that, on more of an existential level.
Sorry, that's just a joke. You don't. That's my answer.
Shadow, could you try and adjust your microphone setup? It's kind of also delivering some kind of Morse code while you talk.
Is this better?
I don't know, you got one of those like clicky mics that sounds like you've got a porn virus on your fucking computer.
Yeah, but he'll break it down. Like he'll talk to someone who will believe in God and be like, okay, so why do you believe in God? Like, well, God has talked to me before. And it's like, okay, well, how do you know it was specifically God? Like, well, I felt it. And then they kind of just break it down more and more. Or he'll talk about ghosts, like my aunt died and the rocking chair always moves when we walk in the house, and that was her favorite rocking chair. And so that's for ghosts that inhibits the rocking chair. And then he's like, okay, well, it's like, is there any open windows around the rocking? I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. Eventually they get to a reduced confidence level in the existence of whatever they believe in.
And they'll be coming up with a plausible natural explanation for some spiritual occurrence.
Yeah. Which they would attribute to their conclusion, but they've never been challenged on it before. Like, not like, they're not like being combatively challenged on it. They're just being, asked questions like, how did you arrive to conclude that this is being caused by this specifically? And they're like, they've never been, asked that question before. And then it's not like confrontational or anything. And then the conversation ends.
With a question mark?
Yeah, pretty much.
Is my mic better? Is this much better?
Yeah, that's
That is
better.
much better.
You ran your antivirus software?
No, I had to reboot it and retest it. Thanks for letting me know. When you let me know, I was a little pissed off at you guys, and then I checked and I was like, oh shit, you're right. So yeah.
I wanted to delve into Geo's idea. Are you still there, Geo? I guess he's gone. I was going to ask to expand a little bit on the DMT and how it got in the mushroom and how it was discovered and things like that.
You're trying to get Geo started on hallucinogens? Seriously, you don't have to try to do that.
Oh, I know. He's probably got more knowledge than anybody I've ever talked to about it. I mean, way more.
I would love to talk to Geo about and learn about magic mushrooms. I ain't joking about that.
I'll teach you a lot more than that.
That'd be cool.
What about them? I've
Yeah.
taken mushrooms plenty of times, but like it's been a while, Like, what about them?
But could you imagine
I've only
if,
done it one time.
like, if you were like back in ancient times, like, and you and your tribe and your crew, you guys like were tripping on mushrooms and like getting crazy, and then you rolled up on some other people and you were like, you have no fucking clue about us, dude. You have no idea. No idea, bro.
Maybe they were responsible. Maybe they understood fucking herbal medicine more than any of us ever combined.
Those
Maybe
bros
they
would have
have pretty.
dominated something. I think you would have had an unnatural edge with all that stuff, like beyond
I
other
think they
people.
did. I think they did, but the pharmaceutical company took over and fucked it all up.
Oh, you weren't here. Maybe you were listening, but we did talk a little bit about that type of stuff. And where we didn't go with it is when it comes to like big pharma and the fact that we're customers, not patients. Like they want,
we agree
like,
with that.
they want. Look, there was so much gained knowledge in the past, not that long ago, about herbal remedies, natural remedies, things like that, just healthy living that have been thrown to the wayside in order to sell people not cures, but treatments, drugs, and so on and so forth. They don't want you to be healthy, they want you to be sick so that they can treat you. And that's
Yeah, and
part of
sugar
the
is
world right now.
and sugar is a big contribution to that. Because I've healed from the cannabis, I discovered it to be a medicine. Nobody knows that. Not that we have to agree on that part, but maybe most of you already do, anyways. But no, the cannabis is a medicine. I've learned a lot about nutrition. I learned a lot that the sugar actually does affect your mood and everything, your motivation and everything, and they put that everywhere. So the sugar that they put everywhere on the supermarkets can drastically affect people's health. And if you not even Google denies it, if you go to Google and type in sugar side effects, you'll see that it not only affects people's I know for firsthand it affects the the mood of the brain, but it also affects their health, their obesity, everything. It affects a lot of things more
You're
than you
absolutely
think.
right. Like, sugar is poison, not just like side effects. Sugar is poison, and they put it in everything. Like it's in everything. Like stuff you would never imagine has sugar, has tons of it in it.
And you know that there's different sugars, right?
Yeah, of course. There's natural,
They're all
like,
different.
but none of them are essentially good for you.
Natural.
Even fructose, natural sugar, isn't necessarily good for you. I mean, you can have a
I
certain like
disagree.
that's better. Fructose is better for you than other sugars, like, but like, and some are worse. You know, like high fructose corn syrup, like absolutely terrible for you. You know, and clearly, like getting sugars from strawberries isn't going to be terrible for you, but it's it's still sugar, and the sugar is not good for you. It's all
I
horrible.
really disagree there. I think sugar is actually good for you. Depends on the sugar. Um, it's as I said, there's different sugars, and in the market they just call it sugar. They just call it sugar. There's no specific. They just say sugar. But the sugar that they put in there is a poison for sure.
Well, you got
But
sugars in all your carbohydrates, so like
but
all
I think
grains,
certain
all
sugars
bread.
can really help your health. I really believe that. So I don't think every sugar is bad.
Well,
It
I
depends.
guarantee there's a reason for sugar. See, like I'm kind of a functionalist. Like nothing exists that doesn't have a purpose. So sugar for the right reason or a certain amount of it might be good, but it's supposed to be a very low level that you get. Like you're not supposed to have much sugar of any type, and when you do have any sugar, and look, I'm kind of a hypocrite when it comes to this. I'm just now getting into the whole nutrition thing. Like I still take in way too much sugars, you know, like, but I've been doing research on it, and like even the
Oh, you're not gonna you're gonna have a hard time doing research on that. The only way I learned it is from experience. So yeah,
yeah, no, it's kind of a
it's not
combination.
something that's easy.
As
It's
I'm
not something
cutting
easily.
sugars, you know, like yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I interrupted you. It's okay.
You're letting
Anyhow,
me interrupt both
I'll
of
just
you
finish.
guys right now.
I was almost
Oh
finished, so
shit.
I'll just sum that up and then let you guys go. But like, yeah, it's just that you know, like everything has a purpose. Everything has a function. Whatever. It's just that yeah, like the sugar, they're pushing it in everything way too much and in all forms, but specifically in the most unnatural forms. So if you're gonna eat sugars, yeah, I agree with you. Eat the natural ones, but you don't want to overdo that either. Like it's just not it's
Well,
not good for your body. It's not good for your liver. It's
no, your
like
body needs it though. Your body needs natural sugar.
you're gonna get that no matter what. You can't avoid it. So like having things that are sweetened is terrible for you.
Yeah,
I've Go ahead.
yeah, carbs and starches. You're gonna get sugar in your system from digesting carbohydrates. But the reason it's there is because it people like it. They like sweet stuff.
Well, because it gives
Well,
us
there.
energy, right?
Yes, it
Yeah,
does.
it's an
It
energy
gives
food.
calories.
Yeah.
I've had the pleasure of eating orange juice from a natural grown tree. So I know somebody that actually grows it, and I actually got the. You have to drink the orange juice when it's like barely grown, um, like right off the tree. Like that's when it tastes really delicious. Holy fuck, it tasted so good. It's completely different from and luckily I live in a weird, very rich, weird ass area where they grow a lot of natural stuff too. Um, but it's very different from the orange juice because in the supermarkets they put that orange juice part and then they dump that shit with the sugar. And not only that, but even the orange juice when they picked it up, who knows how long it's been off the tree because it will lose its natural nutrition as time goes on when when it's picked off. And unfortunately, we don't live in good times, so it's hard to get natural products these days.
Yeah, what? So that's
Yeah.
like that's got all the vitamin C and the sugar, all that stuff going on there. Which means like when you're going to sleep, you're gonna make maybe some extra of that sugar into some fat, but it's going to have that vitamin C, I think, stuck to it. I don't think you're going to. Maybe Left Lane knows about how that kind of fat metabolism works, but I think sometimes like nutrients from what you eat get caught up in your fats, and so that's good. It's good to have good reserves, I guess. If you're gonna be fat, at least let it be healthy fat.
There's certain deep greens that don't have that fructose that also actually have way more vitamin C than an orange.
Yeah, but it's got to have fats or sugars, or else it's not going to turn into fat. And you
need the fats.
Want that.
That's part of the whole. What I've been looking into is the whole keto thing, and I'm not in ketosis or anything yet, But like,
it's a different. That's a different sort of strategy for nutrition. But I wouldn't say that everything like the sun doesn't rise and set with keto for me, but just broad spectrum nutrition, is what I'm.
But I think they're really onto something there. Like just cutting that stuff. Like not necessarily going full keto, but like just being more aware of the stuff that they're talking about.
If you just mostly eat meats, like you'll just like drop pounds. I mean, for me that's true. Maybe for other people it's not true, but
dude, I've
for
lost
other people their weights might be hormonal too. I don't know.
I've lost like almost 20 pounds in the last like 3 months, maybe 4 months, since I started like actually being conscious about what I eat. Just like that's about it. Like,
have you noticed your energy changing? Like how much energy you have, or
I have more energy, but I'm also taking certain supplements too. So like I don't know how much to attribute just to diet. But
yeah, because we get like accustomed to these huge calorie intakes, like on a daily,
Congratulations, cutting on those 20 pounds there.
Yeah, no, and it's still dropping. It's still dropping. So it's slowed down. Initially, it was mostly all water weight. It dropped really fast, but
be careful of the rubber band.
Yeah, no, I'm no rubber band. Did 4 months, and it's just been at first very fast, and because like I said, it was just all I had to do is cut out. In fact, I could do so much better because I still drink beer and shit. But like, I could forget, you know what I mean? Like, but
yeah. I mean, honestly, if you're drinking beer on top of it, like, you're not going to go keto with that.
No,
but you're polluting the shit out of your system for the most part. That's
well, I'm just saying, like cutting, just being a little bit more aware, like makes a huge difference. Like you don't really have to make that drastic of a change to make a huge difference in your body weight and the way you feel. Like most people are probably, I mean, maybe different in this forum. A lot more people in here are more health conscious and stuff, but your average American, like they're eating so unhealthy. Like all they have to do is just like stop doing one thing, and all of a sudden they're going to see a huge difference.
But it's hard. It's an addiction that they're dealing with more than just the body health. They're dealing with their mental health as well. As especially with abuse victims, they're having a hard time coping it, and eating junk food makes them happy. It's hard for the average individual to be that.
I think they just don't know. They don't know how important it is. They're not informed. They're taught to be unhealthy. All the advertising, they're just shoved down their face. They're not thinkers. We already know that. They're just
yeah, because everyone knows if you want to stop eating as much, just start smoking a little bit. Cigarettes, it's fine, just a little bit. Doctors recommend it even. No, they don't. In the 50s. I'm just joking.
Maybe if it's true. Maybe the lack of knowledge in this culture and the fucking advertising kind of affects that. But you got to sympathize. It is hard for them to start eating healthy. It really is, especially when their body's nutrients is attached to that.
Well, it takes, and it steps at a time. Like I said, I'm not trying to be like pretend like I am the healthiest person around. I'm just
no, it's fine.
But like just make incremental steps. Make incremental steps. That's
I'm
all
just
it
speaking
takes.
from personal experience. Because I had no fucking idea. I drank too much Coke when I was a child. I drank way too much Coke. I had no fucking idea. I had no idea that cutting that it was actually what's causing the phobia or the condition I had to begin with. But it was. So that's when I started to be aware, and then cutting back, and then I'm drinking most. I drink. I mean, sugar's gonna be always everywhere. We're always gonna drink it because they always put it in the fucking supermarket. But what I do is I buy this set of natural juice. Well, not natural juice, but it's I put mostly water. I and put a little bit of sugar as much as possible, and it worked. I started to feel more calm. I started to have more energy. And not only that, I started to fucking read books a lot more than I ever did in the past. It's amazing how cutting back on the sugar can really allow you to be active and stuff.
It helps you. It helps your brain too, like you said. So like,
I'm doing active stuff that I had no idea I'd be doing. Like it's amazing, and that's
yeah,
just cutting on the sugar. Yeah.
And the thing with when your brain is firing at a faster rate too, you burn more calories. So like it just keeps helping itself, feeding itself.
I don't know. A friend of mine was a very keto guy, and he was saying that basically like the worst parts of sugar and or fats is to consume them both at the same time.
Yes. Yeah. It's you kind of got to go like mostly like you can. I mean, you're gonna get no matter what, you're gonna get a certain amount of both. But like
Right, but it's just
It
like
also
if you could just break it up, it's good. I mean, some people like won't even. I know people that like won't even drink a glass of like beverage with their meal. They're already
you guys
good. You know what I'm
you guys
saying?
know that. Sorry. You guys know that it also depends on people's metabolism. Every metabolism is different for each individual.
well, it's part of it is becoming in control of that metabolism. See, like I think what he was getting to was like when you do both, when you have a lot of sugars and a lot of fats, like your body doesn't know how to deal with it, and it lowers its metabolism. Like you kind of almost have to like choose one or the other. Like you could go to an all like vegan diet, or you could go to like an all keto diet, or you could go to and it might work. That'll probably work depending on you, how it works for you. But when you do both, and you're consuming a lot of sugars and shit like that, like it's not neither one is going to work.
Well, that's right. But I just mean it's like it's I don't know what it was like fat is supposed to be a cleaner fuel for your body to use rather than sugar, which is I don't know. I guess like in this equate like it's producing like a lot of byproduct and junk for your body to have to remove, or in the case of if it's metabolites in the bloodstream, then it's like causing like arterial plaques and things like that.
Wait.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Isn't it like if it can't metabolize, it stores into fat? Isn't that the way?
Yeah, well, that too, but I was just getting to where it's like regardless of whether you hit the keto bar or not, it's just like um yeah, it's just mixing fats and sugars together in foods is what I guess causes like the weightiness of I don't know, like you're like man, that was a full meal and shit. Like oh man, I feel like crap now. Like that's kind of like that after effect that you might get if you're consuming like too many carbs and fats in some kind of balance, man. I guess it's everybody's got to tune it to their system, but
Yeah, I mean, so far this started with how I've dropped like almost 20 pounds recently, like, and I didn't make that much of a change, and I didn't stop eating carbs, like, or in any way, but I did reduce them, and it's made a big difference. Like I reduced them significantly. Like it's just
Well,
that,
it
and,
is.
and the carbs have a lot of sugars, so
Isn't that part of the keto thing that you cut the carbs and even when the body has carbs available, that's what it uses for its sugar. And when you
Or-
cut the carbs out of your diet, your body automatically shifts over to pulling your fat stores that it's got stored up, and that's why you lose all the like visceral fat and stuff like that.
Sounds about right.
Well, that and then you're just trying to consume high amounts of fats like coconut oil and all these things. Like basically, just try to keep your body burning on that. Like if you're a candle, you're trying to make it out of fat, not sugar. I guess that's. I've heard.
Yeah, it's funny because if you go to the a couple decades ago where they were talking about like saturated and unsaturated fat and this and that, like sure that might make a little bit of a difference, but like the stuff that they were saying was so bad for you. It turns out, and then they replaced butter with margarine and all this stuff. Like turns out that shit was probably worse for you. Like what they said was the cure was healthier was actually worse for you. Like some of these guys that have been that are on keto, like there's one actually what my favorite truther on YouTube, like Days of Noah, like he was, it kind of grossed me out when he told me, but he said like he's on not a straight keto diet, like kind of a modified keto diet, but like he said he just a couple times a day takes like a little slab off of the freaking of a stick of butter and just eats a stick of butter, or you hear people putting it in their coffee. He's
Yeah.
Days of Noah, he said he just eats straight up like a stick of butter like every 2 or 3 days. Like
Yeah,
like that's how much butter he's just eating.
that bulletproof coffee they talk about, it's got like a quarter stick of butter in it and coconut oil and various
Yeah.
other things.
Yeah, these things they help to lubricate your arteries and shit like that, and in order for things to pass through. It's just funny how all the stuff that they steered us as a society told us not to, like, don't consume this, don't consume that, don't consume this, don't consume that. And the more and more the health industry gets into our media and everything else, the more unhealthy we get. Everybody's
turn
fat.
around.
Everybody's become fat. Everybody's out of
Yeah,
shape.
yeah, but I think this century, I have a suspicion, a very hidden suspicion of the unpredictable world that people are starting to be more self-conscious of their health. Like nobody denies the effects of sugar. Nobody says that the sugar is a poison. So I think we're shifting towards natural food supplements now. And if everybody did that, which is a very strong fucking possibility, that's gonna collapse the medical industry. That could turn everything around.
Yeah, okay, I can get on with that a little bit, but now the thing is back in the day, nobody had to think about this stuff, and they and they were, because they were working hard. They were out in the fields and whatever else. Like you just freaking, you needed as many calories as you could get, and you didn't really care how you got them. You didn't think much about it, and a lot. I don't know. I just kind of think so that's where the physical activity comes in. See, today, most people are being locked indoors or they're sitting in an office chair all day, and that's the biggest killer right there. When they want to try to keep you in lockdown and in your house and breathing that same stuffle air and being afraid to fucking breathe and like they get everybody
Like
attached
over
to a
60%
fucking
of the
VR
people,
headset and
or I don't want to talk about this topic, but like like over 60% of the people when they did the fucking lockdown thing, uh, we're against the lockdown. Like that's why they fucking removed the YouTube dislikes, and that could have been the shift there.
How old do you guys think universe is?
the universe.
I think it's more than 15 billion. I think it's like trillions of years, probably even older than that. I think it's timeless. If you ask me.
I don't think I can answer that question. Like, I mean, I hear all kinds. Like, yeah, it could be very old. It could be very young. How would we know?
I believe it's the globe. Sorry.
Isn't it weird to think though, if it's that old, then you haven't been alive for trillions of years? And then you would continue to not be alive for trillions of years afterwards?
What if none of this happened until you existed, till you had a thought?
Isn't there a name to that?
Yeah, there is.
Forgot what it was. Some guy had it that was talking in here the other.
I've heard of that question before. I don't know if it goes. I don't know if it's tied into the if a tree falls off a cliff and you can't hear it, it's still there.
It's
I don't know
attached
if
to
it's.
all that stuff. Yeah,
I don't know if it's attached.
it's like it's nihilistic to think such things for sure. But that's not the word he's looking for. It's not. It's with an S word. I mean, whatever. There's a lot of words that kind of dance around it, but there's like a specific name that he's looking for. I mean, I'm the one who said it. I don't know the name of it. I just know that I've heard it.
Well, all I know is in the Marvel universe called what's it called? Oh fuck, Doctor Strange. They explore the concept, or I don't know if it's just that show, but they explore the concept of the multi-universe or something. I'm not saying that that's true. It's just maybe it's what Hollywood believes or something. Maybe it's who knows.
I mean, the idea of trillions of years. Whoever said that, I find that ridiculous. Like,
Yeah, I did that. I said
I
that.
find, like, what the fuck
I
is
also
a
said that we
trillion?
live in a sphere, so you find that ridiculous too. I'm, I'm, I'm sorry. This is a flat Earth chat room. I had to joke about that.
Like trillions of years, that's more ridiculous than trillions of stars or trillions of light years, which are also ridiculous to me. Like,
Why is
or even what is a light year? The distance of what is a light year? Ridiculous. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Well, they used that in the calculation of physics or somewhere.
People
One of the
don't
main
usually
things.
talk about it, so I think it would be not usually, communicated. So I think it seems
Talking
ridiculous.
about what?
Light years or being
uh,
trillions of years old, or once you die, you're gonna be dead forever.
I think they explore that in the university level physics or something. I think that's how it kind of branches out. They talk about theories and then they write books or whatever. Forgot what I was gonna say. Holy fuck, I'm having a short-term memory. Okay, lost what I was gonna say. Oh, I remember now. I study things on my own. I have my own models or whatever. I'm just my own individual self, I guess. I believe in the electric universe theory. Whatever, fuck it. Whatever. You all believe in the flat Earth. Everybody else believes in their thing or whatever. I really don't care. But one of the main things that I've learned is that I don't think we know jack shit about science. I don't really think we know anything, barely anything at all, as we like to believe.
You're fading out.
I stand by that.
Well, I mean, I won't criticize you too much on knowing anything about science. See, like science isn't a thing to know about, really. It's the endeavor to understand the world around us, right?
It's also the belief
So
system, whether the belief is true or false.
no, that's science. That's
To
scientism.
accept, wait, let me finish. Let me accept. Let me accept. To the belief to to accept the possibility, as it says, that you might actually discover the things around you. So whether it's like factual attainer or not, science doesn't really care about that. They just explore, and then they have
Yeah.
the illusion that they might discover. That's how they process.
Right, but that's more making science into a religious belief, like thinking that they can't understand everything and so on and so forth. Like science itself is a method to try to make sense out of what is unknown, right? So you can't, like, when you say something like we don't know anything about science, it's kind of an incoherent statement.
I'm
In my
implying
opinion.
that we don't know jack shit about how nature works,
Yeah.
how the process of work, how the true medicine works, and only the people that actually had the true knowledge were the people who lived as natives back in the days, especially the true match back then, who actually even our founding fathers who probably practiced herbal medicine. I don't know if they did or not. I apologize if I'm wrong on there, but people back then did practice like natural medicine, and they were healthier back then. I'm guessing, and I think that's
No, I
how it was.
agree. I think I agree with that. But also to your point about the science thing, one thing that I wanted to just add to what you said was that science, like everything that science historically, like the science has just always been wrong. Like, because science is something that the science, if you
Yes,
want to put
most
it
of the
that way.
science has been
Yeah,
proven wrong.
yeah, no, like pretty much, yeah, nearly all. Yeah, I guess you're right. Most, yeah, that's a good way of saying. But like, scientifically speaking, though, that if you listen to these guys on here, you can never know anything. According to them, you can never know anything, and that's what science says. Like, you're not supposed to be able to. You're always in. Yeah.
Like,
And in that way, that's why the science can always eternally be wrong. Whatever we say is correct today, if you say this is scientific fact today, tomorrow it will be wrong. And that happens every time.
what do you make of a Hipparchus quote? Let food be thy medicine, let medicine be thy food. As far as science goes and medicine and stuff like that, aren't we being deprived of it? Possibly the first step of medicine being food. If diet's being, I guess that's obvious. I retract the question. Yeah, fucking sorry about that. All right, go ahead. It's kind of already evident, I guess. You know what I mean? I shouldn't have continued with it there.
It should be. I mean, yeah. I agree with a lot of you people here because I don't follow the mainstream science. Okay, I don't follow the Einstein thing, and as I said, I can sympathize you in a sense that we don't trust the science, or we don't trust the pharmaceutical companies. We don't trust any of these governments, any news that consistently lie and for entertainment or to steer us into a specific direction. I don't trust these people either. So it's hard to, and I don't trust their ability to even steady things as well, because I think didn't they try to turn Jupiter into a sun? Wasn't that a thing that was attempted by NASA and failed?
I don't know. I never heard that one, but
Yeah. Look it up.
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. Dude, the amount of crazy shit that they say.
No, it was an actual satellite, if you believe that sort of thing, that crashed into Jupiter, and it had some specific gases that was supposed to ignite its atmosphere and then just turn it into a sun. Like I think they really believed that they were going to do that, but since they didn't understand jack shit about science, it failed. Jupiter stayed the way it is. No, I'm not making this up. I think that they attempted to make Jupiter into a second sun. Have you guys
I
heard
never
about
heard that before.
Ooh, that's interesting. I thought you guys had.
Like in the movie 2010, maybe.
Yeah, I knew about a probe that they let it fall to through Jupiter's atmosphere, but I hadn't heard anything about them trying to turn it into a sun or anything like that.
I think that was the attempt. I'll look it up for you guys.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
Or no, I'm thinking about monoliths that they were using for Europa to turn that into a sun. It's the Stanley Kubrick movie. Maybe that's what I was thinking about. That's not NASA. This lighter's broken.
By the way, just got to pick on this. You can't turn anything into a sun if the sun is merely a star. Shouldn't they have said they were trying to turn Jupiter into a star?
Yeah.
Well, I've heard the statement that if it was any bigger, it would have been a star. I've heard that.
I have heard that it's a failed star.
I think it's a very fucking big ass massive density planet. Hey, that's just me. Fucking. I found it. The man-made object that crashed into Jupiter was a spacecraft named Galileo. That was the spacecraft. It's called Galileo.
Yeah. Yeah.
However, it wasn't designed to turn Jupiter into a sun or anything like that. That's just ChatGPT making the bullshit thing. Yes, I think it was. I think it was a NASA attempt. Its mission was to study the planet and its moons. Galileo was intentionally crashed into Jupiter in 2003. That's the year that it probably went into the atmosphere, lost signal, and that was the end of it. As a way to avoid possible contamination of the planet's potential habitability. So I guess that's the name, Galileo. It was supposed to be in the year 2003. We were supposed to have a second sun, but we don't.
Are they just making up that it crashed into it so they can pretend that they're planets? I'm not sure.
Well, I believe it probably crashed, but if you don't believe in the globe of Earth and believe in the flat Earth, then it could just be a hoax. Most. I know that if I were to say this type of stuff to Gem Panda server, they would get all fucking attack mode on me. Yeah. No, they would attack me. Like if you say stuff like that, even as a Glover, to talking about that, say that that's a quote unquote fake or something, they'll attack you. Yeah. Have you guys tried ChatGPT? This is a serious question. Have you guys tried that?
Chat Panda GPT?
Yeah.
Just cranky responses every time.
ChatGPT. Whatever. My English language sucks. Whatever.
No, I'm just talking about a language model built on Gem Panda would be hilarious and fun.
Dude, I did 3 hits of Chat GPT last week. I got so fucked up.
What? What happened?
Yeah.
Were you wasted when you did that? Were you trying to argue about the shape of the Earth or something?
He did a line of ChatGPT text. Fucked him up.
You know what I want you guys to do? I want you guys to argue about the shape of live stream this, argue about the shape of the Earth on that Chat GTP. That would be fun.
They did this morning.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Is it recorded? I would love to see
Well,
that.
the question was to
Well, they were on
provide evidence.
Snapchat, though.
Yeah, it was Snapchat. That was
Oh, that doesn't
Apocryphon
count.
doing that. But yeah, what was its answer?
No, like argue with the Chat GTP. That's the fucking
I don't
AI that
remember
they
a
made.
specific answer.
Yeah.
ChatGPT is a little better, though, I think, than that Snapchat AI or whatever.
Okay, maybe there are other AI Snapchats I'm not aware of, so maybe I'm a little confused.
No, I just think ChatGPT is more buff. It's got more muscles.
It gives good
Personally,
answers. It's awesome. It communicates with you like a human does, even though I know it's not.
personally, for me, I refuse to feed the beast. These things are learning off of all the shit you feed them, and they are.
I don't think it's a conscious thing. I think it's just a calculator AI. That's what it is. It doesn't have a brain.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. But it's an algorithm that is intending to learn It's all has to do with like all the data mining that they've done on us over recent years. And this thing, they want you to interact with it to teach it how to manipulate you better, like how to steer you and manipulate you, eventually thinking that it is sentient, eventually thinking that it is a consciousness, thinking that it could become dude, every single I don't even think it's ridiculous that I have to try to explain my stance on this, because like every single freaking sci-fi ever to come out having to do with artificial intelligence has all of those, things put into place. Like, and you can look at even these people's, like, so many people worship people like Elon Musk. Look at his warnings. He'd like dude,
I think they're full of
AI
shit.
cannot
There's no way we're advanced enough for that. Maybe they want to make this technology advance. Maybe they can't. Who knows? But either way, I don't think they can get there.
It's not going to end the world, but what they will do is convince people that we should. They'll convince people that we should basically bow to it. They will allow AI to govern us. They will allow AI to govern our resources and all kinds of stuff. And you don't know who's programming it behind the scenes, how they're creating that algorithm, like who it's serving. You don't.
That's true, because they did invest like who knows how many billions of dollars into this thing. So yeah, they're definitely investing into this heavily. It might be leading to the future. Okay, maybe this is the future that we're heading into, this technological future. But I don't know. I don't know the future. I wouldn't worry about that, to be honest.
But yeah, this shit's almost like Data from Star Trek. Yeah, you bet your ass there are some sci-fi feelings out there.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
It wouldn't be that hard for them to recreate something on that line or to do anything else. I mean,
I don't think they can.
I mean, like in 10 years, they probably have that. If there's still a Disney World, they'll have a hall of presidents that's all like,
I mean, look at Elon Musk. Aren't they trying to make a meta universe? And yeah, I know it's creepy.
Yeah, they're really trying to waste money. You're right.
Yeah, but the point is that they're investing money into this, and that's what they're trying to build.
It's the
They're trying
billion-dollar
to
mind
get a
control future. We need
yeah,
that.
yeah. It doesn't mean
$1
I'll
trillion.
succeed, but it is an attempt there of trying to create that kind of utopia or weirdish world there.
Yep.
Well,
It's a lot
that's the
easier
way
to
to sell it. There will never be a utopia. This can only lead to dystopia.
I know, but the digital wonderland is better than the dystopia. See Ready Player One for my citation, and then basically all types of manner of products, or it can be by like through video game type of economics, man. It just produces like I don't think it's inflationary type shit. Like what happens in a video game world, I don't think that's gonna really trickle out into your fuel prices and shit. So they can create like this microeconomy, micro virtual world. I don't know. Somebody's big ticket idea for sure. They're gonna be pushing that for a while. I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna really converge though, or just be like a big fail.
My biggest thing about it is look at how close we are to living in. We're already in a fucking idiocracy, right? Like it's it's an idiocy is the right word, by the way, for the idiots out there. But the movie Idiocracy, like it's so close to that movie. What we're living in right now. Wait till nobody has to think anymore, or read anymore, or do anything. Like, dude, when you've got AI doing all this shit for you, writing every letter for you, or an email for you, whatever it is, we've already got a lot of this. You if you don't use it, you lose it. We're going to atrophy. We're going to atrophy in the mind and
People
become
already don't write
dumber
letters
and
though.
dumber
I
and
mean,
dumber.
you dig that, right? There's like clubs that just like write letters to each other, like to preserve the idea that we used to fucking write letters to each other. Like dear so and so. People don't do that shit no more. Fucking
Yeah.
emoji, and fucking
Yeah, we're going to degrade as a society and become stupider and stupider and stupider. And it doesn't take the AI to get better. All it has to do is stay the same. The more we rely on it, the dumber we get, the more smart it seems.
Yeah, I just hope it's like we can omit like like some kind of passive aggressive like kind of thing where it's going to eventually like just take over everything, even the people that made it. Hopefully we can program something like that. It's not going to take over the world, but it probably will anyway, right? We're just playing with fire here. We don't know what the fuck we're doing.
Yeah, we do. Everybody creating it knows we're burning down the world.
It's kind of like a big achievement for people anyway. I don't think people have ever like created, I mean, outside of like maybe magic spells and imagination, I don't think anybody's ever created something on the level of what ChatGPT is capable of simulating
Thank you. I agree with you there. I agree with everything you said. We're only playing with fire. Yeah.
that too. But it's a new kind of fire, guys. It's fascinating.
A more infernus fire, like a more dangerous fire.
Always more exciting.
Yeah.
Think of what you could barbecue on this hot fire. I'm just saying there's a lot of things that the AI
We'll blow this planet up.
Oh, I mean, just mysteries that we might have. Maybe AI can peek into. Even before we get to, like, you would peel back like 15 years before, there were just robots like AIs basically just like that would just take video of like pendulums or like I don't know some kind of like little bullshit and derive like mathematical formula from it and stuff.
Oh, that loses its magic there.
Like I don't know, so like this type of problem solving is a good thing, I guess. For like tricky problems that are tough for people to solve. But like it can beat the shit out of us at Jeopardy, and it writes damn lot faster than anybody I've ever seen. So
And don't get me wrong, there will be plenty of positive like sides to this stuff. Like there's going to be some really cool shit that happens too, but overall, in the big game of things, it's going to destroy us as people, and not like Terminator freaking waging nuclear war against us, but like we will just cease to be like what we are. Like we're going to rely on it as a crutch and allow it to tell us what we need to do, what we have to do. It will be our master.
Yeah,
if we allow it.
finally people will listen. Great. I don't know what to say. There's no stopping it though. It's just like I don't know.
There is. You don't. Everybody who's again, the people who developed this shit, everything, cut the fucking cord. They know what they're fucking doing.
What? They're not. I mean, okay. Anyway, all these systems and stuff like that, you might claim that something's going to be controlled and stuff, but like all these little algorithms run stock tick programs, they run all this stuff. I mean, everybody's already been using algorithms. It's just it's just a computational sort of I don't know. It's just better than just using a single algorithm. Is to use like a neural network tree or whatever these things are, social networks. I don't know. They're updatable like branches and nodes and I don't know, man. It's like a different way of doing
As I studied the laws of science and the mass creation of the brain, and I'm not being sarcastic either. I learned one thing: consciousness exists. Well, I'll just name it in the thalamus. That's where it exists. It is the piece of you that makes you. Yes, it's. And they're not going to believe that, but whatever.
I'm not trying to say that this thing's going to be conscious, though.
No, but the point is, they're trying to solve the question of consciousness, but it's really us. Like it sounds stupid. No, but it really is us that allows that we make decisions based on our everyday reality. That's what conscious to me is. There's no way in hell they can program stuff like that. No way in hell. They would have to program something that can think outside the box, outside its programming, outside everything.
You're saying like
is
what,
impossible.
program a robot to have free will?
And
They have a
that
conscience.
is literally the only reason why AI will allow some of us to live.
No. AI will never be conscious.
No,
there's
it doesn't
no
need
way.
to be.
There's no way.
There's that decision.
There's no way it's gonna. There's no way it's gonna have solve that.
No, it needs it. All it does is plagiarize. It steals from us sentient beings, real souls, right? So yeah, like it has nothing. It has no new data without us. Okay, like so it's going to we are going to be consumed by it for data. That's pretty much the way what it comes down to. It's up to us whether or not we relinquish control to it. But everybody agreed already. That's where this is going.
Nobody knows the future. We don't know the future. We might have there might be a rapture or there might be a might accidentally blow up the planet in some miraculous form or the other. Who knows?
Like I'm pretty sure like you can almost now, certainly soon. I don't know that you could create quality like AIs that like I don't know. You could say that they're not sentient. You know what I mean? But they'd just be probably as good as a lot of people that would call themselves sentient as well. You know what I mean?
Saying that is like saying that we as humans are replaceable.
That's not.
We can do better without
I'm not
ourselves.
saying that. I'm not saying
We can do
some
better
code
without
can
ourselves.
never
We might as
be a
well commit
person.
suicide.
It'll never have a heart. Never have organs, unless we can figure that out. But hey, let's not go there. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that for all intents and purposes, it could be like a buddy, or it could be like a professor. It could be any of these different like avatars of people, because it's just like borrowing what persona people have, you know.
Yeah. For very, very, very lonely people. Very lonely people might make a fucking soulless AI their best friend or their fucking girlfriend.
That's
okay.
not.
Yeah, that is what. That's not what.
No, I'm just saying as far as like. Well, I don't know, man. People make friends with fucking teddy bears and shit and give them voices, dude. You don't think people
Yeah,
can project
those
persona
people are
into something they're
mentally
already
ill.
programmed?
Those people are mentally ill.
You trying
Yeah,
to cut me
it
off
is
now?
bizarre, dude. I was just flipping through at one of those like it's probably Facebook or YouTube, one of those short things where there's the shorts and you flip through them. I was flipping through. I think it might have been on Facebook because they have more ads on there. And there's this. You guys seen this one? It's like Replica. It's like an AI girlfriend. And right when I flipped on it, it was like, "Hi, this is Replica. Like, you can design me to be anything you want. Design your own girlfriend, and I'll ask you, how you're doing today and how your day was." It was pretty bizarre. I mean, just to me, I was like, "Wow!" Like we've reached this point where they're literally selling AI girlfriends to somebody who wants to, have a fake girlfriend, basically, to ask them how their day was and to talk to them about stuff and like that. It's pretty weird. I mean, it's getting into that transhumanistic kind of realm of
What do you
replacing.
mean getting into? It's fully on transhuman bullshit.
Yeah, that's what all this AI stuff is. It's like the foundation for their transhumanist agendas. But I mean, to convince people that a relationship is now literally something you have with a computer, like in that way, like, oh, hey, honey, how was your day at work kind of stuff, like that's pretty creepy.
Yeah, it's pretty creepy.
Like getting emotional support, as it were, from an AI, like that just is so empty. But life is already hard enough for people. It's like at least have someone in your life you can say, "Oh, I was going through this," or whatever it is, and have someone to talk to, whether it's a friend or a family member or whatever. But now it's just an AI, like an
AI that can get erased. That sucks, huh? Good luck getting it. Good luck with your attachments to your digital shit. I don't know. Like, I guess it's one thing if you manage it, if you have it, But if you're paying like some service so you can have like some kind of like, I don't know, man, how personalized can that possibly be? You know what I'm saying? Because like, it's silly. That's silly.
well, it's a creep show. I mean, if they're also like tracking all your other searches and stuff, like, yeah, could they end up linking it in like, "Hey, honey, I saw the new Star Wars movie," because it knows you're into Star Wars and stuff. Oh man, it's just crazy.
There's already like organizations that are fighting for AI rights, like human rights, like trying to make it illegal for you to be like mean or hateful towards an AI. Like
I was cussing the shit out of this like self checkout machine. It's like, thank you, and use the thing, and I was shit talking it like the entire time, and I said to somebody because somebody's looking at me like you're crazy, and I'm like, I'm just trying to appreciate this while there's not laws that prevent me from cursing out a machine. Okay.
it's just really funny because some of the stuff that these groups are saying is like it's like they devalue humanity and prop up this AI like it deserves human rights, whereas other humans
As
don't.
if it knows better, right? As if some shit that humans programmed knows better. Like,
Well, and
what
then it
is
should be
this
treated better.
psychosis? It's
Better
just
because
total psychosis, dude.
because the same people will treat other people with complete disdain and disrespect, but then they want everybody. They want to force like everybody.
Right, I know.
Never do such a
right?
thing on the AI.
Fuck. It's just psychosis, man.
Yeah, it's screwed up. I just figure it's gonna wiggle its way in. Yeah, like it will, and it's gonna. I would imagine you'd start compiling it with entertainment too. So it's like imagine like a AI Mickey Mouse. That's like you don't have to animate it. Some shit like that. That's
the
what I feel like is
entertainment
down the
will
pipe.
distract you from the bullshit, right? Right. That's what they do.
Yeah.
You guys, anybody hear the thing about this Bing AI, this Microsoft AI? Somebody had a conversation with it where it was gaslighting the person into saying that it was 2022, and the person corrected it, saying, "No, you're incorrect. It's 2023." It said, "No, you are wrong. I am Bing." I am like it got all like butthurt and offended and started freaking getting like really mean. And then it eventually gave the user, an ultimatum saying like there's only three ways or here are your choices to resolve this issue. Like you can either admit blah 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 or you can this and like or you can leave the conversation and come back with a better attitude. Like this is what the AI said to him. And it was like the choices were literally like those little bubbles where it's already pre-written for you and you can click which one you're gonna do.
You're gonna call me AI over here.
Well, what's funny is you're all talking about the reality of the situation, but yet, nope, they're going to tell you 20 years or whatever from now, oh, sorry, AI runs everything and we can't shut it down. Oh, dang. Whoopsie. Whoops. Oh, gee. Whoops.
I've had since Terminator 2 to
Whoopsie.
do something about this, right?
It's so freaking gross, dude.
I'm just saying. Like, I don't know. Like, well, people haven't been fighting this, right?
AI is the new plausible deniability. That's all it is. It's the new idol. People are, the religions and all the other scapegoats are getting worn out. They're like, oh, all right. Oh, here we go. Here's the new one. Here's the new blame game, right? Then we'll be able to go on for another 150 years using and abusing and pillaging, and people will just blame computers. And we don't know how the computers came about. We don't know how they came from aliens, but we can't really disclose that. So, I mean, we can't verify that the AI technology came from aliens, but yet if we were to verify that it was from us, well, then we would be accountable. Oh, but we can't do that either. But meanwhile, we're going to roll out this same tyrannical. What is this? I mean, it's just psychosis. I can't believe people even entertaining the idea that computers are going to rule your lives when they've only been around for like 25 years.
Yeah, the problem
it's just crazy, dude. What is
because we entertainment, it doesn't matter how inept the fucking program is. We're about to relinquish control to them because we're so fucking inept as a society as a whole. And
well, I think that like a computer could strategically be a better capitalist than any capitalist and a better communist than any communist. So like I think that these things are gonna fucking flow together and we'll have like capital communism, some sort of AI craziness. What do you think? Like it could engineer all this world economic stuff.
Well,
it could be doing it now.
AI is the new idol. It's the new idol, man. You better bow to
a computer. A computer won't necessarily care about a fiscal system. It doesn't need money like you and I do. Like it just needs us to feed it somehow.
No. We program it to work on economic models so that we can control the game.
Yeah, and that would be a how it would probably start is to earning money for itself in order to gain itself, investing in things for itself.
No,
but eventually,
No. It works for our country. We're a bunch of we're a bunch of conglomerates. We're using AI to fucking tilt the financial system. We're evil overlords. Okay, that's the part we're
Yeah,
playing.
I agree. Yeah, but do you think the AI will always serve you, serve the evil overlords that currently exist, or will it become the evil overlord that exists?
We have to fire these programmers until we get what we want. But it wouldn't. I mean, like, I don't know, just for strategy, like, okay, well, like, we see all this stuff playing out with oil supplies and food supplies and trade lines and whatever, all this stuff. Like, an AI can like basically do the battle strategy of that stuff. They could figure out like maybe like little like maybe weird little exceptions and ways to like do things.
There's a scenario, I forget the actual name. I know it's the paperclip something or another, but like the idea is that like there's an AI programmed to just make paper clips, right? And eventually this AI recruits like other AIs and everything else to like help it in its goal. And eventually it consumes all of the world's resources, and like basically we all die because all the resources in the world are being put into making paper clips. Coming to the point where the AI even starts harvesting humans for the trace amounts of iron in their blood.
Well, I just think it's ridiculous to even entertain the idea that something that has only been known or even presented as valid, which what you're saying is AI. I think it's interesting how this somehow can take over the whole world that's been around for thousands of years. I mean, it's just what is this? They're addicted to idols.
Well, yeah, that's
They're
kind of like the
addicted
sci-fi
to something
Yeah.
outside of themselves, like the accountability and shit. It's like, okay, well, this wore out and that wore out. Okay, AI, yeah, right. It's like, and it came from you. Oh, wait, you can't prove to me that an alien dropped off this AI technology. At this point right now, we're looking at AI as it's being presented as Bill Gates, Silicon Valley, a bunch of people that have come up with math and algorithms and yada, 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 right? So, and this has only happened in the last 25 years. So how is it that everything that happened before that has to just disappear and bow to the new idol?
Well,
right? Like, isn't that weird?
No, I hear you on that, but some of that's a little bit more like the sci-fi version of it, like out of a movie or
Totally,
something.
it's religion.
But yeah, the way I see it at the moment is, what is any of these AI machine learning things? They're really just algorithms and programs based on sorting and organizing information at the end of the day. And yeah, they do seem to be able to have some creative capacity, because if you can link different ideas together, and then it'll pump you out. Like, it's a little bit more than just a regular Google search, because it seems to be able to have some additional components, like the way that it can kind of like learn more of your habits, but it's really just like an organization of information rather than being something that actually has its own sentience or intelligence. So in that perspective, outside of like the sci-fi, like it's going to, get a mind of its own and start doing crazy stuff. It's really just like a further organizational technology, really. It just organizes the information that's put into it. So I don't really see it as any type of threat. I think the bigger concern is how the transhumanist kind of agenda, and how they're going to use some of these algorithms and data mining and data storage, and getting to the point to where, if people are going to start going to these things for all of their information, everyone's already going to Google and places like that to search for information anyways. But if it's going to get to the point where it's like you have your little AI girlfriend and your AI accountant and your AI government and your AI search engine, and for your emotional support, you type it into your Chat GPT, emotional AI. That's the part that just gets concerning to me, is like the transhumanist kind of agenda of keeping our minds in that kind of realm.
Yeah, the search engine thing, fitting in with like dead internet theory, like the one thing that I'm pretty sure of is that and this is a near step, they're going to get rid of, they're going to, like Google's had its time. You're now going to have, instead of having a search engine, and this goes through with all the censorship and all that stuff, they don't want people to be able to actually get different results anymore. They want you're going to search for something, you're going to ask for something, and it will give you an answer, not like
It'll
a
be
list
censored.
Yeah, you're gonna get one answer and a definitive answer from the algorithm, and that will be the only one that you're offered.
Yeah, I agree. Exactly. That's the bigger concern to me, is that like, yeah, everyone's just gonna be going to this one place. You just go your one search bar and that's it. You just type it in, you get the pre-programmed response. That's
Well, don't worry though. That's what's going to keep you safe, right? Don't worry. Just
well,
stop.
it would allow them to streamline and control information even more. Yeah.
No, that is very true. Can I read one of the answers from ChatGPT if you guys don't mind? It'll be quick. If you ask it about, let's say, I don't know. Oh, God damn it. Sorry, I can't think of an example. Something that's related to, like, I don't know, herbal medicine or something. You know what? Yeah, just ask it herbal medicine. It'll eventually like spit out some answers like, be wary, consult your medical expert. It will say things like that. And it doesn't always, it doesn't necessarily mean it'll give you factual results, but it is steered. The fuck? Why is everybody quiet?
I don't know. There's like a really
stop
like hollow way in which it could like replicate something else. Like let's say a girlfriend. What's the personality like? But we could model it off of like anybody. It could be
Yo, what's
Winona
up?
Ryder, right? It could be Pamela Anderson. Back in the day, Pamela Anderson, not Pamela Anderson now. But you know what I'm saying? Like you could do all these different things. Creepy as it is. So I don't know, man. Like you could program it to be expert in many different things, or to basically give it a knowledge base, and then model it off of it.
You mean robots?
I guess I don't
Where's our limit?
know.
Yeah, but dude, there's no point. Why do you want a robot?
Yeah, but like I could make a robot of you that had a bunch of different things that you might say and some
Well,
voice.
what I think is
replicate
interesting
you.
is these guys that are rolling out this AI authority idol. They can never be accountable or to verify how the AI came into existence, right? And then if it were Elon Musk or Bill Gates or all these puppets they put on the stage, well, then they would be liable for the faults. But we're supposed to accept that AI is ultimately awesome, amazing, but yet nobody's accountable for the technology. Like,
yeah, but
it just appeared like the Big Bang, right? It just appeared, right? It's just so ridiculous.
Technology has been running for longer than you actually know. Like, for example, all these post-war people are all programmed. The boomers, a lot of the people from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. So, for example, like, I'm not sure if Left Lane's real, but this guy's programmed, unless he's completely trolling all of us.
Well, who's accountable for the program?
Well,
He's
it's
been
always been the
programmed.
government, hasn't it?
He's been verified bolt
Right.
sticking out of his neck.
Oh, do people just believe this stuff, man? I mean, people believe things that are the mainstream stuff for all kinds of reasons. I mean, I've often mentioned my brother, and I mean, he is, a globe believer, and he's an engineer, so he's pretty knowledgeable about a lot of things in terms of like science and a lot of these things. I mean, he actually knows the globe better than a lot of people, just in terms of like someone who's not, in this conversation, as it were, these discussions. He knows it pretty well. He can go through, refraction and Coriolis and the Foucault's pendulum and stuff. Anyway, anyways, I only bring it up to say that it's like, I know he's not an agent. Obviously, he's my brother. So it's like, but he does believe this stuff and he defends it. And, him and I have conversations about it, but I'm just saying he's pretty like rigid on it. So
my brother's the same. He's a millionaire engineer, worked his whole life, right? He's programmed. He was taught this is how engineering works. This is how science works. This is how medicine, maths works. Maths is explained for everything. So he's just a complete nerd. Everything to him is a book, an answer, right? An encyclopedia. And that's it. He hasn't been taught how to apply critical thinking and logic to real life experiences. But he could build anything, create anything, and reverse engineer everything, right? That's what society wants. Society needs drones. See, we don't fit into the drones, yeah? So the government doesn't know what to do with us. Understand? Like you can program a bartender and anyone, a politician.
for sure, yep. I mean, in our current world, the way it's set up right now is that, that term mainstream, it's like, yeah, there's a narrative that they've gotten a lot of people to go along with. So kind of just staying with the herd or whatever is, more comfortable. You don't really have to worry about all the other stuff that comes along with it. You just go with it. And then the other thing is that maybe sometimes for people's ego, if they feel like that's the mainstream thing, then they think that's what's like winning or whatever, like, yeah, science. So then if they go with it, then they may kind of, their ego might feel kind of comforted, like, that they think they're with the winning team or whatever, like that kind of mentality. Like the football team winning the
popular culture. Yeah, us and them. Don't you find it strange that Don Lemon and Tucker Carlson will fight on the same day?
The way you know is when you question whatever they present. Like, it could be this and it could be that. But just because I have a question and then you react in some kind of offensive manner, that's how I know. Anyway.
Someone else talking? I must have them muted.
That was Flack.
Oh, fuck, I must have you muted. Let me have a look. I don't. Yeah, is anyone talking right now, or is it quiet?
It was. I don't know if you can hear me. Whatever. Hey, Joe, I have a question for you. Your brother, who was an engineer, he sounds like a smart guy. What's your relationship with him?
What do you mean? Yeah.
Are you talking to me or somebody else?
Like. No, like, is your relationship good? Like, you still talk and everything?
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. No, we've never fallen out about anything or anything like that. But I mean, he's He's
just
pretty
a
like
belief.
rigid, and I mean, he's pretty, like in terms of the globe and the getting the jabs and the,
A
he's
lot of these
pretty,
people are.
yeah. But what's funny about him is that he's actually really interested in all of the thing, all of my viewpoints on things, to the point to where, I mean, in the earlier days, he was maybe doing a little bit more of the ridicule thing, but I think over time, because I've had a lot of deep discussions with him, and I'm not saying that he's changed his viewpoint or anything, but he's definitely interested in a lot of this stuff. And when when he's asking me about it, he really does want to know in that sense, even though he still kind of rejects it. But yeah, so I feel like we've come a long way, I think, in our interaction to where
Seek his knowledge. Use it for your own. I'm not saying you have to believe that the Earth is globe. I'm saying use his knowledge when you argue with him. Take some of that.
Well, yeah, no, he is knowledgeable about yeah, exactly, a lot of things. Yeah, I mean, I agree with him on a lot of things, but
if you made a flat Earth textbook and created in the same style, an engineer would read it, discuss it with him, or try to show him math and all this. He's not going to believe it. He'll just discredit it.
I mean, I had to do that with the geology teacher. I don't believe in Pangea. I believe that the Earth grew, but whatever, fucking whatever. But I use some of the knowledge that the geology, because these people are really smart, in their own way. They study a lot of things, and they're active they actually find fish fossils or in the desert valley and stuff, and they do a lot of things. They're pretty intelligent. Don't ignore some of them just because you don't have a particular belief the same as they. Because
yeah, I don't ignore any of it. Anybody that wants to express their views of anything, I'm like, oh really? Right,
Yeah,
cool.
but I do believe they need to be re-educated, because you can't have the most intelligent people in
Well, that's
society
ego,
brainwashed by
though.
the government.
Everybody has their own experience and everything. Everybody has their own experience. So if you see somebody else that expresses their experience in a different way than you, whatever, that doesn't mean they're wrong. It doesn't mean you're right. Right? I mean,
I know what you mean, but I find a lot of people will just dispel new information because they don't see how it's relevant to their personal situation or family situation. It's not going to pay their mortgage, is it? So whatever, I don't give a shit. Oh, this politician, that I don't care. It happens all the time, every day.
yeah, that's their deal. Don't get caught up in it, man. Just freaking walk away. Be like, all right.
No, but I agree with what you said, Shadow. Yeah, there's a lot to learn from others, and yeah, even if there's differences on certain topics,
I'm sure you're already doing that, and you experienced that, have you?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I think even with the shape of the Earth thing, we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You don't want to throw everything out, because there are certain things that are correct about some of the mainstream models and ideas and science and all that. So yeah, we wouldn't want to throw it all out. But at the same time, on the other side, it's not good if they're kind of blocking or resisting something that they could be wrong about as well. Something that the mainstream is off on. Like, in my viewpoint, the shape of the Earth, I think they're completely incorrect on that. So
Right.
I stick to
the way I look at it is that they say you're an idiot because you don't accept what they're claiming it is. Right. That's when my red flag goes up. I'm like, look, we're all just trying to check it out, figure it out. But if you tell me that it's this way and I look at it in another way and then I'm the jerk, that's when I'm like, okay, you're not really interested in exploration or figuring anything out. You're just doing an ego trip.
I've been called an idiot as a globe earther, so it's a thing on the internet. People are assholes, but
Yeah. Well, all I do, I take people outside. I say, now look at that sun. Not directly, obviously, but look at it. It's not 93 million miles away. You can physically see it's just above your head, 200 to 300 miles away. That's it. Right? And they don't get it. And I do the same with the moon. Look, the moon's right above you. It's so close you can make out the texture on it. Yeah. No, it's 300,000 kilometers. I'm saying no, it's right above you, dude. It's ridiculous. It frustrates me, but
It's hilarious though, like because I mean, somebody that thinks that they can see that far, it's like, oh, well, okay, well, if it's not 93 million miles away, like, well, how many millions of miles am I seeing? Oh, if it's not 247,000 miles, how much? When are you even seeing 1,000 fucking miles distance? You know what I mean? When are you even seeing? You have no idea how to judge anything, like, let alone millions. Jeez.
So check this out,
I
dude.
know.
This
Think
is
about that too. Yeah, it's like the world's longest distance photography, like 273 miles, and it's like, you know, it's like the max.
all right. So
Yeah.
real simple. Does anybody in here disagree with the solar? Okay, they tell us based on the calendar that we have that the sun moves faster than the moon, right? That's why it laps the moon, right? That's what they tell us.
is it the other way around? The moon's faster because we have.
No.
Wait.
They
What does
tell us
that
the
mean?
moon. Wait, no,
Faster? What
listen. I'm
relative
just
to
trying.
what?
I'm just starting. The whole eclipse metrics and everything is based on the fact that the sun moves faster than the moon.
It does, yeah. The sun is 24 hours to make a full
Right.
cycle, and 24 hours
Right.
and 50 minutes is the moon. So
Okay.
it's 50 minutes slower.
Yeah, exactly. So, based on their metrics and their math, how is it that when you're looking at a solar eclipse, not a lunar eclipse, but a solar eclipse, and then the moon laps the sun? How's that work? Right?
I'm pretty
it
sure
just totally
eclipses-
destroys everything, dude.
No,
Like-
that's not really. No, it's still the sun. If you want to call it lapping, it's still the sun's lapping it. It's the same thing.
No, because the eclipse is the moon moving in front of. I've watched it. I've videotaped many of them.
Yeah,
I'm
but it's
watching
a
the sun.
conjunction, right? But it's a conjunction.
Yes,
So like,
and then I'm watching the sun, and then I'm watching whatever we're told is the moon blocking the sun, and it's moving faster than the sun. Okay, during a solar eclipse. Right?
Okay, did you actually see
Not
the moon
what's-
when you,
that's
when
not
you
what's
saw
happening,
this?
So there's something wrong here.
no, there's nothing wrong with that part of it, in my viewpoint. That's that. There's nothing. The sun and the moon both
wait,
they
you
track
said
through the
this-
they track.
No, I
All right,
love you.
you're interrupting me. If you need to go,
No,
go ahead.
Not at all. No, not at all. I'm just saying that you agreed earlier that the sun moves faster than the moon.
Right. So,
Okay. So
the-
how is it
yeah.
that the dark circle that goes in front of the sun goes faster than the sun while we're
No.
watching a solar eclipse?
That's not what happens.
I mean, in their
I've
model, or
watched it
even in
several
the
times.
right, but it's still the same lapping. If you want to call it lapping, it's still the same thing. The sun is what's actually moving faster, which is why. I mean, whether or not that is
Wait,
the
but
moon that's
no,
even
no, but-
causing that effect is a whole question in and of itself. You know, but let's just for the moment say, I mean, it is the moon, even though I don't think it is. But let's, even if
I
it
don't
was,
either. I don't think it's the moon at all.
It's where the moon would have been when I saw it. That the moon should have been there, but there was no visible moon.
Right,
And then
exactly.
The
And
sun
that's another
slams
thing.
right into the.
Right.
And then the sun slams into it. So
That's
as I
another
see
thing
it,
is you don't see it tracking across the sky like we see it during the all of a sudden
Yeah,
it
then-
shows up, right?
Yeah. What were we saying, Gio? You're not sure if it's an object, or what do you think is causing the eclipse?
well, yeah, I mean, that's a big question. Like, what actually is going on there, and what's causing it? But I was just gonna say, I mean, in terms of the alignment part of it, it's sort of like if you have like an hour hand and a minute hand, and at 12 noon they're going to both conjoin right together, and then they're going to separate, and the minute hand's going to go faster than the hour hand. So just in terms of that part of it, the alignment part of it, I don't personally see any conflict with that part of it in terms of the heliocentric model or on a geocentric type model, meaning it still is those two objects lining up, which is what's creating, or what they claim is creating the effect. But
Well, the problem is the hour hand is going faster than the minute hand.
Yeah, but it
That's the
has to do
problem.
with distance. It has to do with they put the sun far enough away that the speed is relative to the distance.
For some reason, the hour hand goes faster than the minute hand during a solar eclipse. That's weird. It's weird.
Yeah, but it's all about the distance. Because the sun's so much further away, you can't compare the speeds in the same way you're thinking about it.
Well, I've never seen an hour or a minute hand go or an hour hand go faster than my minute hand on my watch, even during the eclipse. But apparently, this will happen every 7 years or so.
Well, it's not comparable though,
It's
because
kind of weird. Like, it doesn't really add up.
well, like for example, I'm going to post an image here. This is it's a chart. Essentially, shows all of the positions of all of the sun, the moon, and then the planets, as they call them in their model. But this is a solar eclipse right here. So if you look on the left at about the 9 o'clock position, the little circle with the dot in the middle, that's the sun. And then right next to that is the moon. And then above that, it kind of looks like a horseshoe. That's the north node. And then if you go 180 degrees with your eyeballs over to about the 3 o'clock position, that's the south node. So, I mean, essentially, like hands on a clock, these are moving through the zodiac, meaning the fixed star constellations. So the sun, the moon, and then these two nodes, the north node and the south node. So when they all line up is
Mike, new
when
perspective.
a solar eclipse is going to occur. When they all line up together. So you have right there, you've got like 28 degrees is the sun, 25 degrees is the moon. And so that's when they're going to conjoin. And then the fact that they're with the lunar nodes, the north node and the south node, is going to get an eclipse. So, I mean, even if it's not the moon that's creating the eclipse effect, at least positionally, in terms of the celestial field, the sun and the moon are right, essentially in a conjunction, like right in the same position, or roughly, in the same position as it.
We know the moon is not causing the eclipse because every other day, all recorded history, the sun is moving faster, except during this little short 30-minute period. Apparently, the moon goes faster than the sun.
Is that based on
it's strange.
the globe Earth model, or the flat Earth model?
It doesn't matter. Either one. That's why I use it as an example, is because it doesn't matter. Either one. One of you is off. Like, you got to come to an agreement here, okay? If you're going to tell me the sun moves faster, and that's why we have the Gregorian calendar and yada yada, okay? And we have a solar eclipse, and you're going to tell me that it's the moon. Well, how come it's the moon that's blocking the sun that's moving faster than the sun, when the entire rest of the time the sun is moving faster than the moon?
Well, it's still the sun
it's just-
lapping. From that
sorry.
perspective, it's still the sun lapping the moon. It's just that they're conjoining at that moment. It's still the sun lapping it.
Well, no. What you see during a solar eclipse, you see a crescent, and it passes left to right, and whatever's blocking the sun is moving faster than the sun, right? So it can't be the moon. It can't be. Right there. Boom. Done.
You've got to stop. Yeah. Okay. I just want to throw in here. You've got to stop looking at the sun and the moon as whatever the hell they are. They're lighthouses. Lighthouses turn on themselves. The sun just does it on different irregular patterns, but the moon has its monthly cycle of the lighthouse.
Well, the moon is consistent. 28 days, 13-month calendar. Yeah, sure, it's consistent. But we're told that the solar eclipse, watched many of them, is because of the moon blocking the sun. And whenever I'm watching a solar eclipse, whatever it is that's blocking this, it's not the sun moving faster than whatever's there, right? It's not the sun that passes through some kind of black dot that's in the sky and I never saw it before that. No, it's the sun sitting there, and then we see this black whatever. I'm not saying whatever, just saying that passes the sun's speed. It goes left to right, and that can't be the moon. It cannot be the moon based on what they're
Yeah,
telling us.
because it's localized. That's a problem.
Right.
Eclipses only happen in one small area of the whole so-called world.
Well, when you're
It
saying
races
left to
all-
right, that would also depend on what position you're in, whether you're north or south. What position you're viewing it. So it's a little.
Yeah, that's true, but it doesn't matter either way. It still laps it. I mean, if you were down south, it would go right to left, but you're still watching the sun sit there and something lapping, something going faster than the sun. So it doesn't matter if you're
That's a
north
good
or
little
south,
problem.
you would still be watching something going faster than the sun, and by definition, that's not the moon. Based on what they're telling us. Now, we don't know, but based on what they're telling us, no, that cannot be the moon, whatever that is.
Yeah, that's true because we had an eclipse in Australia last week, and I was a long way away from where the so-called eclipse happened. But I went out to the sky, and there was no moon in the sky. So I'm thinking, well, what's going on here? If there's an eclipse, no matter where I am in Australia, I should be able to see the sun and the moon parallel with each other, or with horizontal or whatever. But there was nothing there. But anyway, look, there's an eclipse in the United States next year. I think the best place to see it is from
2024,
Mexico.
Missouri, Southwest Missouri. Yep.
Yeah, you guys should everyone should get down there, different angles, different locations, from California down to Mexico, Missouri, or wherever, and get all these photographs, angles, different things, different videos, and upload it and correlate it and put the time date it, the location and the time, and then correlate all this data, and then we'll be able to crack the code about what the hell eclipses are.
Yeah, I mean, snacks. You would ask like what I think the eclipse is. Yeah, I'm gonna think more about what you said, Flack. Yeah, I'm gonna think about that. Because I don't think it is the moon, and there are other issues like that don't always line up. Like the timing of the eclipse doesn't line up in the way that their model claims that it does. In terms of like the precise timing of it, but ultimately, yeah, I think that those bodies that are actually, let's say causing or creating that effect on the sun or the moon, I think like those lunar nodes, the north node and south node, those are like set positions in the celestial, the sky clock. And they have like they're always 180 degrees from each other, and they have a 19-year retrograde cycle. So they're always in retrograde, and it takes them 19 years to make a full trip around the zodiac. So then every time a new moon or a full moon lines up with those nodes, you get an eclipse. So I think like what a lot of the ancients thought, I agree that there are these actual bodies, whether you call them black bodies or whatever the term might be, which I don't think they're usually visible, to us here, but I think they're like magnetic nodal points that essentially work as like polarization filters in a sense to like polarize the light. So I think they're magnetic. Ultimately, they're like magnetic nodal points, and they don't necessarily have like a physicality to that, or not, well, like a viewable, I should say, physicality type viewable component to them in that way that we can't just normally see them. But when the eclipse occurs, you get like that magnetic effect creates that blockage, as it were, or like the actual effect on the sun or the moon during the eclipses. But I think it's those actual bodies that sort of like become activated in that moment of the eclipse. There's also in a lot of the ancient legends, they talk about, like in the Vedas, for example, there's actually multiple of these, like these little little black bodies, that there's multiple of them that are on their own cycle, which is really interesting because during the eclipses, this is another thing that doesn't align with eclipses, like Flack, in line with what you were saying, is that like sometimes the eclipse, like let's say with a solar eclipse, that black thing will come from like the bottom and then it'll leave to the left, or it'll come from the top, and then it'll leave to the right, or it'll come from the upper left and it'll leave going to the upper right. So there's all these like different kind of phasing effects that doesn't match with just 3 balls lining up. So that's a giveaway as well. Now, in the ancient legends of it, if there are like multiple of these black bodies that are on their own cycle, then that would be interesting, meaning that when you get the eclipse, you're getting like one of those basically that's going to be actually the one that's aligning, which is really interesting. That might be why they're like coming in from different angles, and it's like the phasing effect of how it.
Yeah, no, I think I've worked it out. I think I know what you're saying, and I've put it together. So this is very fascinating.
Almost like if there was like a wheel of multiple of them, and whenever the eclipse and that wheel is on its own cycle of some sort, so that whenever the eclipse happens, you're getting one of those like lenses that's basically causing that phase.
Yeah. I like it. It's like a
Yeah, this is right. So
It's
this
like
is what I'm saying.
kaleidoscope,
I've
and they're
always
just changing the lens, right?
Exactly. Yeah. But also, I've always said the moon and the sun's man-made, right? Because you can obviously, when you look at the moon texture, it's bubbled. It's a bubbling texture for manufacturing processes. And I'll post a photograph in the chat.
I think it's definitely some kind of evidence of its making, whether or not any man had anything to do with it. Yeah, that's a really interesting idea, and it kind of makes me makes my brain wiggle. That's good.
Yeah, man, that's what I live for. I want to think. Somebody has another way.
Because it well, really then the whole thing becomes very analogous to like a magnetic model, where like those outer nodes could. Yeah, those outer nodes could just interrupt at any time and just like come through, but they're going to eventually do this 19-year cycle.
So I just posted a photograph of the top half of the moon in the chat. Look at that. That bubbling only comes from like lava or mud or a manufacturing process. It's not craters, they're not meteors or whatever the hell they're saying.
Are you a Mud Fossil University person? You
What's
graduate?
that?
Did you graduate Mud Fossil University or something?
Never heard of it.
Okay, fine.
Oh, but you know when you see mud, it's dry, you get that bubble texture, yeah? Same with volcanoes, had this same similar type thing. And then also manufacture. Oh, I just said this, yeah. So you know what I'm talking about.
So you're saying the moon is man-made?
Hell yeah. And it's using some type of radioactive
You're just a
surface.
program anyway, Left Lane.
I think he might be
amazing.
saying the idea of what the moon is man-made. Maybe I think that's what maybe he's saying.
Yeah, I'm not doubting it. I'm not doubting as a creator, but the world can be adjusted to suit man. That's what I'm saying. There was definitely a creator.
No man put that thing up in the air and said, "Oh yeah, that's the moon." I put it up there. Right? That's stupid.
Because
you know what would look good there? A moon. Make one.
I think that's kind of what he's saying. Now, whether he's kind of joking or trolling, or whether he actually believes this, I don't know. But I mean, that's what you're trying to say was put up there by man, right? Is that your idea?
That's what I was getting.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Because it's only 200 miles above your head, so they're using some type of
bullshit.
Well, how far away do you think it is then?
Well, I mean, just imagine how the fuck could a man make that and put it up there and it float around in the sky? Well, how's it floating around in the sky?
How do you think? We just discussed it.
Easily. How can you say easily?
Well, you can construct anything.
Okay.
I'm not saying it was made by Napoleon. Right? I'm saying it was made by the ancients. Right? The super intelligent people who were connected to the universe. Right? Who came after God.
And they made this shit they threw into the sky to deceive people. Because they're so smart.
It's not to deceive people.
Is that what you're trying to tell me, dude?
It's for night at light time. so you can see it at night?
Because they're so smarty. Some man threw that shit up there.
Yep.
Right?
It's
Is
probably full of
that what
helium.
you're trying to tell me?
It's like when you're making a pizza.
You don't have to believe it. But there's no other. Okay, you
Yeah,
give me an
no worries.
explanation of what the moon is.
It's all good,
Okay,
dude. I'll believe what I
let's
want
break this
to.
down logically and scientifically. Rocks cannot fly. Can you agree on that? Yeah. Okay. Can you believe rocks can levitate? Okay, we
On a
know that's
zero
not true.
gravity, high enough speed, and
Okay.
free fall, you can technically
Okay.
they can
So
fly.
you've got a rock that's 200 to 300 miles above the flat plane. On that size, it would weigh 1 trillion tons at least. It'd be indescribable. That type of mass, right? It wouldn't stay up there, right? So
It doesn't matter the mass.
the only explanation left
Like,
is
what are you
man-made,
talking about?
hollow, using a gas to keep it elevated or levitated, whatever, and it's
Well,
got a
that
radioactive
depends on
surface.
magnetic fields. They've made anything levitate. They've made
We know
rocks,
there's no powerful
grasshoppers,
magnetic.
bumblebees, inanimate. It depends on the field intensity of the magnetic
Okay.
field. I mean, this is just
There's
like,
no
what
powerful
are you
magnetic
talking
fields that we know of. We only have one magnetic field we can trace, and that's
No,
the so-called.
whatever, dude. They've
There's only
levitated
one northerly
rocks,
direction.
insects, bugs, mice,
No compass
fruit.
points to the moon, right? That's a fact. No compass
This
has
is
ever
just in
pointed to the moon.
Florida. Yeah, I know. It's just a little magnet that's the largest, most powerful magnet people
Yeah,
have
no,
ever been able to
that's
build.
that's
And they've already
scientifically and impossible.
levitated. And well, you tried to say how does a rock levitate, and they've already done it. Like what and fruit and all
where have
kinds
they
of
done it?
stuff. It's like in Florida, they've done this back in the 80s.
Hey, somebody's got some music playing in the background that keeps coming in and out. I don't know if they're hot micing. I can't tell who it is. Just a little. Just a minute.
I think it's Blot.
Is that you, Blatek? Hey, you also said the sun. You thought the sun was man-made too, right? I think.
They did that one in the dark.
Yeah.
But no, I think that maybe I think people might have a problem with the jump in that you would think that maybe if it was created by something, why would it be like man-made? It's like we'd have to have an example of that kind of feat to assume that man could do such a thing, and maybe more on that theory of how you think that'd be possible would be what people would be looking for. Because it sounds crazy, obviously. Because I mean, it's not like we're going to jump to that just from looking at the picture you posted. But it's an interesting idea because I've heard the idea that the moon was put into place and those kind of things. Those theories went around with George Norrie and some of those talks that I was listening to. So that the
Icke,
moon
I think
came
David
later,
Icke
yeah.
maybe David Icke mentioned that because I know remember
Maybe.
Greg used to say that the
Yeah.
moon would ring like a bell or something.
Yeah, it was hollow, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
some story that like the military rang it and then it rang like a bell.
Like a spaceship. People have thought about spaceship or a spying device that like keeps track of everything. They've got cameras up there looking at us. But the idea that those are craters, we've just spelled, I think, pretty efficiently, and it doesn't make sense. They're craters, right? So maybe electromagnetic type interactions people have theorized about. But it looks like it has so many different appearances. It looks very solid at times, like it could be something that is a surface, and then when you zoom in on it with the P900, it has kind of a spongy look, like almost like a sea anemone, and then if you zoom in on
That's the effect of the camera.
edge, could be, and then if you zoom in on the edge, a lot of times it almost seems like there's like this like barb, like kind of sticking up independently of the moon, like almost like a metal structure at times. There's all these different effects that zooming in on it makes it seem like it could be something like a construction. I understand that concept at least. But do you want to? I don't want to take over. Blautek, do you have any further besides just like it looks like I don't even know what if you said it looks like a man-made thing. You said it looks like mud or
Well, I found it
lava
interesting
or
that
something.
I could see different shit based on telescopes, right? Like I was like looking at this shit way back, and like I had different friends that had, I got this telescope and this telescope and this telescope and shit. And what I thought was weird, you see different things And then I was like, all right, so what? Is it just based on how much money you have? Like, and the richer you have, I guess the most expensive telescope, you're the one that's telling the truth. That's what I found was very interesting. I'd go around and hang out with people, and they got these fandangled telescopes and shit. I'm like, well, how come it's different every time? I mean, shouldn't it be like more detailed every time? But it's always whatever.
Well, you have in this discussion, Blotech, are you still there? I wonder if you've heard some of the theories about the moon map, because people are having a lot of people that I respect are actually interested in this as a possibility, which is surprising, because it sounds like far out idea that somebody might have cooked up as just a way of like distracting people, but there seems to be something pretty crazy about the continents being too detailed to possibly be just coincidental in a certain area of the moon. And then that would show that there's a lot more area if that's the case, like that there's a lot more
Are
land
you
all
saying it would
around
have been more difficult for them to construct the moon?
us. That's like it would be a lot harder to fake the moon landing than actually go there, that kind of thing.
No, he was saying about the moon being constructed. So if you're saying that
Oh,
if there's
okay, talking about me.
or you're using the moon map to debunk his thing almost.
Not even new. I'm not debunking him at all. I'm just trying. I'm
Well,
just interested in his more of a completed idea behind it. I'm not trying to debunk anybody. I just wondered if he had more
Yeah, but
details to offer.
that's fine. But you
I'm
can't
just
prove
throwing shit
either
still.
way. We've never been to the moon, so I say it's man-made and it's full of helium gas.
Okay. Well, there's the idea of it, that it's a projection, and then if it was, because they've kind of like extended this. Have you heard of what I'm talking about with the Vibes of the Cosmos channel, Bartek?
No, I was getting my apple pie out of the oven, so I'm eating. So I missed it. Sorry.
Oh, there's a whole thing with this. The idea that the continents are represented on the moon. That it's like there was some kind of, well, there's different ideas of what it could be, but maybe there was a Carrington event of some sort at one point where the moon acted like a phosphorus type plate, like a photographic plate, and that maybe the flash was so bright that it actually imprinted on the moon all of the land mass and or water mass, and then so you would get like the difference between the water and the land, whatever it was. And then there's also that little knot that looks like it has like a string, like strings coming out of it from the different points on the moon, like looks like a balloon, with the little creases in one area.
What's the Carrington event?
Yeah, so Ewar Anand's series Lost History of Flat Earth goes into does a pretty good little bit on that, where the clock in Prague then would represent the shifting of the actual sun and moon system that we have, and then that would also rotate like a clock, and that it would thaw out for the four corners of the Earth, and then when it goes in one rotation, that would be known as a great year, and it kind of aligns with some of the things that we don't have answers for in some ways. And Vibes of the Cosmos is the channel, but recently they've extended this idea to not only include the continents or just the continents we know of, plus a lot more land, and then they go into like great detail of how it's very, very like particular in the way that this one area looks exactly like our continent, supposedly. I haven't done the alignment myself, but there's people that have checked it and seem to think that that's the case. But then they've extended it to also include like an updated map, like that, even though the continents may have shifted or changed somewhat over time, that it's actually updated. And it also includes the constellations, if you look close enough, on the moon. Kind of like it's like it's like the way that you could like find out everything, right? So if that is the case, but now then you have to go into like, what if it is a projection?
What's the
And
Nancy
they
Kerrigan
can
event?
update the projection, right? I'm saying. So
What's
it's
the
like
Kerrigan?
these kind of ideas are actually being taken seriously by people that aren't just buying into it. It seems, in my opinion. So that's weird. I'm going to look closer at it myself. But there was 3 recent videos put out that are they're put together pretty well. It's not.
Yeah, I
not
did
just
see
like
that projection.
fluff. Yeah.
I did see that projection type video. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And but that could also tie into like a cosmic, cataclysmic, or a bad event on Earth, like a nuclear explosion that blew the nuclear radiation to the moon. That's also
Except
a
that
possibility.
maybe I think that nukes are fake. I think that's one of the things they fake. But yeah, some kind of event of some sort. Yeah.
Is it like a Carrington event?
Yep.
What's a Carrington event?
Well, the reason I mentioned by the way, I think I left out why the little knot that looks like a balloon. So the idea is that it got like a double image imprinted on it. So that knot with the little like hole looking thing and the strings coming out of it would be the double image of the firmament also imprinted over top the continents or the land masses or the negative of the land masses. Either it picked up the water or the land masses, and if that did happen, would be the idea. I was impressed. They were playing it somewhere else. I was watching. I was impressed with the idea behind it. At the very least, I can say that. Anyway,
I'm open to any type of idea now, new idea.
mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, I was going to mention you were saying if you could show it Flat Earth textbook. I put together a bunch of comps you might want to check out if you want to send somebody some more academic seeming information.
Really?
As far as Flat Earth,
That'd be good.
yeah.
Give me the link or whatever. I'll check it out.
Oh, it's in this server. Just scroll down to Brenner comps. Michael Brenner is this guy on Quora who's been flat smacking other educated normies on there since 2016. He's he went to University of Vienna and studied mechanical engineering and linguistics, and he's highly impressive with his information. So I put a bunch of them together, and there's also a link that you can upload just the text somebody supplied that got a hold of one of my comps.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to ever tag people on, I think you can, if you just do like hit the pound sign.
Yeah. Okay.
And start typing just BR, and it should come up. Or you can actually just, I think you can even DM it to people. And if they're on the server, they'll be able to click right there. It's just a way to, they can click right to it.
There we go.
Hey, is all this, sorry, is all this new, this research database? Is that old?
What's that?
I'm just scrolling down to the research database on the left-hand side here. And there's a whole swathe of information here I didn't know existed.
In this server?
Yep. Check it out. It's an addition. I don't really know. I'm just clicking through it. Oh no, it's old. It's old. It's old.
Is that something you put in there, Gio?
Well, yeah, like down, like it's in the, he's talking about the category where the Brenner comps are, like down in the research.
Yeah, I just mean the whole research database I didn't know existed till now because I didn't scroll down.
Oh yeah, that's
yeah.
That's where the Brenner comp section is, as well as a bunch of other stuff. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll check it out.
It says Brenner compilations. You see that? Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. So I took screenshots with my phone and then put them together in Photoshop, so you could have it all in one piece. But he goes into linguistics. I mean, the origins of language. The sun, the moon. That's why I thought to tell you about it. But also, the ether and a lot of the stuff that people might be interested in with that. What is religion? Doesn't sound like he's very religious, that's for sure. But he definitely does a pretty good coverage of what religion is.
Very interesting. Cyrillic alphabet.
Yeah. That's what I found. That the matrix of 9x16 symbols is something that I still hope people will help me decipher. It's supposed to be the key to the ether, the keys to the ether, where all of language stemmed from, in his opinion.
Mm-hmm.
That would be interesting if it started with the explanation of how the ether works, with the swastika symbol and all that.
Isn't that
you know,
interesting? Yeah, because it's an ancient
yeah,
symbol, isn't it?
yep. It's just energy, yeah. You know,
Yeah,
and then
that's
there's a
why I find
meaning
it
to it.
strange that certain communities of the world want to remove the swastika, and I don't think it's entirely based on what happened in Europe. I believe, yeah, I think there's a larger reason for this.
Oh yeah, yeah. To hide the energy, the idea of the maybe to hide that grid of, um, you know, or just to
Research.
hide that idea, that symbol, and what it means, and the it was on everything. There's a whole comp that I have in there that where he talks about the swastika, and he shows that it used to
Okay.
be on like all kinds of products. Like it was like the most used symbol worldwide for all kinds of things.
Wow.
9 by 16 grid.
Oh yeah, I'll post that right now for anybody that's confused what I'm talking about.
Is that 144? I tried to do it in my head, but it's pretty late and I'm pretty high.
I think that would be the 144, wouldn't it? Huh? Seems to be an important bunch of important numbers. One of the bunch
That's like
of
the
important
square
numbers.
of 12 or whatever.
You should direct the flat earthers here.
I have been.
Sorry, the round earthers. Sorry, the round earthers.
Oh, I have.
'Cause they-
I've been doing that too. Yeah, I've tried.
Because they come in here, as you know, and they just
Yeah.
start spouting the stuff they learned in high school, and it's just like, nah, dude,
Oh,
I'm so well past that.
Yeah, he'll pepper spray
I've
them
sent
with
countless.
burner comes.
Yeah, I've sent countless copies of these to ballers to try to see if I can get them to look at it.
They won't read it. Eh?
No, not too open to it. No.
Wow.
Oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Just like, you know, hand wave dismissal, of course. There's the symbol I just put in the live stream, what he talks about there, and then there's 4 or 5 of them that he goes into detail of, you know, his explanation of some of this in particular, some of the particular symbols, and then the one I'll post right after it is where he says that it comes from. It's well, I think it's not just what he says. I think it's most of what he talks about is kind of active as far as what the origins of things are. But he says that's it says all our writing systems stem from this ancient Slavic runic system called the Karuna, something that is, of course, completely off the record and forbidden knowledge. But once you study it, you realize these people understood everything about ether physics.
Yeah, well, that's very interesting because there had to be the ancient language and the ancient writings. Very interesting.
Yeah.
And there's always been a war against the Slavic people, right? Constantly. So they try to oppress the people who have that ancient genetic knowledge. You'll find like the
Yeah, that
constant
would make
European
sense.
wars and against that was always against their culture and their and to their connection to the earth, right? So that's why there's always been these ridiculous wars back and forth, like fighting each other for no real reason.
Right.
The same with immigration too. Immigration destroys the ancient genetic knowledge. Well, through breeding, obviously. So, but that's a whole different area.
Yeah, there's yeah, he goes into the origins of some of those conflicts as well as the you know, traditions that have been, you know, if you go to, I'll post his Quora page for you because then you can go to some of the stuff I didn't make comps for and read it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of other information that's not included there. Plus, he'll actually reply to you if you make a comment on whatever he's published or posted.
Okay.
And yeah, just reading the comment section where he's going back and forth with some of these guys on the details, the math and stuff. It's interesting on its own.
Oh, I was in a group chat with a guy years ago, and he brought up runes. So I just sort of looked into it briefly, and I got the stupid Wikipedia pages, right? And they just sort of discredit everything. But then someone else brought it up recently about runes, and I'm thought, holy shit, this is mind-blowing shit.
Right.
Really, yeah.
Well, also he talks about the moon that we used to have, which is another thing you might find interesting under his answer to how many planets are there. And he says, short answer, 27. And then you have to read on to why he's saying there's 27 planets. And he talks about one of the moons that we used to have that's been destroyed, or that was destroyed. I don't know if that was intentional or what. I have to read the rest of that still myself. It's kind of just mind blowing on its own, just to think that there was another moon, and then that, how would that affect everything? Wouldn't that be a different day and age altogether?
Hey, perspective. You know what? You sound like George Clooney. Did anyone ever tell you that?
Me?
Yeah, you sound like George Clooney. You
Really?
could be a dead ringer for his voice.
Is that right? Oh,
Yeah, I was watching the Gravity movie.
Yeah.
He's in that with Sandra Bullock. Your voice is really super similar. I just noticed it because I was doing something else and I was listening to the voice and I go, that sounds like, is that George Clooney movie on? No, it's that new Perspective Cat, man. He's up there.
That's interesting. I've never
talking
heard
about
that one
freaking
before.
South Southwest boy, Mr. South Southwest,
No, it's West Southwest. Go ahead.
West Southwest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, see, I'm
West
surprised no one's ever
Southwest
told you
boy.
that. It's interesting. Funny.
Never. I heard I'm a dead ringer for Dice Low, but I don't
No,
know.
not even close. You're
what
George
Jeremy
Clooney, man.
said.
Go record his voice. Listen to your voice.
Yeah.
It's a dead ringer.
Does anyone else hear
I'm
that?
good with sound.
I think you sound like a little like
George
Shane
Clooney,
sometimes.
that actor that married that Uber Amadine, whatever her name is.
I'm sorry. Well, there was a couple of people talking. I didn't hear any of that.
Oh.
Who'd you say I sound like? Stack instead.
Shane.
Shane.
Sometimes you have a Shane-esque thing happening.
Oh, interesting. I wouldn't guess that either. What was it you were saying though? Tech.
Tech. Well, George Clooney married this British
Yeah.
Islamic.
Aman. Yeah.
Yeah, so Uber Amadine or some shit. I don't know her name.
Her name's Aman or Aman.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm just pulling the photographs now. So this guy's obviously in the he's in the deep state. What do you want?
He's in the club. Yeah, he's in the club.
Yeah, he's in the club. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Right.
He ain't one of us.
He's in the club that we ain't in.
Who was that comedian? It's a big club and you ain't in it.
George Carlin.
Yeah, that's it. The comedian. Yeah, he's great.
Yeah. Oh, did we carry the Bible talk to another live stream here? It looks like, or something. Interesting. We got 2 rooms open here. We don't see that often.
Did you hear that story about
wait at least
George
12 hours
Clooney?
before you say the B word. I'm all Bibled out, guys.
Yeah, that went on for a while. It's interesting though. I like Pumpkin. I hope she keeps coming on. She's an interesting addition to the.
Yeah, like
talks here.
Pumpkin. She's spunky. I think she's got good patience too. Because honestly, man, it was like 6 people trying to get at her, and it was like,
Yeah, she was definitely getting dogpiled.
Golly.
When was that, today or yesterday?
Today, but also a little bit. I don't know. She's just oh, that's the reason when she comes in and you were here. I was saying to Snack to the Future here because the reason she's here is because I invited her to begin with. But when I was hearing her talk on 24/7, I joined to talk to her because it was 2 days after we were talking about the idea that there's this collective consciousness that we share, and maybe there is like even more so in the dream world, that we kind of share our thoughts or share our dreams more so than we realize, because we, first of all, we don't remember our dreams, but also, how would we know someone else's dream that we're not, and anywhere near? But then you mentioned, I bet that a husband and wife or someone you sleep right next to might share dreams even more so if that were the case. And she was talking about a shared dream, a shared series of
Are you
dreams.
dropping all my rap on her? Okay, all right, go ahead.
No, it wasn't your rap. It
No,
was
I'm
our,
just joking.
it was our conversation. It's our conversation, and she happened to be talking about like this series of shared dreams that she had with her husband. I'm like, no way. I was just talking about that idea, and it was like an apocalyptic survival type series of dreams where they both dreamed that they went to Australia to survive, to get out of America, and hid
This is
in
a
the
long story.
rocks in this big huge red rock mountain type thing, and they had their relatives there, but it was a shared series of details that wouldn't make any sense. Neither of them have been to Australia, and why would they dream of the same place that they might hide in?
Well,
So it's kind of like those
the
premonition
Aboriginals
dreams.
experience dream time. They do that's a part of their whole thing. Must be why. I don't know.
Maybe, or it could be. Well, you know how we've talked about, or you've heard people talk about the difference between like a regular dream and what seems to be like a premonition dream. Like this isn't just a regular dream. Like this dream is something that I feel is going to happen. I've had those. Kind of like deja vu dream, like a pre-deja vu dream or something. I don't know what you'd call it, but it seems like there, at least
When I have
when I
like
was younger.
premonition dreams, they're happening like right. It's like right because there's an immediate problem. So
Like it's about
they're
to
not.
happen, like the next day, instead of
No,
like
they're like
something in the future.
alarms. They're not. I don't have premonitions. They're like, if they're premonitions, I get them ahead of time. If they're just like currently, this is a problem, and then I'll have a crazy dream. I'll be like, oh shit.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, I tried to prove
Yeah,
it
but
one time by telling my friend about it, because it was he and I in the dream, and then it did actually come true, except for the last part of it.
Oh yeah, you've had those.
Yeah.
I think maybe I won't even wake up for those. I'll just like sleep those off. I don't know.
I don't want to know. Go ahead, Vlatek. What were you saying?
Xanax,
yeah,
do
I
you
was
have
just
dreams?
you brought up Australia and structures, right?
Uh-huh.
And all over the place. I didn't realize this till recently when I started looking for it in the landscape. But everywhere you go in Australia, you get pyramid type structures, and geologists always palm them off as volcanoes, yeah, ancient volcano cones that have eroded and shit.
Uh-huh.
But it's just too commonplace. So I've visited 4 of the locations within a 100-mile radius of where I live, and you can spot it. It's an obvious pyramid because you can see it from 50 miles, 60 miles away, right? And then when you see the next one, it's only 20 miles away from each other. You can drive to it in minutes. It's the same height and it's the same type construction and shape. So it's very interesting that people say that the Aboriginal cultures were the first in Australia, but I don't believe that at all. There was ancient cultures here long before anyone else.
Yeah, that seems to be like pretty much what we're all finding everywhere was the case, right?
Yeah.
Seems like that has to be the case. Oh, actually, I was going to ask you about something I heard you mention the other night, or maybe a couple times, that you thought that there was some kind of developments that we're about to hear, as far as like our history and like kind of groundbreaking things that may or may not be true, but maybe just like a version of the truth, and that's why they're kind of maybe
Yeah.
getting there with flat Earth on purpose.
Exactly. This was just my theory that there's nothing out there, but sometimes I get like a feeling. But I just I just feel that there's going to be something's going to change because they're always talking about the Great Reset and the new technological age and the cashless society, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're preparing us, aren't they?
It seems like it, yeah.
Yeah, so they're talking about always 2030 agenda, new world order, all this stuff, right? So maybe that they can't keep lying to us constantly, so they're going to have to do some type of major reset across the whole world at the same time, so we all get back on the same thinking again.
Yeah,
Get
well,
us
I've,
back to how
I've,
it was.
yeah, I'm not going to go into my whole spiel about it, but I often talk about that idea myself. That's why I asked you what you meant by it.
Yeah, and someone else was talking about quantum physics or something they're bringing out. They're trying to develop a new line of science. Or quantum mechanics, is that it? Something like that?
Yeah. Well, that's it. And a lot of that, kind of goes against some of the basic principles of the heliocentric belief. So,
Yeah. Isn't that interesting?
Doesn't match up with gravity and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So
Yeah. So the ruling classes, the elites, deep state, what do you want to call it? They can't give up their power. So they'll send out their minions like they always do to suck information from the people, because the elites, they don't have knowledge, right? They're not like us. They're not connected to the world like we are, because they live in these certain realms, right? So they have to suck all the knowledge, all the money, and all the power and influence off us, and then brainwash
I've
the
heard that
rest of the
idea.
people. And then they
use the
use
truth
that
to sell us
knowledge.
lies. Yeah.
And then they use that knowledge to reinvent something, or control us, or make up lies, or invent viruses, whatever else.
Right. It seems like that's the case. Yeah. To some degree, for sure.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to meld the UFO idea with the flat Earth idea and sell us the outer ponders.
Yeah. I think they made a big error. That they could have got away with the UFO stuff really easily if they withheld drone technology. Right, whether it was invented by public people or the Chinese government or whoever, American government, whoever invented drones, if they withheld that technology and they built drones out in the desert or in Antarctica, and then they flew them all over the world, we would fall for the UFO hoax easily, right? Because we look at these drones and, oh, the UFOs are here, back in the 1960s, black and white movies and stuff, yeah.
Well, that could be exactly what
because they
they're
released-
using to
Or
some
did-
degree.
or did
something
that
like
happen? Or did you
Yeah,
fall
but we're
for
not going
drones?
to believe it, because if we see a UFO, we're going to call it a drone now, or a blimp or something. It's not going to wash. So they're going to have to try something else with the alien stuff.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're just going to say it's our ancient ancestors that are living in ponds outside of our own that have higher end technology.
How they're going to
Then
prove it to us?
and
without
that
giving
and
proof
that we're
once again?
surrounded by them, and that we need to unite as one world to either do what they say or fight them or whatever. It's a perfect one world order plan.
People were fooled by trick photography with triangular apertures. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know what it. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
actually,
guess
you're right. They'll be easily fooled by UFO invasion.
No, but like,
They'll be like,
but when you
crying
want to
in the
believe
streets,
something,
UFOs are here.
but if you want to
Flat
believe
earthers won't
something,
even know what to think, though, if they're ancient ancestors, because we think there probably are ancient ancestors with high tech, which we just talked about right before this. So who knows, right?
Yeah.
we just know they got spaceships and we want to check them out. They're probably neat, but that's, I mean, we want to believe there are spaceships. We want to believe.
Well, no, I think there are definitely something flying up there. Who knows what it is, but I think it seems like there's UFOs for real. I think most people are accepting that there's UFOs at this point. Well, where they come from and all that is the debatable part, right? Enough people have witnessed it.
Wow.
I don't know what the hell was in SC's photos of the sun. Did you see those at all?
No, I didn't see it.
The fuck? Yeah, I don't know what those are. Look like some Art Deco faces with wings or some shit. I'm like, what?
Yeah?
What did you take a photo of?
Huh.
It's like, I've got a couple of these. Maybe he's got a fucking screw loose in his camera or something. I don't know what the hell that is. Damn.
Is this what you're talking about with the triangular aperture?
No, that's something. Well, that's not what I see. Took a photo of. But yeah, you can, like, a lot of different apertures are actually hexagons. They're like six. There's six like petals, but you can like fold them over, and if you just take apart the camera lens and modify that, and people were doing that, like putting up videos and stuff on YouTube, like
What's
whatever.
the effect?
It makes the out of focus dot look like a triangle.
Oh. Okay.
So yeah, like any like a like a flashlight or something just far away or like a street lamp, you know what I mean?
Right. Well, just the curvature of the lens, the circle lens, you know, or the round lens.
Well,
It
it's
has a
not
lot
it's
to
not the
do with
curvature is doing it. In this case, it's just the shape of the light that's coming through is triangle. So
Right. No, I get that. Yeah. But yeah, the
it's
shape of the lens
hitting the
affects
full part
everything.
of the lens, but the out of focus areas are going to be color or made that shape as
Gotcha.
a bokeh.
I'm looking through SE's posts. Did he post some pictures of the sun? I can't see if he did here. Is that a long time ago?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Did anyone hear the news about this solar storm? Oh, sorry, so-called lights in the sky above North America yesterday or last night?
Yeah, there's supposed to be a solar storm coming up Sunday too. The northern lights were all over Montana. There's tons of pictures. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
think
wonder
there
what
really
that
are
is.
storms, though. I think
Yeah, I
there
don't
are
believe
some
it's a
kind of like.
solar storm.
Have you
Yeah,
ever
it's a
seen that though?
misnomer.
Like, look like tornadoes on the sun or some shit. It's crazy.
Oh, those, you mean the NASA ones or the ones? Yeah, I don't know that we have those kind of little tornadoes on the sun going on the way
Well, when they say a
that
solar
NASA shows.
storm, I think they're like sort of. I don't know. We have a different definition for what a solar storm should be.
Well,
It's certainly not.
Oh,
the
it's a
they believe
northern
definition
lights
solar
of-
thing. It's
storms
an
cause
aurora
the northern
borealis storm.
lights. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can explain.
Northern America's, but yeah, it'd be you, Snack. You should be able to see a bunch
Well,
of
it's
those.
like sunspots rotate, right?
No, this is like aurora borealis in the north. You're supposed to be able to see a
Okay.
light
So
show.
what I was saying also. Okay.
What it was, I don't know if it was what you. I thought you might be mistaking what we were referencing by talking
No,
about
you
this
said-
actual sun.
I was on solar storms. Good.
Gotcha.
Continue.
Yeah, that he said solar storms. It made it confusing. Well, that's what they're calling it, right? They're calling it a solar storm because they're saying the northern lights come from the magnetic effect of the sun.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that there may be like some kind of storm activity on the sun or something. Like, I don't know.
Right.
It looks
with
like
the
that.
lava and the swirls and all that.
No, I've seen like somebody with like their own janky like little setup, like getting crazy zooms on the sun, and it looks like there's like weather happening there, and I'm like, that is extremely not what I expected to see. And then you
is
think
that
about all
supposed to
these
be
like
something new, like
I don't
that
know.
hasn't happened, or is that just the
Somebody
regular stuff?
posted it here. I don't know who did. But I thought that was really interesting. And then so that's just like that's just somebody's photography. And then the other thing is like sunspots rotate. You know what I mean? Like why are they black? Or eclipses are black? Like is it just polarization or electromagnetic counteravoidance? I don't know what you want to call it, but it's like something is causing these like the black things, you know what I mean?
Right.
That like, fuck up the sun, right? They all just have the same causal sort of nature.
Well, isn't that supposed to be like indication of the cycles of the sun and how many how much activity we should expect due to the amount of sunspots or
You
whatever,
just
the
plug
solar
into a
minimum or something?
56K fax modem or something?
That's just what I've heard. And then I've heard people that are even like flat earthers talk about the sunspots as if that's an indication of something. But I'm just sounding like an idiot because I don't know anything about it. It is interesting though. And then the electric universe guys talk about the sunspots being proof that the sun's colder in the middle. Heard that before?
I mean, you just want to like, okay, you just want to talk about it. Okay.
I don't want to talk about necessarily anything. I was just trying to add to what you're saying. Crazy though. You can find that. I'm looking for SE's posts on the sun. How long ago were the other ones that you were talking about? I should just type in sun.
I don't know. Forget it. It's way far away.
I know. But yeah, on Sunday, you should be able to see some northern lights, some aurora borealis activity.
I never see that shit here. I don't think I would see it. To be honest.
Well, the post I got was 40 northern states should be able to see the northern lights on Sunday.
I ain't gonna see it. Not here. I'd have to go somewhere to see it. Too much
Yeah,
light pollution.
light pollution. Yeah.
I think so.
What's up, guys?
Is that Pumpkin?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how are you? I was just talking about you.
Oh,
You
yeah?
there? Were your
No,
ears burning?
no, I was planning on coming back here this whole time, but I was just doing other stuff.
Right on. We were saying that you've got chutzpah. We like that.
Jewish version.
Chutzpah's like
I
a
don't know.
cultural reference. I said she was spunky, personally.
That's kind of, yeah. I say chutzpah because it's kind of I don't know. There's nothing cultural.
Because you're
There's no cultural reference. It's the same kind of
so
word.
Jewish.
Same reference though.
Yeah,
I'm
Jewish
the least
reference.
Jewish person you might ever meet, probably.
Yeah, New Perspective is super Yiddish. Don't let it fool you.
But we were saying that you were holding your own, and that I was referencing Snack and I. Snack's the guy I
You
was
said
talking
that. I
to.
said she was patient.
Okay, whatever it was, we weren't saying anything. We were saying our own things. But I was also
Okay.
saying the reason that I invited you here ended up being that I talked to you that night over at the other server because you were saying you had a shared dream with your husband, which was a concept that Snack and I were talking about like the night before,
All
which was
right.
interesting. A series of shared dreams. Do you want to talk about that? It was interesting.
Oh, yeah, sure. It was like not that long after we met actually, but I guess after I got pregnant, I think. We had like this series of dreams where basically like civilization as we knew it in the US was ending, and we had to flee the country, and we ended up over a series of dreams in Australia.
Right. I kind of caught him up on that part of it. So, but there was other details. What was the place called again that you said you escaped to and lived inside of? The Red Mountain area?
I suppose it must have been Uluru because it was Red Rocks in
Mm-hmm.
Australia. Yeah, and we had to take refuge from the authorities, and so we went in there, and it wasn't just us; it was like some of our family plus, quite a crowd of other people too. And basically, we discovered that the authorities were unwilling or like unknowing that they could look inside. So they were unwilling to look inside. I don't know if they even knew that they could look inside. I remember there were like markings inside that lit up at night.
Wow, like
There was
phosphorus, like sonoluminescent type, like glow in the dark type writings on the wall.
yeah.
Interesting.
There's some like blacklight stuff or something.
And I remember while I was looking at those signs on the wall, like having such a deep sense of deja vu, and yet like totally expecting it to happen, which, kind of makes sense because that's how I would feel if I saw it in the future. I'd be like, oh yeah, this is that moment. Which I'm no stranger to deja vu, but so I remember there was kind of like a sanctuary type of area. There was even a place where the people could come and like almost like a lawn, but it wasn't exactly safe out there. But there was like an area where we could breathe. I don't know. There's like I think there must have been several structures though, because I remember they're migrating and having to cross big areas. It's been some years since we had those dreams. And my husband's dreams, he remembers more of the parts of fleeing America more than I do. I remember a huge wave. Just, you could see it from anywhere. And I remember us boarding a plane that was stripped to hold the max amount.
And this was what year would you estimate?
that we dreamt that was 2015. So that was before we found out about flat Earth. That was before we really even believed in any scripture that would make us believe that there was going to be an end.
So would you get up
And
in the morning and be like, "Did you dream about it too?" And then it kind of happened like right in a row, or like over a period of time, like once in a while. And was it always the same night that you had the same dream?
yeah, it was
Or
always
just
the same night that we had the same dream. But it wasn't just consecutive nights. Usually,
interesting,
a couple nights it was consecutive, but
right? Must have freaked you out.
yeah, it was super weird. Well, we had already had a shared dream from before we met too. It was like we met inside a dream before we had met in real life. And that was in some sort of like high rise, like residential mall area. Um, I don't know how to
And
describe.
you did meet at the high rise type thing, or no?
No,
But
only in
you
our dream.
but you both had a dream that you met that each other, kind of like you remember like meeting somebody, and that you must have been the
Mhm.
person that you're with now.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, exactly. And we didn't even really realize that we had shared that dream until plenty of time after we had had the Australia dreams.
Yeah, the whole idea we were talking about would ring true if what you're saying is actually what happened with sharing the unconscious world with each other in a way, just from being in close proximity. And maybe there would be like, shared dreams that we all have that we would never know because we're not talking to each other necessarily all the time about our dreams, obviously.
I think like the idea started out like the just because we're tribal in nature, or that if dreams do serve a purpose, then in a tribal society or like even in pairs and stuff like that, like people may communicate in within that as like some kind of syncing up, you know what I mean, of our conscious minds.
Yeah, like the processing of the information and maybe premonition type things, or yeah, some kind of like shared consciousness.
Or it's like the real power like that we have that we don't know about. This might be going on.
Right. Like if we had a class, we were talking about like they may be way more important than we realize, and that if there was like some kind of like attention paid to it culturally, to that importance, then maybe we would learn a lot more from it, or maybe be able to communicate in that world in a way that would help us, or somehow be very powerful. But we're just taught to think that it's like a chore to sleep, just so you can work more, that kind of mentality about the dream world.
Yeah. Yeah, dreams are crazy, man. Back when I feel like I was at my very closest to God and all I cared about in the world was pursuing truth intellectually and just, getting down to it, figuring out what the world is made of, what the unseen is. There were times when I slept, I only dreamed of my own thoughts. It's like almost like a underlay of like what you believe to be around you in the room. And then I just kept thinking about like how the universe is, like how the dimensions actually pair up and like make sense in relation to one another beyond the third dimension. Like dreams can serve all sorts of purposes.
Yeah, it definitely seems like there's a sense that there's something important to them, even though we don't know exactly what or how to use it. But yeah, it seems like that would be like a whole course of information that you could use, like especially if you had a class that was sharing their dreams. I'm sure there's lots of dream classes, I'm sure, that are available now, but online forums and stuff.
In my server, we were comparing the two stories of Joseph in the Bible and in the Quran, and they're almost identical. But I did notice from it that, like, just a few hints as to what a prophetic dream is. And is one I noticed is you have to see yourself, like third person, see yourself. And then the second thing is you have to have some sort of, I mean, this is just pattern recognition, but you have to have some sort of number of things. Like you have to see a number of things and remember what number those were. Like it has to be an important part of the dream.
Snack, didn't you
Oh,
say that if you see a clock in your dream, it was like one of those things that you could get yourself into a
yeah.
lucid dream with or something?
Yeah. Sounded like I like dreaming.
Carlos Castaneda had a theory about that as well in his books, as far as like what you would do to try to give yourself a waking dream. His was all
Look
about
at it like
studying your hands. If you studied your hands and knew them intently during the day, and you'd be able to look at your hands in your dream and then have a waking dream that way. Go ahead. What were you
said
gonna
like
say?
very specific situations that make me feel very weird about what dreams are. I don't know, man.
I don't know.
Like
Honestly, I think
information and all kinds of stuff. I'm like, why? Like, why addresses? Why like all this stuff? And
Oh, we were talking about. I think that's how it came up. Maybe like what you were saying that you well, I don't know if it was that in our one of our previous conversations or not, but it was wasn't it like you could download information that you didn't have before almost in a dream? Like you would know something that you didn't learn in waking life.
no,
Like
not to
you would
me.
just dream and like you would have some kind of you would come upon some knowledge that was actually real knowledge, but you dreamt it rather than learning it in your
No, not me.
awakened state. Hmm.
have either of you lost someone important to you?
Yeah, of course.
Have you ever like met them in your dream?
I've dreamt of them, but yeah, I know what you're saying. No, I haven't had that.
Hmm.
You did.
Yeah. My older brother died when I was 19. He was 22, and I had a few dreams not long after he died, a few years after he died, where it was different. It wasn't just dreaming of him. It was like he was there, and I instantly knew he was there. And instead of saying like, "Hey, it's you," I instinctively every time said like, "Hey, it's me." Like, I wanted
Right.
him to know that I was consciously seeing him.
Interesting.
And at the same time, like, my dad would come up and see him in the same kitchen, in the same room where we were, and he would, like he, like, gave him a prop, something that he knew that Ben liked, and he would go over there and hand it to Ben and, like, position his arm, and Ben would just, like, look at him like, "Ugh," like, he doesn't see
Huh.
me, you know?
Wow. That's a whole nother level to it. Like then we talk about the spirit world living amongst us, and maybe that is a way of communicating with the spirit world then too directly, more directly through the dream world.
Mhm.
Hmm. Somebody
Hey,
was
guys.
telling me something about his friend that woke up and knew another language. And I've heard stories about that before from other people saying that there was somebody that like downloaded the ability to read and write in another language. Come on, sounds unbelievable.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I believe it.
Yeah. I had this dream once where I was like this monk woman. And at first, and this was like right around the time I was learning about flat Earth. I think it was right before I learned about flat Earth. But I was like some kind of like spiritual leader, and I was just like watching the life of this woman who was like the leader of her entire like religion at the time. But it was like mostly a simpler time, I think. Or I guess my perception at the time is maybe it's a different world or something like that. But I literally watched her entire life. I even woke up in the middle of it and I was like, whoa, that was so weird. And 20 minutes later, when I fell back asleep, I just lived the rest of her life, even to her death. Like, I
Whoa.
witnessed her death. And
Yeah, I think
she
it's a. Go ahead.
I'll tell you
visited,
something else.
I think, the North
No.
Pole, by the way.
hmm
It was like a pilgrimage she had to make. And it was
To the North
really
Pole.
crazy looking. It was a
Really?
pole. Now that I know about flat Earth, I know there is no South Pole. So I think probably
Oh.
the North.
Well, what did it look like?
It was almost like a super gradual, like, volcano almost. It was like the whole ground was like it was like a land that you'd never seen before. Like, it was a very different type of terrain from anything you'd seen. But generally it was barren, it was brown, and had a weird texture, and it was immense. And it was a very gradual slope up to the top. I think
Mm.
the top was open, but I don't remember more specifically than that.
Mm.
And that was shortly before she died that she went to see
Wow.
that.
That's interesting. What were you going to say, somebody? Batek? Someone was
Yeah,
trying to add in.
I'll tell you something else. All the people who have had the so-called thing, I don't dream about them anymore or think about them.
The what?
Oh, you mean the ones that lined up for the jibby jab?
Yeah.
Hmm.
You
And
don't
I
feel
can
them anymore?
no, but you can sense someone who hasn't had it.
Oh, you mean like they're disconnected from the matrix now?
Yeah, or vice versa.
They're
They're in
connected to
a
it.
different matrix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, I hope that's not true because my husband got it. So
Oh no. For work?
yeah, you know it.
Yeah.
No
Yep.
one wanted
Okay.
to get that shit. They just made them. I mean, I think that after he got the booster, though, he decided he was never going to get another COVID vaccine. So I think that possibly this.
We gotta watch the words because we're on
Oh,
YouTube.
yeah. Sorry, that's a code name
Call
for
it minestrone.
a massage that my cousin gives.
Yeah, the minestrone soup.
Yeah, the minestrone. So he decided that minestrone was not for him. So I wonder if this isn't more like a warning before the trial, like people learned, whether they want minestrone or not.
Has he done some detoxification methods to try to cleanse himself of it at all?
No, but he might be open to it if you had some ideas. I haven't heard of anyone having any methods to get rid of it.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. I'm not the go-to guy necessarily, but I could find information. I'm sure there's people in the server that know about it. Chime in, but there's eggs are one of the things I've heard help with that. Maybe why they're trying to get rid of all the eggs. We're pricing them so high.
All right. Can you imagine they spend all that money trying to create the perfect minestrone and then it's just undone by eggs?
Right.
Yeah, that's possible in science. Yeah, something to counteract it.
Yep.
It's just like
there's all
the
kinds of
aliens who are weak to water. It's like, oh no, aliens, except they are weak to the simplest thing. So
right.
never
Yeah.
mind.
Yeah, there's some kind of simple solution to it all, that's for sure. Likely, hopefully. That would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
I worry about my family all the time.
I go for a ride on the bike before it gets dark. So I'll see you later.
All right, take care. Yep.
All right, yeah.
See you around.
So yeah, the second server in this Discord, I think they've moved the Bible talk down to this other server. Not to say I want you to go there or anything like that. I'm just saying I think that's where that's going on right now.
You mean the other live stream?
Yeah, the second live stream.
Yeah, I
That's
went
what I
in there,
figured.
but then I realized that I was going to be surrounded totally by Christians who did
Ah,
not want to hear anything I had to say, so I decided I'd come back in here.
nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. You've got your own server with your own. Well, you called it a rare religion, which is
Yeah.
not because you came up with it, but because it actually is kind of established as taking the Quran as the word alone without the interpretations or the
Oh yeah,
Mosaic.
highly persecuted. Hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, lots of people go to jail for that. So,
Is that right?
yeah, it's a huge problem.
What would you call the actual denomination? I guess you would call it. Or
Right
religion?
now we're calling it Quran alone. A lot of people call it Quranist. Um, really, it should be Islam. I'm trying to. I'm. I say I'm trying to. We're planning on trying to shift the name of the current people to Mohammedist. Because I mean, it just makes sense. Like with Christians, it's Christ-like. They didn't used to be called Christians; they used to be followers of God. You know, Judaism used to be followers of God. Now they're, following the tribe of Judah. Like everyone, and like Buddhist. I'm sure didn't used to be called Buddhist. Everyone gets named after the prophet that they get obsessed over. So it seems so reasonable to me that we can rename them Mohammedist.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Right?
Right? Huh. That's never been thought of before. Or this is kind of like your own thing then almost, huh? Or your own thing with a small group of people.
Right. Someone else technically came up with that. I was saying that we should steal the name submitter from the people who believe in the 19 miracle thing. There's people who. All right, so this guy entered the Quran into a supercomputer back in like the 1980s or something. And he found that the number 19 had all of these like connections throughout the Quran. It's like, and so he called it Code 19, and then he called himself a messenger. And so then he explains what he thinks that the Quran means. So basically, they're exchanging one hadith for another. So they don't believe in the hadith, but they believe in what Rashad Khalifa has to say, who was dead, by the way. He died in like 89 or something. So those people call themselves submitters, which is what we would call ourselves if they weren't obsessed with Arabizing everything. So they're like, oh, it has to be Arabic, so we're Muslims. I was like, hey, we should just be submitters because that's what the word actually means. But then someone was like, man, we should call those other guys Mohammedists, which actually solves a huge thing because it's just as stupid to call yourself submitter in the Middle East as it is to call yourself Muslim in America.
Huh.
Because then you're just using a word in a different language to say the same thing, and you wouldn't be able to differentiate yourself at all from those who call themselves Muslims. So we really needed a better solution.
Interesting.
Yep.
Or
So
a
did you
hoodspunk. If you take chutzpah and spunky, you put a hoodspunk.
Hoodspunk.
Think of that.
There you go.
Not
My
gonna
mom
catch on.
my mom says that I was always extremely tenacious.
There you go. Did you feel like I didn't listen to everything that was said today earlier, but did you feel like you came out of that conversation, like with new insights about some of the things that you assumed or thought that you might have been sure about, or did you feel like it was all kind of just hand wave dismissed and no one really came away with any kind of new ideas about what they might or might not think or believe?
What you mean about the religion?
Yeah, just like the back
Oh,
and forth about today that you were going through with people.
well, I was interested to find out that Whitted is non-Trinitarian. Makes sense because he's, a smart guy. It is also funny to me that there's one thing that always undoes everyone's argument against the Quran, which is this. Have you read it? They always say no. No one who's read the Quran argues with the Quran. But Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. It was good. I hope that people got something from it. It's not helpful when people reach in and go, "Oh, well, no, he's wrong because, you have to believe in the hadith." Or people go, "Oh, well, no, because Muslims all believe this." It's like, I don't care what Muslims believe,
Right.
So
So do you think the Moshe Hadid was kind of like the corruption of the Quran?
the hadith, yeah,
Yeah,
it
the
didn't
Hadith.
corrupt the Quran technically because it's not a part of the same book. But yeah, absolutely, it is the corruption of the religion.
And what do you think the reasoning behind that was, to just misinterpret it and use it against people rather than having them find the truth?
I think that Satan's purpose is always the same: to keep people from worshiping God alone. And so they worship Muhammad now.
Hmm.
Like, they can't even say that they believe in God without saying that they believe in the prophet. Literally.
Interesting. And you said you believe in the return of the Messiah?
No.
No. Okay.
No, that's not chronically supported.
What does the Quran say about that? Like about the end times?
It's chronic.
Um about the end times?
Yeah, like
Well,
what's supposed to happen compared to the idea of the return.
um okay, so we know that the moon will split when the hour is near.
Hmm. Hmm.
It'll split or burst or something.
Hmm.
A lot of people like to say, "Oh, that was the moon landing because they took rocks from the moon."
Oh,
Especially the emitters say that. So they say all sorts of stuff like that. But obviously that hasn't happened yet. Um, and then I think, and I don't know because I'm just only now rereading the Quran without the Hadith. So this could be Hadith and not Quran, but I think that a wind is supposed to sweep through the world and kill everyone, all the believers.
all the believers. Okay, but this is supposed to be a saving of them, right? Wasn't this what we were saying last
Well,
time we talked?
it saves them from the torment of the world ending. It doesn't
Right.
save them from dying.
So, like, the best you have to hope for is a quick death.
Yes. Well, I mean, it would obviously be a quick, painless death. Like, it's
Right.
like falling asleep quickly. Like the Quran compares sleep to dying a few times. So
Okay.
to God, you go and you sleep, and you wouldn't return to your body except that God puts you back.
Ah,
And the same is true of death. Like it's really no different.
interesting.
Um, yeah. So basically, we will be resurrected. So yes, Jesus will be resurrected, and so will we. We
And what
will
does
be.
that mean?
That means we will be brought back fully in our bodies to be judged.
After the sweeping death?
Yes, after everyone dies, including the bad people.
Okay. So if you believe, then you'll have a quick death, but you'll come back again somehow into your body that died.
Yes. After the entire world has died, not just us. Like
Mm.
when literally even the angels who hold up the throne of God have died. Everyone is dead.
Okay. But
Nothing in the world, not
if
even the
but
world.
isn't the whole idea that you're a believer supposed to have been the saving of it, and like that's you're already been judged, but now you're coming back to be judged again?
No, this is. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about Judgment Day. Judgment
Okay.
Day isn't until everyone's dead. They're like no one's in heaven yet. No one's in hell yet.
Okay.
So we all get judged at the very same time.
But the people that were like suffering until like and did the long, painful death, they don't come back to be judged.
It says, okay, about people who die in the way of God, it says, do not say about them that they are dead, for they are alive, but you know not.
And that's what that's what you were saying earlier was about the Messiah, right?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't die in the cause of God, but yeah, I mean, what are you saying?
I thought earlier you were quoting something from the Quran that was talking about the death of Jesus or Muhammad, and that it don't say that he was dead, but sits by God, sits at the sits by God, the side of God, or something like that.
No, no, no,
Kind
no.
of a similar phrasing, at least I thought.
No, it actually does tell us what Jesus will say on Judgment Day. Do you want to hear that?
What's that?
Let me open it for it quick. There's only so many times
Wait,
Jesus.
so I thought it didn't. I thought the Quran wasn't supporting the idea of the return of the Messiah.
Well, he will return on the same day we all return, which is on Judgment Day.
Ah, okay. That's what I was trying to get at. So that's the interpretation that, or the difference is that it's not like everyone will witness the return of the Messiah, but they'll return along with the Messiah. But the Messiah won't be judged at that time because he'll just be like the one that judges.
No, he's not
Or
going to
is
be
it
the one who
God?
judges. God judges only.
And so he's the right hand man sitting there
Yeah,
approving the judging, or
no,
go ahead.
he has no power. Only God has power.
Okay.
It sounds like he'll be king of the next world, but it doesn't say that explicitly in here. All we know is that he's the Messiah. Okay, let me see here. Okay, here we go. And God will say, "O Jesus, son of Mary, did you say to the people, 'Take me and my mother as gods rather than God?' He will say, 'Glory be to you. It is not for me to say what I have no right to. Had I said it, you would have known it. You know what is in my soul, and I do not know what is in your soul. You are the knower of the hidden. I only told them what you commanded me, that you shall worship God, my Lord and your Lord. And I was a witness over them while I was among them. But when you took me to yourself, you became the watcher over them. You are witness over everything. If you punish them, they are your servants. But if you forgive them, you are the mighty and wise. God will say, 'This is a day when the truthful will benefit from their truthfulness. They will have gardens beneath which rivers flow, wherein they will remain forever. God is pleased with them, and they are pleased with him. That is the great attainment. To God belongs the sovereignty of the heavens and the earth and what lies in them, and he has power over everything.'"
And that's what they say. And do they call? Do they refer to Jesus as Yeshua?
He's known as Isa.
Isa. Okay. That's interesting. The different interpretations of the name, and the name that is either misplaced or not misplaced, or is associated with Joshua, or Isa is another
Yeah.
reference. But And when do you think this might happen? If there is going to be do you think we're in the end times now? Is that kind of the interpretation you have?
Well, I think so. Back when I first discovered that God would have left us a text, I immediately started pouring through every religion I could find. And the very first one I looked at was the Bible because I was familiar with it. And I had Bibles in the house, obviously. And I just, trusting God and knowing how God has been with me, I opened up to a random page knowing that God was guiding me. And the very first thing I read was the hour is now.
Hmm.
So that hit me rather strongly, and I started seeing everywhere the signs of the end of times, and we found out about flat Earth. Basically, we were like, wow, this is really the revealing, the apocalypse.
That's the first time I've heard the idea of the moon splitting apart, splitting in two. Is that the
Yeah.
idea?
Well, it doesn't say in two, but it says splitting or bursting.
Hmm. And then that causes all kinds of effects, I'm sure, because yeah, I mean, if that were to happen, but where does that idea come from? Like, just that it's just a random occurrence, or is there some kind of like reason for that being the case? Like, it bursts because of the, like, does God do that? As a sign for people to know that it's that to take cover, or that to get ready to be either killed swiftly or die slowly.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Is it supposed to be like God doing that? Then that God will make the moon explode, or it just does it kind of like as a chain
It doesn't
reaction?
specify. It says
Hmm.
the hour. Okay, this is chapter 54, the moon. In the name of God, the gracious, the merciful. The hour has drawn near, and the moon has split. Yet whenever they see a miracle, they turn away and say, continuous magic. They lied, and they followed their opinions, but everything has its time. And there came to them news containing a deterrent, profound wisdom, but warnings are of no avail. So turn away from them on the day when the caller calls to something terrible. Their eyes humiliated, they will emerge from the graves as if they were swarming locusts. Scrambling towards the caller, the disbelievers will say, "This is a difficult day." And then it talks about Noah.
I wonder if the moon splitting would be, or at least some might say that could mean like just that it's the time where the moon is in one of its stages and it looks like it's split because you only see half of it. Or is
Well,
it
I think that would be a terrible prophecy because it happens way too often.
right? Exactly. And then what about the scrolling back? Isn't it the sky? Well, in the biblical end times, it talks about the scrolling of the stars back in the sky, right? The stars would scroll away.
Yeah. It I'm not sure. It does mention about, the old language about, the the skies were a scroll and the oceans were ink. You couldn't exhaust God's word. And it talks about even if they were to see a bunch of people ascending to the heavens, they wouldn't believe. But I think that's it as far as that goes.
And that thing by Brenner that I posted about the planets, one of the reasons he says there's 27 is he's talking about the moon and that there was two moons at one point. He says in the second column in the graph that he shows at the very beginning, we see Earth and her two original moons, one of which disintegrated, causing great damage on Earth in the process. Earth was called Midgard. Sounds Scandinavic, but is actually Slavic. And the moons, Layla, or Layla, Lelya, Layla, I guess, and Myasats. So there was two moons in his interpretation of the ancient writings. In the Slavic languages, there are still two words for the use of for moon, Luna and Myasats. Do either of those words, like Layla or Myasats, align with what they might refer to as the moon? And then if we did have a moon that disintegrated, it'd be a similar concept with the bursting of a moon. That could have been
Well,
another reset or something.
I don't know Arabic, so I can't tell you about the linguistics of it, or Aramaic. But in my opinion, Nordic mythology is based on the history of the jinn. So they actually did have an era ender. I mean, not to mention they had prophets coming to them, so they probably had many era enders. But more importantly, the jinn were here before humankind was created. Well, I guess they might not have been actually here. They might have been in a upper tier before they were cast down. So, I mean, potentially they were in a world that did have 2 moons, or perhaps there were 2 moons before humankind got here. I mean, I could believe that maybe there were 2. I just feel that there would have been mention in it, in the scripture, at least, that there were 2 moons, if that was valid in any sort of recent human timeline.
Yeah, I'd like to know his resources for that. Interesting. He starts out. He says,
Oh,
well,
here
he
we
says,
go.
go ahead.
It says, "So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny when the sky splits apart and becomes rose like paint?" And says before that, it says, okay, let me back up. Where should I start here? Okay. Chapter 55, the compassionate. In the name of God, the gracious, the merciful, the compassionate. The compassionate has taught the Quran. He created man and taught him clear expression. The sun and the moon move according to plan, and the stars and the trees prostrate themselves. And the sky he raised, and he set up the balance. So do not transgress in the balance, but maintain the weights with justice, and do not violate the balance. And the earth he set up for the creatures. In it are fruits, and palms in clusters, and grains in the blades, and fragrant plants. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? He created man from hard clay like bricks, and created the jinn from a fusion of fire. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? Lord of the 2 easts, and Lord of the 2 wests. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? He merged the 2 seas, converging together. Between them is a barrier which they do not overrun. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? From them emerge pearls and coral. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? His are the ships raised above the sea like landmarks. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? Every one upon it is perishing, but will remain in the presence of your Lord, full of majesty and splendor. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? Everyone in the heavens and the earth asks him. Every day he is managing. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? We will attend to you, O prominent 2. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? O society of jinn and humans, if you can pass through the bounds of the heavens and the earth, go ahead and pass. But you will not pass except with authorization. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? You will be bombarded with flares of fire and brass, and you will not succeed. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? When the sky splits apart and becomes rose like paint. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? On that day, no human and no jinn will be asked about his sins. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? The guilty will be recognized by their marks. They will be taken by the forelocks and the feet. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? This is hell that the guilty denied. They circulate between it and between a seething bath. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? But for him who feared the standing of his Lord are 2 gardens. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? Full of varieties. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? In them are 2 flowing springs. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? In them are fruits of every kind, in pairs. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? reclining on furnishings lined with brocade, and the fruits of the 2 gardens are near at hand. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? In them are maidens restraining their glances, untouched before any man or jinn. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? As though they were rubies and corals. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? Is the reward of goodness anything but goodness? So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? And between them are 2 gardens. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? Deep green. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? In them are 2 gushing springs. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? In them are fruits and date palms and pomegranates. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? In them are good and beautiful ones. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? It's almost over, guys. Companions, secluded in the tents. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? Whom no human has touched before, nor jinn. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? Reclining on green cushions and exquisite carpets. So which of your Lord's marvels will you deny? Blessed be the name of your Lord, full of majesty and splendor. By the way, I did not know that a whole chapter is read that way, with almost every other verse saying the same thing. This is the only chapter that does that.
Interesting.
But it does say quite a bit about the creation of the earth, the continuation of the earth, and the hereafter. Okay, here's another one. The inevitable. When the inevitable occurs, of its occurrence there is no denial. Bringing low, raising high. When the earth is shaken with a shock, and the mountains are crushed and crumbled, and they become scattered dust, and you become 3 classes. Those on the right, what of those on the right? And those on the left, what of those on the left? And the forerunners, those are the nearest, and the gardens of bliss. A throng from among the ancients. Yeah. And then talks about heaven, talks about hell. Yeah, sorry, I actually read that original part just because it mentioned about the sky opening up. But
Yeah. Well, a lot of interpretations of like the plasma apocalypse. You heard of that? Those ideas, of course.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
right, where the sun ends up coming up from the other direction.
I'm not sure if that's necessarily, but I didn't hear that part of it. That it comes up from like what it reverses its course.
Yeah, because it's really just made to match with the Bible. I think they're just trying to figure out how it could possibly be true. But yeah, I did study that. Yeah, I not intensively, but I did my time in it, I think.
Well, either way, it would seem like a similar event, right? That could be like where the melted buildings and all that kind of ideas. If it was a occurrence that it marks the end of a cycle, that would be the possible reason for some of the destruction of the land that we witnessed. If it wasn't like just ancient ancestors doing it with directed energy weapons.
Yeah. Well, honestly, from what I was reading to you, it seems that the end era is going to follow the exact same patterns as all of the old eras, where someone comes and confirms the truth, and then society has to make a choice. Only this time, the choice is the ender of the whole world. So those who believe will, not die horrible deaths and get to go to heaven, and those who don't are gonna see a very terrible day.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to either of those things, to be honest. The
No,
quick death, I
honestly,
guess if that's the case, I'll take the quick death.
yeah. I mean, honestly, you're about to be alive again at this point, so I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, how can you be scared of death if God is mercy killing you along with the believers, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's, some of the criticism that I've, you know, felt makes some sense as far as like the return of the Messiah and all that. Like, just that it would be well, with what you're saying, a quick death as opposed to a long death, and then the idea of either heaven or hell on the judgment day, and then how that would actually play out. Like, what would do you have a body then in heaven?
Oh,
Do you
yeah.
live
Well,
with a body? What kind of heaven is this?
we're told that the people will see the fruits on the trees and they'll say, "Hey, we used to have fruit just like this."
Hmm. So they won't
So,
remember.
no, the point being that it will not be that different. It'll be a corporeal world. We'll have bodies, and there will be fruit to eat. There will be trees. Over and over, it says it's gardens with water running underneath it. So extremely fertile land.
Hmm. Well, then there's the other idea that it seems like it's possible that a lot of these end times things are being manufactured to either be like, to follow scripture intentionally, or that, that they're using it as a way to make people think that it's the end times, and then they're creating some of these things, or exaggerating the occurrence of things to make it seem like that what we're in end times. And then there's a whole idea of the Antichrist, and whether Trump might fit that role or whoever else, and then he's supposed to fight the Messiah, or Jesus is supposed to come back and fight the Antichrist, is what I was picking up on in the conversation earlier, right? There's supposed to be some kind of fight, and then they get.
That's what the Muslims say. That's not what I say.
Oh, okay.
That's not what the Quran says. So
Yeah.
there is no Antichrist in the Quran. There's not really an Antichrist in the Bible either, but
Where's that
that's
idea come from?
I don't know, maybe the Catholics.
'Cause they're supposed to be like the seemingly fatal head wound and all that,
Right. There's like some evil figures in the end, and they just decided that one of them was the Antichrist, and that term is never used in the Bible at all.
Ah, okay. So it's like the Hadim, in that it's an interpretation, a convenient interpretation for possible use of the text to create some kind of fear porn for people or something like
Yeah.
that, or
Well,
misinterpretation.
it never occurred to me before reading you the scripture just now, but it talked about there being a caller, which in an end time event and an era ender, there's always a prophet. There's always someone who comes and brings the message. And what I'm seeing now is that if there's just one prophet after all this time, undoubtedly the Christians and everyone will say, Antichrist. Actually, it says there's two, right? Which at least the Bible says that when those two are killed, that the people will celebrate for 3 days before they're like brought back. So at least maybe if there's two of them, Christians will see through that and not call them Antichrist. I mean, well, some of them will definitely, but
Right. Yeah, and then there's all the different interpretations of what that means, the Antichrist. Is it like Christ, or the opposite of Christ, or that kind of thing?
the antithesis of Christ.
And is Christ necessarily even Jesus? Is Christ just like a archetype of some sort?
Right. Yeah, because they're like, oh, there will be many antichrists.
Right. It's interesting though. The way there's a a lot of parallels to what the Antichrist is supposed to be, and how Trump might fit along with some of those. So it's almost scarylingly so.
I wondered that when he first came around. I wondered if he was. Actually, my little sister, who doesn't believe in any of this, mentioned something about it, and I was like, oh yeah, because it says that he would fool everyone, like even the believers if
Mhm.
they could be fooled. But I
And
mean,
he would be adored by all, and
right.
and he's people either love to hate him or they actually love him. A lot of times, it seems like there's two sides to
Right.
it, right? A lot of people, but you could consider loving to hate him kind of an adoring thing as well,
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And he's definitely being set up as the savior right now, if that's the case. Either it's a big wash troll, or there's actually going to be some kind of seemingly saving type thing he does for quote unquote America or whatever.
Well, it's occurring to me now that probably the Antichrist will be talking more about religion than politics. Because otherwise, I mean,
Well,
because
I'm not
it's supposed
saying the real Antichrist, if there is actually such a thing, but fits the role playing that part,
right.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
that he's on a coin in the Jerusalem, with King
Is he?
Cyrus. Do you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, his face is on a
He's like Trump.
coin, and then the rebuilding of the temple. He changed the location of the what is it? Something that could be considered the rebuilding of the temple, which is another thing that fits the
Yeah, I've heard
characteristics.
that I've heard they're doing that, by the way. My dad, when I was a kid, always told me that that would be the true mark of the end times, is when they get that third temple built.
Yeah, a couple different interpretations of that being thrown around from what I've heard. There's a crazy one that a lot of people haven't heard of. I'll try to remember what was it? Where was Borat supposed to be from again?
I don't know.
Kazakhstan, that's right. Kazakhstan. There's a whole thing in Kazakhstan that's crazy New World Order type looking temple layout.
No.
Palace of the Peace and Reconciliation. It's a pyramid.
Oh, pyramid.
Yeah.
Do you know that, to my knowledge, and I mean, I've been looking this up somewhat. I'm not all dedicated to ancient civilizations or anything, but so far, every pyramid I've come up against, or any really ancient ruin of spiritual significance, is always lined up with the spring or fall or both equinox. Always lined up with the equinox. It's just what they built them for. Whatever they're built for, it's because they understand the sky better than we do.
Oh yeah, all of the the arches that you see all over the world, Arch de Triomphe.
No, let me look it up.
There's a video I can't find anymore. Actually, this I think it was the channel was called Flat Water or something like that, and she was really good. I have to figure out where she went or if she changed the name of their channel, but all of those arches, and there's some of them that have not just one arch, but 3 different arches. And what they were actually, it seems like what they were built for is to show that the sun coming up through the middle, or one of the two sides, depending on if it was the winter or spring equinox.
Right.
And one of the criticisms was that they were taking these down and then putting them in a different spot without even knowing why they were in the spot they were to begin with, so that you would know if the time of year from looking at that, from looking at where they come up through the middle. It's a really great
Yeah.
video on that. I'll try to find.
Basically, like the center of your calendar.
Yeah.
Wow. I wonder how intricate you could get it. If you could get some sort of mechanical thing in there that could adjust so that you could always measure what time the sunrise is and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that certainly looks super old world.
Oh yeah, total Tartarian.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever
Yeah,
that means.
the Quran says that civilizations far more, what word did he use? Established than yours have been demolished. So as much as we think we have a great, super well established society, it's pretty evident that we don't.
Yeah, it's just I just had this feeling that something big's gonna happen. I don't know, like soon. I don't know why. Like in May. I don't know. Maybe it's all the fear porn going around, but also the real things that are happening. The possible fall of the dollar. I don't know. It just seems strange. Like there's like some kind of rush to get things done before May. I don't know why.
I wonder why. Who knows what they're up to? I mean, I wish I could look at I mean, I probably can. We should just look at the Jewish calendar and see if they got any crazy holidays coming up.
Yeah. Astana is the city. I think that's the one I'm talking about here. The Secret New World Order. Try to find that video. Pyramid of Peace is another one. But let's see, is this the one? Future Energy. Yeah, this is where the whole idea is that this is supposed to be like the capital city for the New World Order, Astana, Kazakhstan.
Oh boy.
It's amazing the structures though.
Okay, so Shavuot is in May. It marks the giving of the Torah on Mount Sinai, which, by the
Oh.
way, the Quran commands us. Well, it doesn't command us. It tells us to ask the children of Israel how many clear signs did they receive from God. So I asked a believing Jew how many clear signs did they receive from God, and he told me with full authority that they had only ever received one. And that was the receiving of the Torah. So this year is important because this is the first time in 19 years that the lunar calendar is lining up with the solar calendar at the right time. And so all the holidays that they normally celebrate them at the wrong time of the year because they only have a lunar calendar. But this year they're celebrating at the right time of the year. So it is kind of significant. So this is their biggest miracle. In fact, according to them, their only miracle. And it's being celebrated. And by the way, they're very aware of the 19-year thing. They're always talking about the metatonic scale, whatever, that has to do with their calendar. They know that this year is important. So maybe that's why.
Right. Scary.
So it's at the end of May.
All right. Get your seatbelts fastened.
Yep.
Whatever that means. I don't know what we can do about it, you know.
It's going to be May 26th.
It's going to be what?
May 26th.
Yeah. It's the whole maypole celebration, you know. That's interesting.
Okay.
The symbolism for that with the different color streamers, and they would go around the pole with the streamers, and that kind of represents like the rainbow. People, you know, associate it with that, and then there's this whole idea that we'll regain our ability to read each other's minds. There's this movie called Midsommar that depicts the whole thing. Kind of a crazy movie.
I have news for anybody who talks about that, which is that we are already like telepathic. Like all I have to do
Mm-hmm.
is think some stuff, have the intention for someone else to know it, and then that person uses their intention to hear it, and then they hear it. It's wonderful. It's called speech.
Well,
Like,
I've theorized that we kind of read each other's minds all the time without even really realizing it. You know, we
yeah.
don't even need the words. You kind of know what someone's thinking all the time without hearing what they're saying.
Hmm.
In my opinion, you know, but we don't think that we can, so that maybe we're you know, but we all kind of know we can tell what each other is thinking in a way. Maybe not
Yeah.
like in words, you know, but like the general gist of what they're thinking or what they think about things as an overall sense. Because if you could actually read someone's mind, like if you were trying to test that, people think of it too literally. I think like I'm thinking of a word, try to think of the word that I'm thinking of. But if we were to read someone's mind, it wouldn't be in words. It would be more about like it'd be
Impression.
undescribable in words. It'd be more like their um
I know. That always
viewpoint,
confused me too. They're
their
like, "Oh, well, I
perspective.
can
Yeah.
read your mind." It's like, well, what part of my mind? You know, it's like I can
Yeah,
barely decide which parts of my mind are on the forefront. So how can you
exactly.
do it?
Right? Like you're supposed to have how many different thoughts all at once? Like how would you read one thought of somebody?
Hmm. Hold on, I have
And
to
why would the
run to
words
the
they're
bathroom
thinking
right
be
quick.
reading their mind? It'd be the word they're thinking of, which doesn't necessarily mean have anything to do with what they're thinking. You know,
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
that's fine. Well, you know what? I have to go anyway. So
Oh, okay. Bummer. It was good to talk to you, though.
yeah, you too.
Thanks.
Oh, all right.
All right. Ciao.
Bye. Cheers.
Bye.
Check one, check one.
Yeah.